Of 246 after winning the toss and choosing to bat first, India replied with a formidable 119 for 1. There's a lot to play for on the second morning, and as we've been saying for many years during Steve Harmison's playing career and broadcasting career and throughout mine, every day we start a test match with these words, prophetic or not. The first session will be really important, Tommy.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very important and massively for England that they get not only their bowling options right, but they get the ball in the right area. Mark Wood and Jack Leach, I would imagine, will open the bowling, and it's important that they get off to a good start. And a good start would be to get rid of Jaiswal, because he batted unbelievably well yesterday.
You mentioned Mark Wood, and he is going to be very important. He only bowled 2 overs with the new ball at the start of India's first innings yesterday evening. We fully expect him to kick things off on the second morning, and Andrew McKenna had a brief chat to him just a couple of minutes ago.
Mark Wood, new day, new approach. What was the big, if you like, takeaway for the team from yesterday?
That it was a tough battle throughout the day. We worked very hard against 3 quality spinners. We felt that we got a decent total, so and then Jaiswal we felt played really well. We could be tighter and get things right, which is today's new opportunity to do that. He played very much like our batters, so that was probably a good way for the neutral to look at it, is that this attacking approach from both teams was obviously good to watch. We've got to try and get him out early and make inroads into this Indian lineup.
From your own point of view as a fast bowler, what's the thinking today? Because that doesn't look an easy wicket to bowl fast on.
No, there's not. I wouldn't say loads of pace in it, but I've got to try and make an impact when I can. Jasprit Bumrah for India made an impact yesterday when he came back with the reverse swing ball. So that's probably going to be my role. Whenever I get a chance, I'll give it everything I've got and try and make something happen for the team.
Just finally, no reviews left. How difficult could that make things?
Yeah, we didn't get them right in the first. I mean, Stokesy, when he came in the dressing room, he was like, good reviews today, lads. We didn't get them right. I mean, I had one as well, so some of that blame shifts to me. Yeah, having no reviews, obviously, during the game or a test match like this, it's always great to have one in your back pocket. We haven't got one, so we're sort of relying on the umpires to look in our favour. But we'll give it I think Jaiswal is the wicket this morning. Umpire reviews, no reviews. As long as we bowl well at him this morning and get him out, then we can start to sort of build that momentum into the lower order.
Mark Wood speaking to Andrew McKenna a couple of minutes ago. Steve Harmison, he said that he was expecting to bowl no more than 4 over spells a couple of days before the first test, and he said he was looking forward to that. No long spells. He's not a big long spell man anyway. Not many 90-mile-an-hour bowlers are, but he only bowled 2 with the new ball yesterday.
Yeah, that was a surprise, a real surprise, because and I understand Ben Stokes wanted to get the spin bowlers into the game. A bit nervous, wanting to get them going. So I understand why he tried to get the spinners in, but unfortunately it backfired. Jaiswal played very, very well. I expect Mark to bowl. He will bowl first up this morning. I've got no doubt of that. He will definitely bowl 2. Whether he bowls more than that, time will tell. It depends on how it goes. But I think the one person that didn't bowl yesterday, who I think might be crucial today, is going to take the first over from this morning, and that's Joe Root, who's got the ball, got his hat off, and he's ready to bowl at Jaiswal.
Well, one thing that you did say yesterday was that England should start with their 2 best, most experienced bowlers. And he's certainly experienced.
He probably should have started yesterday as well. But it's one of them ones where Tom Hartley, you had to give him a go because you had to see what he was like, and unfortunately Jaiswal played well. It wasn't a case of Hartley not playing well.
First ball of the second day then, Joe Root it is. Forward comes Yashasvi Jaiswal and plays that very respectfully, nudging it forward, defensive push out onto the onside, and Joe Root walks over to the leg side to pick up and field himself. Jaiswal resuming this morning on 76. Shubman Gill has 14 off 43, and that's only courtesy of a couple of late boundaries yesterday. Root in again. Jaiswal uses his feet, drives over the top and down towards the long on boundary for 4. Second ball of the day. He used his feet a lot yesterday and showing very early that he will do so again today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ben Stokes Ben Stokes and Jack Leach are at mid-on and mid-off. They're really close, and I think against Jaiswal, and as much as Ben wants this, this attacking approach, the bravado of, we're going to keep our men up. I think against somebody like Jaiswal, if you have a man back, I still think he's going to go for the big shots. So at least have him, back 3/4 of the way back and tempt him, because he's still going to go for that big shot. Having him up, it's not a big hit to get over the top of him.
Here's Root in once again, and forward comes Jaiswal, pushing it out to Duckett and the covers, and there's no run. I can't help thinking that Joe Root himself might prefer a little bit more, what's the word, cover?
Yeah, a little bit more cover and protection. Ollie Pope's come out of short leg, and I think that's a good move, and he's come down to the sort of straight drive, and which gives Ben Stokes a chance to go that little bit deeper.
It looks immediately a little bit better. Here's Root once again, and that one is driven straight back to him. Root's taking a return catch. Jaiswal's gone. Root's done it in the first over of the morning. Took the pace off it. Jaiswal into the drive early. Hit it straight back to Root. Takes the catch above his head. Just the start England could have dreamed of.
Unbelievable from Joe Root. Exactly what we've just said. Can you give Ben Stokes a little bit of protect? Ben Stokes comes back a little bit deeper and says to Jaiswal, come on, try and hit it over me head. I'm bringing a man out of a catching position. You can come out if you want. Come and try and hit me. Oh, it is over my head. And what he's done is he's hit it straight back to the former England captain. He takes a good catch above his head. And England now, that's the wicket they won. Barmy Army are going wild. They've just sang Jerusalem. Got a round of applause from his team. And where was Joe Root for 23 overs yesterday? That's what a lot of people will be saying in the crowd.
It looks like a batting error for all the money in the world, but you got to give the bowler credit there. And it may well have been encouraged by the fact that Ben Stokes had just made that change, brought Ollie Pope into the drive, catching cover, and dropped himself a bit deeper at mid-off. It gave Root the licence to take a little bit of pace off it, toss it up and say, come on then, we've just put the drive field in for you, drive then. And he took the invitation, and did it just spin across the face of the bat as well?
It just, I'm not sure if he bat hit something on the way through and didn't quite get it. He didn't time it at all, and the bat turned in his hand, and it was an easy catch back. But I'm not saying in the old days or on a different day.
You almost did.
Nearly did, yeah. But on a different day, Ben Stokes would have gone on a boundary there. So Ollie Pope's come out of short leg. He's gone catching on the sort of offside for Jaiswal. And Ben Stokes standing behind Ollie Pope. So you've got the three fielders in a triangle if you want. But what normally would happen is the guy at mid-on and mid-off would actually go deeper if the catcher... So if a catcher comes in position, the guy at mid-on or guy at mid-off would go back to 3/4 on the way of the fence. Ben only went back a couple of yards. He didn't go back too much, so he was inviting Jaiswal to go over the top. And unfortunately, he got in the wrong position, tried to cover the spin, and he's just clothed it back to Joe Root. So good captaincy, good bowling, and a good catch in the end. So England a perfect start this morning.
Now then, KL Rahul is the new batsman, the right-hander, and Joe Root's going to continue around the wicket to him with a slip, a short leg, and a man catching at short mid-off. Round the wicket, here he is. First ball pushed away defensively out towards cover, fielded by Rian Ahmed, and there's no run. Ooh, dream start. Great
start, and this is the start that India got yesterday. Jaiswal at the first ball out the ground for 6. Crowd got going, and the momentum shift from that. This is now England, the buzz. You can hear the noise in the fielders. This is a pack that India are playing against 11 men who are on top of them now. And that's what England, the atmosphere and the buzz they've got to create to make sure that it's very, very difficult for both Shubman Gill and KL Rahul to start this innings.
Here is Root once again. Oh, that's good delivery. It slid across the right-hander. I don't know whether it took an edge, but Ben Foakes has knocked it on past Zach Crawley at slip, and they run it through for a couple. Byes signal from the umpire. You thought that might have been
I think he's nicked that. So it's a good job Ben Foakes didn't catch it, because Chris Gaffney wasn't giving it out, and England have got no reviews left. So I think he's nicked this. Joe thinks he's nicked it. He's talking to Chris Gaffney as it goes past. It goes along from around the wicket from the arm. I think he's hit that.
Well, I don't know. I didn't see a deflection, but we will know because television, even though there are no reviews left, they will get the Ultra Edge on it.
Yeah, but Ultra Edge yesterday, I think Ultra Edge had a day on the drink yesterday. It was spiking like you'd not believe, wasn't it? It wasn't having its best days yesterday, Ultra Edge.
It wasn't. By the way, welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT as well as here on talkSPORT 2, and a very good morning to Jarrod Kimber as well. Well, that was a fun start.
Yeah, I was just in the middle of trying to see, because I think Jaiswal averages something like 160 against spin in Test cricket. And I was going to break it down to see what it was by various different kinds of spin. And I never got that far, Manners. But I can tell you that Joe Root averages 61 against right-handers and 31 against left-handers in Test cricket. But it is different in Asia, as you might imagine.
I just keep thinking back to his 5 for 8. Joe Root.
I mean, that was quite handy.
And he was ripping it and bouncing it, and yeah, it was great fun. Anyway, Tom Hartley is going to bowl the second over of the morning, so no Mark Wood. This is something of a surprise. Here's Hartley then, the left-arm spinner who had a torrid introduction to Test cricket yesterday. First ball on target, and it's flicked away by KL Rahul towards square leg, and there's no run. I'm just wondering whether Mark Wood whether this is a very late change of plan. Here is Hartley again, and forward comes KL Rahul playing defensively. Is that even possible?
Yeah, it is. It's a late plan, and he did nick it. He nicked that. So even if Ben Foakes catches it, it's not out because obviously England have got no reviews. Yeah, I think Mark Wood was scheduled to bowl the first over this morning from the changing room end, the end where Tom Hartley's bowling at now. So again,
so his tormentor of yesterday was out in the first over, so a good chance to give him another early go. Here's Hartley then. Rahul forward, plays defensively, no run.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. You know, Jaiswal's out, so let's get Hartley back into the game. Let's get him some confidence. Because at the end of the day, how England are going to win this game is by spin. It's not by Mark Wood. It's not by seam, I don't think, unless it reverse swings. And it might not be a bad thing because, what are we, 24 overs into it? If Hartley and Joe Root can bowl 8 or 9 overs each year, then Wood comes into the game when it's on a reverse swing.
Hartley, oh, big appeal, no. The beginnings of a big appeal, which quickly faded for LBW.
Yeah, good ball, good start from Tom Hartley, a real good start. I think this is a good move from Ben Stokes because, like I said, it's about, I think England are going to get wickets per spin rather than with seam, and I think you've gone to Mark Wood this morning because he's gone with your best 2 bowlers. Well, your best 2 bowlers were Mark Wood and probably Joe Root or Jack Leach this morning because Jaiswal's in. It's not that case now because obviously the power hitter's out.
Hartley in once again, and KL Rahul is forward and turning it away off his pads behind square on the leg side. It's fielded by Jack Leach. 124 for 2,
and he's gone to a field, has Ben Stokes, and England have gone to a field where no catches around the bat, giving Tom Hartley the best chance to get into the day's play. And then I think they've gone from out, and then they'll start to come in. That there, it wouldn't have gone to short leg, but short leg was possibly in the game.
Here is Hartley once again off the back foot, punched away through the offside by KL Rahul, past Ben Duckett to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. Mark Wood is on the cover boundary. Yes, Jarrod.
So I've got the numbers for you of Jaiswal in first-class cricket, if you'd like them, Manners. He averages 115 versus left-arm finger spin, but he's got a weakness against off-spin. It's only 111 after that dismissal. So clearly worth attacking him with off-spin, that for the extra 4 runs that you might occasionally get him for.
He's a modern phenomenon in being a multi-format batsman, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's probably, him and Gill are very obviously players who naturally can fit into all 3 formats, aren't they? And the way that they play, and he's been fantastic so far. I do want to see him in future tested more and more against high pace. See how he goes, and Shreyas Iyer is another player in this team that we know has struggled at times with that sort of stuff as well. But their total games at the moment look brilliant, and you've got someone like KL Rahul who's a backup and is this good, Manners.
Here's Jarrod continuing around the wicket, and forward comes KL Rahul, playing away defensively to Johnny Bairstow, who fields at short mid-wicket. Root could have had 2 wickets in his first over. So Harmy you're absolutely right. Your immediate gut instinct was that he'd nicked that last ball of the first over, and he did. Ultra Edge showed us that. Ben Folkes, I mean, Root's not bowling floaters here. He's bowling quite quickly, and the batsman gets a thin edge. The keeper, well, he can do his best. That's driven by KL Rahul to Johnny Bairstow, who's on the drive at short mid-on. And he immediately fielded it and fired the ball back into Folkes, causing KL Rahul to turn round and regain his crease very quickly. 125 for 2. England have made a really buzzing electric start, and there's a certain amount of buzz and electricity in the stadium as well, as Root is in again, and that one is pushed away out on the offside, just to the left of Jack Leach at mid-off. Why is he bowling round the wicket to the right-handers?
I think because it's turning. It's as simple as that. I think if he bowls over the wicket, I wouldn't say LBW is out of the equation, but to get an LBW, it's a lot harder. I think from around the wicket, ball onto off stump, turning. He's got an excellent field. Go through the field in a second. I mean, you can go through the field in a second, but the ball will spin back.
Root in now. That's down the leg side. Low full toss, pushed out to duck it at mid wicket. No run.
So because he's got 6 men on the leg side, he's bowling onto off stump. He doesn't want to be bowling any wider than off stump, and the one that goes straight on that KL Rahul nicked earlier.
Another one outside leg stump. This one just padded away by Shubman Gill.
It just keeps all dismissals in play. If you can get the ball to pitch on or just end outside off stump, spinning back onto off stump, LBW's in the game, bat pads in the game.
Root in again, using his feet now. Shubman Gill plays defensively once more to mid-wicket. Duckett fields. Over comes to an end. That one went by very quickly. India 126 for 2. Jarrod, I don't know whether you listened to Ben Duckett chatting to Andrew McKenna at the end of play yesterday, or maybe you listened to it this morning. He reckoned England's total of 246 was above par.
Well, they've been playing a lot of golf. Does he mean over par? Because it doesn't really make any sense, does it, Manners? I mean, look, Dick, anything could happen, of course, and they could pick up a couple of wickets. There could be some runouts and some bad shots. We've already had Jaiswal sort of cloth one as he comes down the wicket that he probably should have smashed over the top. All these things are possible, Manners, but this was not an above par score on this pitch.
No, not for me either. I think he must have walked into the wrong dressing room when he walked up the stairs last night and seen Jadeja, Ashwin and Axar Patel, but never mind.
Tom Hartley continues, and KL Rahul comes forward, and Johnny Bairstow fields that one at short mid-off. I like what I call a drive field. I like the fact that Ben Stokes is deep and wide at mid-off, maybe halfway back to the boundary. And then Johnny Bairstow's at short straight mid-on, and there's a slip as well, backward point, extra cover, sweeper. Hartley in again, and Rahul pushes one up to a deepish mid-on. Jack Leach. That's Ben Stokes, the captain, actually at mid-on. So mid-off is Zach Crawley. Yeah.
Yeah, Zach Crawley's at mid-off.
Yeah.
Ben's at mid-on, and I think Ben Stokes and Zach Crawley, they're deep. They're more or less giving them the two Indian batters one, but it's given Tom Hartley, for me, good protection for him to bowl a fuller length. Get it? You know, he's never gonna throw it above the eye line because of the size and the release point he's at, but it gives him a chance to bowl it that little bit fuller, knowing there's a protection that it's a big shot early in the morning on a spinning surface to go over the top. And I think as the game goes on and they're drying up, them fielders will come in closer.
Hartley in once again, and Shubman Gill comes forward. And once again, Johnny Bairstow, short straight mid-on. Fields, KL Rahul 3, Shubman Gill 14. India 127 for 2. And if you're joining us a few minutes after the start of play, I can tell you that Joe Root struck in the first over of the day. Forward comes Shubman Gill again, playing defensively, and there's no run. Caught and bowled, Yashasvi Jaiswal, England's tormentor of the first evening, resuming on 76. He struck a boundary in the first over, and then when he went over the top, over mid-off, tried to go straight over Joe Root's head again. Here's Hartley. And that one is again defended by Gill to short straight mid-on this time, and Ollie Pope does the fielding. And Joe Root took an excellent catch. Two-handed, above his head, arms at full stretch. And Jaiswal was dismissed for 80. India 127 for 2, KL Rahul on 3, Shubman Gill on 14. And with Jaiswal back in the pavilion, the pace and tempo of the game has taken on a completely different feel to it. It's only been a few minutes and that tempo may change once again. Here is Hartley, forward comes Shubman Gill, who was very reticent and conservative yesterday evening, and looks to continue in the same vein now. 127 for 2. Jarrod?
So I've got an over or under challenge for you two, since we're talking about par totals. Tom Hartley has played 20 first-class games, has 40 wickets, so very much a part-time bowler with an average of 38 when it comes to county cricket. He's going to bowl some overs, though, this game. His most overs in a match ever is 62 against Derbyshire. I don't think he's going to beat that total, although this game could go on a little bit longer. What do we think? How many overs do we think he will bowl in this game? My guess is it's going to be 40 plus. He's only done that 4 times in his career so far.
Yeah, I'll go with 40 plus. I think he could get beyond 50. I think he could get beyond 50 because I think they're going to bowl twice.
Here's Joe Root. He's bowled a very, very good couple of overs, and he's about to start his third. I can't get over the fact, Jarrod, that Ben Stokes has insisted on his selection. He's never taken the new red ball before. He's never played Test cricket before. He's done both of those two things now. He's never bowled 50. Well, he's bowled more than 50 overs. He might be doing that as well on his Test debut. Here is Joe Root. Yeah, well, exactly. That one is pushed off the back foot. It's a lovely shot from KL Rahul. Super timing. Didn't hit it really at all, just used the pace, and he is bowling with some pace, Joe Root, here, and opened the face of the bat, steered it through cover, through point for a couple.
It's a fantastic shot. It is an excellent shot from KL Rahul, somebody who, in all the carnage that goes around with, these two teams, the way they've played so far this series, it's in this Test match. He does look as though he's playing in slow motion, does KL Rahul.
He's on strike now to Joe Root round the wicket, and that again pushed out down the leg side. Now that's really interesting because KL Rahul didn't quite know whether to leave it or play it, and in the very, very late decided to play it and got a bit of a leading edge, didn't he?
Yeah, he got stuck, didn't he, between coming down and kicking it, and coming down because of obviously it pitched outside leg stump. And I think Joe's seen him coming and readjusted and threw it down leg side. Good from the bowler.
Short and pulled down the leg side this time, and not very short, to be honest. I think KL Rahul was almost setting himself up for the pull shot there, disappointed by the confusion that and the muddle that he got himself into with the previous delivery. I think he thought, well, if he's going to be bowling down the leg side, I've got a free hit. And so I think he set himself to pull that, and he gets a single for it. It wasn't that short, to be honest. Here is Root once again. Forward comes Shubman Gill, playing defensively. Reached his half-century of balls faced now, Shubman Gill. There's 51 balls for his 14. KL Rahul has 6. Shubman Gill 14. India trailing still by 116 runs. Here is Root once again. Down the wicket, super shot. He's hit it high. Ben Stokes has lost it completely. Ben Stokes didn't see it at all. He had his arms, he lost it in the sunshine. He's got sunglasses on, but they're on the back of his head rather than on the front of his face. It looked like a lovely shot from Shubman Gill, but he got underneath it, he skied it, he completely miscued it. Ben Stokes was halfway back at mid-on, he ran back and then lost it completely. And I must say, Harmy, you'll be able to confirm this as Chetan Narula takes over from me. I think if he had seen it, the catch was very much on.
I think the catch was on. I think it was on. I think balls pitched in and around sort of off stump. It's disturbed the surface. It's took a little bit of dust up off the surface. Shubman Gill's come down like Rohit Sharma, not too dissimilar to the way Rohit Sharma came down the wicket. He's coming leg side of the ball, so his momentum is going away from the ball, and he's trying to hit it straight down the ground, so he's going against his body shape, and he's just clothed it straight up in the air. And Ben Stokes seen it early, and he made his movement, and as he made the movement, and then once he looked back up in the air again, it's obviously gone in the sun. It would have been a good catch, it would have been a difficult chance, but I think a player moving like the way Ben Stokes does, he could have backed him not only to catch up with the ball, but if he got his hands on it, take the catch.
Storm Hartley continuing from the far end, and KL Rahul is on strike. This time he's smashed it on the onside, and it's going to be another boundary to start the over. So KL Rahul starting to flex his arms here a bit, and it's been a morning which has seen a lot of action already. A wicket, a chance, in fact we can say a couple of chances, both from KL Rahul and Shubman Gill. The last over, Ben Stokes losing sight of the ball in the sun.
Yeah, I've just seen that again. I'm not so sure Ben's not seen that, and looking where it bounced, yeah, I think that would have been a difficult chance whether he were getting there or not.
Hartley again to Rahul, who's gotten the ball again, driven past the fielder at silly mid-wicket. There's also another fielder at mid-on, but he's squarer, so he's been able to beat both of them on both these opportunities, starting with double boundaries in this over. 140 for 2.
Yeah, good shot that was. Very, very good shot. I don't think he had to work too hard for that shot. I think he had to work a little bit harder the ball before. You had to get down to the pitch that little bit more to control it better. But that one was a full of length, half volley if you want to say. And a player like KL, he's not going to miss out because it's not going to turn from that full length.
Hartley once again needs to do better perhaps with his line, and he does on the off stump, darted in and played this time towards backward point for a single. So that's 9 runs with the first 3 deliveries here.
Yeah, the second one was a beautiful shot. You know, even if the ball does turn from the length that Hartley bowls at, as a top player, they're not bothered about that because they can smother the turn because of they've got to the pitch of the ball. The first one, he had to work a little bit harder. Good shot. First ball of the over, try to put pressure on the young bowler, and there is now 9 off the over.
This time to Shubman Gill, straighter delivery. He's come forward, a big stride from him, defensive prod. Hartley bowling with a slip, and 2 catching fielders, you know, funky field if you can call it. A silly mid-wicket and a silly mid-off. In fact, it's more like a silly mid-on. It's very, very straight. So these are the 3 catching positions that Hartley is bowling with, both to Rahul and Shubman Gill. This time again to Gill, straighter delivery. He's forward, big stride forward, and no run there. He's faced 54 deliveries now, 16 runs for Shubman Gill. It's 141 for 2 as India reply to England's 246 in the first innings, trailing by 105 runs here. You're listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 this morning. Day 2 of this first test match. Again darted on the off stump and driven to the fielder at Selimadov for no run. It's the end of the over, 29 gone, 141 for 2, and a good morning to Jarrod Kimber.
Hey mates, KL Rahul is against off spin. So Harmy said before that Joe Root was bowling around the wicket because it's spinning, and I think that's right. But I don't know if they've noticed this as well, but he's already had 1 edge behind. He also had that one where he came down the wicket and got a bit confused. When he faces off spin in India, he averages 69 when it's bowled over the wicket to him, and 11 when you come around the wicket to him. And he does look a little bit at the moment, Harmy, like the 11 guy, the way he's a little bit confused at what to do. He's now trying to set himself up for a pull shot, hoping that Root gets short.
Yeah, he is setting up for the pull shot. I think, well, he's setting up for the cross bat shot, whether it's a sweep shot or whether pull shot. I don't think he's a massive sweeper, a confident sweeper. Mark Wood is out in the deep on the leg side. The 6 men on the leg side will go through the field in a second after Joe bowled his ball.
Root bowling from the VVS Lakshman Pavilion end now, and again round the wicket to KL Rahul, pitching on the off and middle, and he's turned the ball towards forward short leg. He's bowling with a slip, a forward short leg. There's a catching position at mid-wicket, also catching position, silly mid-wicket and a silly mid-on. There's mid-off, backward point, there's fine leg, square leg, and we have a mid-off as well, which is a bit square. There's a little bit up in the air, but far from the fielder at forward short leg, pitched on middle leg and turned it towards the leg side again.
Yeah, again, Joe looks dangerous from around the wicket, but it's the 3 fielders in a triangle on the leg side who are close in catching. Short leg, 2 catchers, 1 at straight mid-wicket, 1 at probably a conventional mid-wicket who is in catching.
Root once again, this time onto the leg stump. He's swept it past the fielder at short fine leg, and he will get a boundary. A third boundary in almost 8 deliveries for KL Rahul. He's moved on to 19. Quick runs here for Rahul.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's been looking for, whether it's the pull shot that Jarrod mentioned before, or the sweep shot, the cross-batted shot, because it seems as though that's more comfortable than trying to from a defensive point of view. He's going against his body shape and against his body angle coming from around the wicket. And I think them 3 fielders catching on the leg side, there's a big wide open space. I don't think he's a big slug sweeper, and that's why I think Ben Stokes at mid-off is just hanging back for the one, coming down the wicket, trying to hit with the spin. Ben's in no man's land a little bit. Tom Hartley's now going back on the fence. Is he going back on the fence, or he's being moved a little bit finer at sort of 45, going down to fine leg, and Mark Wood standing underneath the handheld scoreboard at, well, he's about 20 yards, 25 yards behind square on the leg side. So they're the 3 fielders in the sort of deeper region. But I think what Joe's wanting KL Rahul to come down the wicket and chip it to one of the fielders on the leg side, who at short leg, 2 men catching on the leg side at sort of straight mid wicket and conventional wicket. They're the ones that he wants them to play. And I think what KL Rahul's doing to combat that is trying to stay a little bit deeper in his crease and wait for the ball that's either a little bit shorter, so he can sort of rock back and pull, cross-batted, or if it's a little bit fuller, like he's just done there, get down and sweep it hard.
Root once again to Rahul, this time pushing back into his crease, playing down the leg side. There's a difference in the way both batters are approaching this. Shubman Gill coming forward, big lunge, big stride. Rahul content on staying in his crease, pushing back and trying to play the spin late.
I think Rahul's looking to score and Shubman Gill's looking to just play the game.
Root once again to Rahul, who's again onto his back foot, this time outside the off stump, drives to extra cover, no run. Both of them are converted middle order batters.
Yeah, I think in the modern game, I think these guys can bat anywhere, really. I think there's no conventional opening batters, no conventional middle order.
Root once again, short of length this time, turning into the batter, but Rahul is onto his back foot, turns it towards the leg side, no run, end of the over then. 30 overs for India in this innings, 145 for 2, trailing by 101. And when we talk about the converted middle order batters, Jarrod, I mean, Shubman Gill, he's new at number 3. KL Rahul, new in the middle order. He's batting at number 4 today in the absence of Virat Kohli.
Yeah, I think also, as you know, Chetan, there's a bit of pressure on both these guys. KL Rahul hasn't really cemented his test. We all know he's a 3-format player, but probably his weakest format, right? Like overall. And Shubman Gill, again, no one thinks he's not going to be able to make any runs, but both of these guys actually need runs, and they are batting a little bit like guys with that on their mind at the moment. They do both look a little bit nervous.
This is the 6th test, Shubman Gill, 6th test at number 3 since he converted to the middle order in West Indies. He's averaging 20 at number 3, no hundreds, no 50, highest of 36. There's no wonder he's taking his time. Faced 55 deliveries and now on strike to Tom Hartley, who's bowling with a slip in place. This time on the leg side, it's turned it towards mid-wicket for a single. And you're right, Steve, he's playing for time. He needs those runs. Make sure that, okay, you know what, this number 3 position works for me.
Yeah, he's playing for his stumps more than anything else. He's not looking to, chase the ball outside of the stumps. He's not looking to chase the ball outside his body parameter. And what I mean by that is he's not going hard at the ball. He's not trying to hit the ball down the ground. He's not trying to play big, expensive drives. He's basically saying, right, if you give me something to hit, that's on offer, I'll hit it.
Hartley once again to Gill, this time back of length on the middle stump to KL Rahul, who has played it towards mid-on. It's a bit deeper than the conventional position.
Yeah, KL Rahul, on the other hand, is looking to score. He's looking to be proactive. He's looking to rotate strike. He's looking for the boundary, and you can see that. He looks a little bit fidgety. He looks a little bit frantic.
A slip and a silly mid-on in position for... there's a quick single now, pushed by KL Rahul towards the extra cover position. Very good running between the wickets there.
Yeah, good running between the wickets, but that would annoy me if I was Tom Hartley, Ben Stokes. I've got 3 fielders very close in on the offside, and they're getting a one comfortably there. They really have. Ben Duckett's, he's not quite in a catching position, and he's lucky he's got his head to the sky. He knows that he was possibly a little bit asleep there. And that when you've got one batter who's trying to defend and one batter who's trying to go at the ball, stop the single.
Hartley once again to Shubman Gill, who's turned it away from the fielder at mid-wicket. Chase from the fielder at mid-on. In the meantime, the batters are able to complete on the single. It's 148 for 2. India trailing by less than 100 now. It's 98 runs lead that England have. These fielders, I mean, 3 on the offside, 3 on the leg side. Let's take stock. There's extra cover. There's mid-off, which is again a bit squarer. There's backward point. There's square leg, and then there's mid-wicket and mid-on. All of them are deeper than their conventional positions. That's why the quick single is being allowed. Slip and a silly mid-on, mid-off in position. Try to cut this one. Did KL Rahul. Bit more pace on that. 93.6 clicks there.
I think the observation of that, Chetan, I think from a fielding point of view is you've got a bowler who's bowled 12 overs for 13 overs for 77. So they're trying to give him a little bit of protection and make sure that the big boundary shot, if he drops the ball short or if he over pitches, that they can protect to try and keep building, you know, the bowler's confidence.
The fielder at mid-wicket moves on to silly mid-on once again. KL Rahul this time on the off stump. Pushed just into the gap past backward point. Fielded there by Rehan Ahmed just for a single. 149 for 2. 31 overs gone in this Indian innings. And you're right. The confidence is there that England is showing in Hartley. But that figure, none for 78 and 13. That's a bit worrying that you need to give him protection while also trying to attack and attempting to take wickets.
Yeah, a little bit. I think if you understand why Jack Leach wasn't bowling, but he's actually coming on now. He's going to replace Joe Root. But from a Tom Hartley point of view, we shouldn't be looking at the 0 for 77. We should be looking at, it's a new morning, it's a new day, and making sure that he is landing the ball in the right area to create pressure. Now, I think he's landing enough balls in the right area to ask questions. I don't think he's creating pressure. I think the rotation of strike has been a lot easier from Hartley's end than it has been from Joe Root's end. But that's, you know, the kid's on debut, so you know you've got to give him a little bit of slack and a little bit of leeway. I've enjoyed the way Hartley's bowled this morning because, yeah, what happened to him yesterday, he could come out and gone ultra defensive. I don't think he's been defensive this morning. I think he's tried to attack. He's tried to bowl that fuller length. He's tried to get the ball to turn. And do you know what? India have played him, you know, reasonably well. There are 2 over-pitch balls that went down the ground from KL Rahul. But apart from that, I think he's held his length well. I think he's held his line well. And I think he's utilised the pace on the ball, you know, very nicely. So it's been a good start from Tom Hartley, but he, as a threatening threat, I think it's come from the off-spinner's end in Joe Root.
You're listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 this morning, day 2, session 1 of the first test match. It's Bazball versus the turning ball, but it's the English side that's bringing the turning ball for the moment. There's going to be a bowling change. Jack Leach is coming into the attack. He's replacing Joe Root, who's bowled 4 overs, picked up a wicket off Yashasvi Jaiswal, who had a very, very powerful knock. 1 for 14 in those 4 overs. Now it's Jack Leach who will be bowling to KL Rahul. He'll be bowling with a slip and a short extra cover and a silly mid-off in position as well. He's coming round the wicket straight up on the off stump. He's driven the ball, does KL Rahul this time, towards the fielder at deep point. An inside-out field for Jack Leach as India's 150 comes up. It's 150 for 2.
It's not a bad start from Jack Leach, trying to get it full. He's probably gone over pitch, but it's a good start. It was on off stump.
Leach round the wicket to Shubman Gill, this time taken on the full, past the fielder at mid-wicket. It's Ben Stokes, who's not really giving it chase because the ball's already reached the boundary. 4 for Shubman Gill. He moves on to 22. It's 154 for 2.
Yeah, the saying about over-pitched that first one, but that one, as much as Shubman Gill is playing for his stumps and not trying to be ultra-aggressive, you know, that was as a rank full toss that I think a lot of players, even on the in the club circuit or in the Medan, would have put that away for 4. It was a give me ball on leg stump, that one was.
Change in the field there. There's a fielder at mid-wicket now to plug that gap. Leach this time darts in at 86 clicks. Straighter delivery on the off stump. And Shubman Gill plays it defensively.
I'm not sure why he's going to plug that gap. If he's bowling for that, then he's bowling the wrong type of ball. He's plugged the gap because he's bowled a full toss.
Leach once again, this time again taking it almost on the full. A quick run between the two batters, and Rahul is happy to respond. He played it to the mid-off, who's on a squarer position, deeper position, and a quick single between the two.
Good running, excellent running. Knew that the man, there's two catches, one at extra cover, one at sort of there's a pitch cut right next to obviously the surface that we're playing on the offside, and he's literally standing on the white line, on the popping line. So Johnny Bairstow is straight, so Zach Crawley a little bit deeper, and it was excellent running by two Indian batters.
Leach this time short of length, he's cut it away. The fielder at deep point will be in action once again. A single to these two batters who are rotating the strike really well here. 156 for 2, but a lot of fielding changes, especially on the leg side. That fielder at mid-wicket had again moved to the short fine leg position.
Just trying to plug gaps and trying to work out, Ben Stokes trying to work out the angles, and good players of spin can get the ball through the field. And
Leach once again back of length, bit of an outside edge, they're thickish outside edge, but towards the fielder at backward point. No run there to end the over. It's 156 for 2 after 32 overs. India trailing by 90 runs to England's 246. And joining us now is former England international Darren Gough. Morning, Darren. What do you make of the play
everyone
so far?
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? I think we talked last night, didn't we, about Joe Root coming into the attack and probably starting this morning. That was the right decision. We might have seen Mark Wood, but I think it wasn't for the wicket. But I still think then they made a strange decision. And I know he's still trying to get Hartley into the game, but you've got a left-arm spinner who's got 120 plus test wickets. He's your guy, your number one spinner. You bowl him. But he's putting on his kind of third spinner. He's the second or third Lancashire spinner when it comes to playing in red ball cricket. But they're just trying to get him into the game. I get it from Ben Stokes, because you want all your players to be taking part and putting something in for the team, but again, I think it was a strange decision, that one.
It's going to be Hartley who's going to continue now from the far end. That's the Shivlal Yadav Pavilion end, and he's going to be operating with just the one slip now in catching position. Silly mid-on and Silly mid-off have gone into their regular positions. There's extra cover, there's mid-wicket, there's a fielder at point. Shortish position this time, starting on the middle and leg to KL Rahul, who plays it onto the leg side. No run there, 156 for 2 still. So a lot of manoeuvring of the field here by Ben Stokes, trying to figure out the angles, as Steve Harmison just said. Hartley once again to KL Rahul, who is forward this time, not hanging back in his crease, plays it defensively onto the offside, no run at it. A lot of mixing those angles from Ben Stokes. He's very busy as a captain.
Yeah, he's very busy. He's trying to make something happen. He's trying to give his bowler the best chance possible to pick up a wicket, to try and get into the batter's head.
Hartley to Rahul, fuller delivery on the middle stump. He's forward, playing it defensively.
Yeah, three good balls from Tom Hartley. He's landed them. They're full balls. They're not going to rag past KL Rahul's outside edge from that length. But he's trapping him in the crease. And the challenge for Hartley now is to bowl that ball with a little bit more pace off it, a little bit shorter, that spins and goes past the outside edge.
It's bright and sunny here in Hyderabad as Rahul drives it past the fielder at short point. There's protection in the deep extra cover, so it'll just be a single. 157 for 2. Like I said, it's very, very sunny here in Hyderabad. It's a public holiday in India. It's Republic Day. And expecting a lot more fans to come in. It's going to be even more noisier than yesterday.
Yeah, it was a good atmosphere yesterday. I thought after tea yesterday, or hour before tea and then just after tea, I thought it was a great atmosphere. It was a typical Indian cricket ground. A lot of buzz.
Hartley once again, this time to Shubman Gill for the first time in this over. Straighter delivery on the middle stump. He's forward as usual, playing it defensively.
But it's been a good over from Tom Hartley, an over which will give him a little bit more confidence, and the confidence that it's given him is to bring the likes of Ben Stokes a little bit closer. He's got an extra catcher in place now.
Fielder, catching fielder at Silimadon in position now for Shubman Gill. Straighter delivery, darted it on the off stump at 90 clicks an hour. It's a dot delivery to end the over. It's 157 for 2 India after 33 overs. Darren, Hartley bowling better this morning.
Yeah, he's bowling better than he did last night, without a doubt. But again, I still think it was a strange decision, putting on Hartley before Leach. I say a left-arm spinner who's our first-choice spinner, 120 plus Test wickets. You got we got that early wicket of Jaswell with a big, huge wicket actually, because he played wonderful yesterday. Some wonderful shots. But another wicket here, and England sniffing, getting back into the game. So they need their spinners to step up.
You're listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, and you can also join us on talkSPORT Cricket's YouTube channel. Leave your comments on X, formerly Twitter, or on YouTube, and we will give you a shout out. I'm Chetan Narula, and joined in now by former England international Kevin Pietersen as Jack Leach continues from the VVS Luxman Pavilion end. Straighter delivery to start this over to KL Rahul, 157 for 2. Kevin, this has been an action-packed morning.
It has been. It absolutely has been. It's the first thing England did is they got it completely spot on with Joe Root.
Leach once again to KL Rahul, operating with a slip, and this time on the off and middle.
There were a lot of people asking for Joe Root to bowl yesterday, so for Ben Stokes to give him the ball this morning, I thought was fantastic. I think folks should have caught KL Rahul in the same over. There was a chance as well for Shubman Gill coming down the wicket, so Root presented 3 opportunities this morning. The good decision that Ben Stokes made to bowl him.
Leach, meanwhile, again to Rahul, who's forward and defends it.
Has been undone by taking him off. Because I thought that the way that he was bowling, how he was having a look at both edges, and he was testing the defence and the technique of both these batters and creating opportunities, is something that should have continued.
Leach once again to Rahul, operating with a slip, backward point, and extra cover in position as well. Quick single, played with very soft hands, turned it towards the leg side.
I've not seen Jack Leach spin a ball. Not seen him spin a ball. And that's why I would have kept Joe Root on. I would have maybe swapped him at the other end and said, okay, Hartley, you have a break and you can have a bowl and in a bit while Jack Leach comes on and sees if he can do anything different. But I just haven't seen one yet, and I'm hoping to be surprised. I'm hoping to be wrong, because England need Leach to spin the ball.
On the other hand, Root coming round the wicket was really troubling KL Rahul.
Big time.
Yeah. This time, straighter delivery from Gill, no run on the offside. Were you surprised that Root didn't bowl yesterday, especially with the left-hand opener powering his way through?
Yeah, and that's why I was calling for it, and early this morning when I left my bedroom, I hopped onto Twitter and I said, can Joe Root please bowl early this morning, because he will spin it.
Probably Ben Stokes saw it on his way to the ground.
Not sure.
At the end of the over, it's 158 for 2. India still trailing by 88 runs.
It's a bit of concern, isn't it, when your left-arm spinner, like I say, your main spinner is not really turning the ball on a pitch that's offered turn in the first 4 sessions of the game. Jadeja yesterday got some sharp turn alongside Axar Patel, and obviously we know what Ravi Ashwin can do. He's the king of their spin bowlers. For our bowlers have struggled to really get the turn until Joe Root come into the attack.
Yeah, Gough, it was quite interesting. I was talking to Murali Kartik last night, and then I spoke to Anil Kumble as well, and they were saying that it's a technical thing. They were saying that the guys don't run in and bowl the ball the same way as the Indian bowlers do. The seam position is completely different, and it's more of an undercutting way in which the England spinners bowl the ball. The Indian spinners bowl the ball so that the ball hits the rope. The rope is the seam, and they get the torque, and they get the ball to spin, and they get the ball to move. The England spinners almost just roll the ball out. Murali Kartik said the left-arm spinners don't use their thumb.
Hartley in to start a new over. Andrew McKenna picking up the ball by ball. Pushed out on the offside by KL Rahul, no run.
And they were saying that you have to use your thumb because your thumb allows you to really give that ball a rev. I don't know. Looks like his thumb's somewhere near the ball when he's running in at the back of his mark, but on release it's obviously not.
Hartley is in around the wicket once again, bringing KL Rahul forward, pushes out quietly on the onside. Ollie Pope will field at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Gough, do you think they should have taken off Joe Root?
No, he should have kept going. He's been the best spinner for England by far in this game.
Yeah.
So I say 3 chances he created.
Yep, that first over was incredible. Getting Jaiswal caught and bowled, 4th ball of the day, and then could have got KL Rahul caught behind. The chance wasn't taken, but there was an edge. The umpire gave byes at the time, so even if it had been caught, it wouldn't have been out because England have got no reviews left that they could have challenged it. All right, Ollie Pope's got the helmet now for KL Rahul, so he's at short leg as Hartley is in around the wicket, bringing KL Rahul forward. And he's pushed back to the bowler and he's followed through, no run. It's a slip, short leg. There's a very straight, close-in point who's Ben Duckett. Ryan's at short third. Cover mid-off, mid-on. And well, Jack Leach is sort of 3/4 of the way back to the boundary at backward square. KL Rahul will clip the next ball to Ben Stokes at mid-on. And they will take a single, 158 for 2.
I would actually take Hartley off now and bowl Rayan Ahmed. I watched them warm up this morning and Rayan Ahmed got a few balls to spin. Also had a quick chat to him and he said, I'll get 4 today. He says, I can't get 5. He says, I need 6 for the other guys. The other guys need to get 6. He said, so I'm in for 4. I said, well, I'd like to see you spin 4 balls. Didn't see any balls spin yesterday, so... With that confidence, though, I want to see him bowling. I want to see him in here. I want to see him because Hartley's done nothing this morning. Not a single ball has spun. It's been so easy for the batters. Leach has come on. His first delivery was a full toss, and he hasn't spun a ball.
Hartley in once again. Gill clips it to mid-wicket, and he's caught. England have a 2nd wicket of the morning, 3rd of the innings. It's 159. For 3, and Duckett takes the catch, and Hartley has his first international wicket. 1 for 80, he's in his 15th over, but he's got that all-important one to get himself off of the goose egg, and Gill has just clipped it to Duckett. 2 small steps to his right, catch taken. 159 for 3, Gill goes for 23.
Yeah, it's a moment he'll always remember. Hartley, he'll first test wicket. He'll always remember he got Shubman Gill in Hyderabad on day 2 in the first session. Shubman Gill, he's gone for 23 from 66 deliveries. Shouldn't be talking about strike rate, but I will here. He struck at 35, Shubman Gill, and I think that he got himself out. He got himself into such a rut. It was block, 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 slog. And the slog that he had, well, for Joe Root, Ben Stokes should have caught him there. And he went back into a shell and he went block, 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 and he just eyes lit up for a ball on leg stump that he just thought, oh, I'm going to cream this, and he hit it straight to mid-wicket. And Shubman Gill will be bitterly disappointed with that dismissal, and also maybe the way that he played.
Your thoughts, Gough?
Yeah, place for him. It's always important when you're making your debut. You're just going to want to get that 1 wicket, and he's got it now. 1 for 80 off 14.5. He'll feel a lot better in himself, but he has it. I've been surprised by the lack of turn our spinners have got out of this wicket. We keep talking about it's going to deteriorate quickly. Yesterday we saw some big turning deliveries. Today we've not seen any, and that shows the different calibre of spinners in the 2 sides. But I'm looking forward to seeing this kid play. Shreyas Iyer, so much about him. Averages 39 in his Test career.
Wanders out to the middle,
shots.
And by the way, too cool for school, batting in the cap, which of course the England players aren't allowed to do. They have to bat it in a helmet at all times. Post head injuries and things like that, England players have to bat at all times in a helmet. You won't see an England player in a cap anymore.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Even against spinners, and if you went to Sri Lanka and you're facing spinners from both ends.
Because you might top edge one into your beak.
Oh my goodness.
So it is Shreyas Iyer on strike. Hartley in towards us. Bowls, and it's just pushed back to the bowl. Little bit aerial to start with, but won't be a return catch. Well, there he is. He's got his wicket. He takes his cap from Paul Rifle, the umpire, and gets some high fives from his teammates. Tom Hartley is a bowler with an international wicket. England have 2 this morning. They've got Jaiswal, they've got Gill. Rahul and Iyer still at the crease, but it's 159 for 3. India replying to England's 246 all out. Here on talkSPORT 2, Kevin Pietersen and Darren Gough with myself, Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, it's a lovely moment for Hartley. It really is. A lot of people that he knows will be watching him. A lot of people have been pulling for him, wanting him to get that first chance. And he got it. Duck it, caught it at mid-wicket, and he'll always remember. Caught, duck it, bowled Hartley. Shubman Gill, and it's a big wicket, Shubman Gill, because he's absolute quality. One of those bright up-and-coming young batters here in India.
Right, we've got Mark Wood now going to be from our end, the VVS Laxman end. Only bowled 2 overs yesterday, 0 for 9. But he will be taking up the attack to Rahul. It's a lovely morning. Not overly hot at the moment. It's 20 past 10 local time. Sun is up. Was very hazy earlier. I was sitting outside actually when that ball went up that Ben Stokes didn't see. And the ball was firstly coming straight out the sun, but there was also the haze. And I actually lost it from where I was sitting watching as well. But the stands are filling up. It is a public holiday in India today for Republic Day. Lots of colour around the ground, all the orange seats, and then you've got the school children in their school uniforms. There's a mustard yellow away to our right, and orange and darker colours as well. Right, here's Mark Wood, tearing in beneath us. Past the umpire delivers, and Rahul has nothing to do with that, and it goes through to Ben Folkes at roundabout ankle height, which won't fill Mark Wood with the greatest of feelings, seeing himself tear in at that stage.
Loosener, shall we say it's a loosener?
Well, it's 100. Well, it's the hair's breadth under 140 k's. So, if that's your loosener, I think you're all right.
Well, it's bomber's pace, isn't it? From Wood, but when you talk about why he's coming to the attack, to talk about Shreyas Iyer, struggles against the short ball from the quicker bowlers, so they've come to test him out early doors.
Here is Wood, and it's an inside edge past the keeper, and we'll go for fine leg for 4. Well, he was playing away from his body there, not a huge amount of control. Shreyas, watch from the non-striker's end as Rahul gets an inside edge. It's his 4th boundary of his innings, but that one he was not in control of. 163 for 3.
Yeah, it's just a different type of bowler, clearly, in Mark Wood, and they all know around the world that he bowls fast, and they all know what he did to the Aussies at Headingley and the Ashes and the speeds that he racked up. So when he gets the ball in his hand, your mindset changes as a batter, and you start to really switch on. And when you're bowling now in the mid-140s, as he is up to now,
Wood is in once again, off the back foot, punch, square out on the offside. That's in control all the way. That's 4 runs. 8 runs in 2 deliveries in very, very different ways. But KL Rahul played that off the middle beautifully. 167 for 3.
Yeah, they do say that the quicker it comes, the quicker it goes. This here, if you've watched any of KL Rahul batting at any stage in his career, this is as good a shot as you're going to see. It was a ball just short of a length from Mark Wood at 140-odd kilometres per hour. He committed himself on the front foot, rocked back onto the back foot, and just punched it in front of square. And it raced away for 4.
It's a bit of a soul destroyer, that one. That is just almost putting the bat in the line of the ball. Pings off the middle. Wood is on the way once again, right arm over, takes Rahul on the thigh pad on this occasion. And there is no run. I was lucky enough a few years ago, myself and Alex Tudor were on commentary on talkSPORT 2 in the IPL when KL Rahul made that, was it 18 or 19 ball? I mean, it just went absolutely crazy. It was the most fun I've had in ages.
Yeah, he's a proper player, this guy. He has some sort of criticism to say that he starts a little bit too slowly in the shortest form of the game. I think I've done about 7 or 8 RPLs now. And he just continues to impress, KL.
Mark Wood wheels around and comes on his way to deliver right on over. It's a short ball. Now that's a get-off-me pull by KL. It's gone very fine through fine leg for 4. It's not the full-blooded version of the pull shot. It's a kind of a, thank you very much, but get off me on that one. And it's 3-4s in the over, and it's 171 for 3.
Yeah, swatting an annoying mosquito, isn't it? That mosquito that's just around your ear. You can picture that. That's exactly what he's done here. He's just swatted it away from his ear. 3 boundaries in the over for KL. He's racing away now. He's already got to 38. He only came in 45 minutes, an hour ago.
He waits for Mark Wood, who comes in once again. Now that one's straight. He's just pushed it to mid-on. Ben Stokes can't get in quick enough there. If he's not getting them in boundaries at the moment, he's going to get them in singles just to move things on. And Mark Wood's over has gone for 13. 172 for 3 here on talkSPORT, as talkSPORT are joining us here on talkSPORT 2 and also on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Morning to everyone watching on that this morning. Hope you're with us bright and early. We've got Kevin Pietersen and Darren Gough alongside us.
Wrong camera, wasn't it? Which is the
I'll tell you
camera?
what,
You're waving
that
at
one.
that. Is that the camera?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Well,
I'll tell you what I'm going to ask you. I mean, can you
Yeah.
remember your first Test wicket, mate? Remember your first Test wicket with a ball? You must have
yes,
one.
Yes, 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 yes.
Who was
I
it?
think so. Who was it?
Yeah.
It was the Pakistan keeper. It was Cameron Akmal, I think, at Lords. I think.
Was it?
I think.
Caught long on?
No, court keeper. Cheeky something, something, something. I had a few caught at long on. MS Dhoni. Had Sachin Tendulkar. Caught Flintoff, bowled Pietersen. In a one-day game.
but in
that was a
fairness-
deep square leg at Old Trafford.
But in fairness, those are now genuine dismissals, unlike caught third man
Course
on
they
an
are.
uppercut.
Course they are.
Now, it's not quite the embarrassment of what it would have been a few years ago, is it? Caught on the boundary.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, well, exactly. No. Well, now it isn't, but it was then, wasn't it? He
All
gets
right,
slugged.
look, I'm trying to give you something here, Kev. Hartley to start a new over to Rahul. He's in around the wicket, clips through mid-wicket, and it'll be just a single to be taken. 173 for 3.
Yeah, it's just the realism of the fact that I wasn't a very good bowler.
Well, you were, to people who don't necessarily know, you started off as an off-spinner who
Yeah.
batted a bit,
Yeah.
and you kept the bowling going.
Kept it. Yeah, didn't bowl it as much as I should have bowled it. I sort of lost a lot of interest in it. In the subcontinent, you wanted to bowl, but also with the players and the sizes of the boundary and in the shortest form of the game, these guys just hit you so far. It's just so demoralising, thinking you bowled a great ball and boom.
2 short extra covers as Hartley goes in. That one seems to bounce a bit on Shreyas
That
Iyer.
was
and
a
he-
long hop.
Yeah, and it dropped down to Ollie Pope at short leg, who might have been thinking that he was going to get all sorts of trouble there, but fortunately it was just a bend down and pick up the loose ball job. Hartley around the wicket, brings Shreyas forward, and there is no run.
I'll tell you what, guys, the part-time spinners tend to be the ones that turn it the most. KP, Varney.
Yeah.
Varney could turn it. Big came on. He didn't want to bowl. He was reluctant, but when he come on, he turned it.
Hartley is in once again, and Shreyas is pushing forward. No run. Well, he gated Sachin, didn't he? And you've got to be able to bowl a bit if you can gate Sachin.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it, that did get the ball to spin. Joe Root here as well. Have a look at Joe Root today. Created all the chances, the part-time bowler.
Took 5 for 8, of course, 4 years ago in
Yep.
a magic spell of bowling. So he's done it. Maybe it's a captaincy thing, that when you get captain, you don't bowl yourself as much because you've got so many things to do and think about. In comes Hartley around the wicket, bringing Shreyas Iyer forward, and it's just quietly played back down the pitch. No run.
I think Michael Clark might have got 5 or 6 for 7 or 6 for 9 in Bangalore against India at some stage as well. Part-time
You
spinner.
can go back to Alan Border, mate. Alan Border, was that in India? Jarrod?
Pretty sure it would have been.
Sydney.
Hartley around the wickets. Shreyas pushes it back down the pitch. And that will complete the over, and that will be the hour done and dusted. So we're underway on day 2 of the Test match. India resuming 119 for 1. Rohit, the man out yesterday, caught by Ben Stokes off the bowling of Jack Leach for 24. England needed a quick breakthrough this morning, and they got it. Jaiswal, 4th ball of the first over, was caught and bowled by Joe Root when he'd made 80 from 74 balls. 123 for 2 it was then. Rahul came in at number 4 for the first time, by the way, in his first-class cricket career that Rahul has batted at number 4. Got a nick to his second ball, but the chance wasn't taken behind the stumps. It was actually given as byes, so even if it had been taken, England wouldn't have got the wicket because they don't have any reviews left. And then they were able to get another wicket. Ben Duckett taking the catch at mid-wicket off the bowling of Hartley to get rid of Shubman Gill for 23 from 66. So 119 for 1 overnight, became 159 for 3. That's now 177 for 3. So India trail by 73 runs here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And of course you can get in touch all the normal ways if you want to send us messages and get maybe a question to the team at cricket_TS at talkSPORT 2, or if you are a subscriber to the YouTube channel, then you can send us a message through that as well. Players taking drinks, the ground staff. There's 4 of them out there with brushes and buckets sweeping away the dust. Has to be said that when we were out there before play started this morning, there wasn't much in the way of footmarks and real heavy wear on the pitch, so it was certainly held together pretty well. In terms of what you've seen then, Goughy, from a first hour point of view, if that caught behind off of Rahul off his second ball had been taken, that pretty much would have been the dream hour for England. So marks out of 10 for them on what they have managed to do. Well,
that's still in India's favour, isn't it? I said yesterday, but I think going into today's play, England can't afford to lose a session. I think if you lose a session, India win all 3 sessions, I think it's game over, isn't it? And I think at this moment in time, that 13 there off the Mark Wood over has just put India in front on this session. Realistically, if they can get through this next hour, they're only losing 1 more wicket, and they'll probably be up there alongside England. They're in the box seat on home soil.
Absolutely. Right then. Players finished their drinks, and we will be back underway very shortly. It is talkSPORT 2. talkSPORT with us for the time being. Don't forget, of course, that the talkSPORT breakfast will be with you from 6 o'clock in an hour's time. So you've got an hour's more cricket with us on the channel. But as the players get into their positions to resume play, I'm going to make way because Neil Manthorp will take up the ball by ball.
Thank you very much indeed, Macca. Yes, Jarrod, you picked your microphone up with purpose there, or was that just to facilitate the changeover?
Yeah, I was willing and able to help you, but no, there's some interesting stuff, of course, with Shreyas Iyer, who in Test match cricket so far has been exceptional against spin, but obviously not as much against pace. He averages 28 against pace so far in his Test career. You'd have seen the South Africans try him out with the short ball as well.
Yeah, you know, well, unconvincing was the obvious answer, but since the start of the series against the West Indies, Shubman Gill, I think, is perhaps struggling because he's trying too hard. Here is Mark Wood, begins a new over and goes flat on his knees after delivering the first delivery, which is pulled very fine down to fine leg for a single. His numbers are ghastly for a player of his talent, Jarrod, and he has said on a couple of times, I will prove myself, and you know, it's actually gone on the record as saying, I will prove myself as a red ball cricketer. And it just seems to me that he's, as a result perhaps, or partly anyway, has become slightly shotless.
Well, it's funny, I think KV might have said that he struggles with rotating the strike. Manners, and we did look it up. Crickviz were having a look at this for us. He averages 41 in Test cricket when rotating the strike, which is, it's down on the global average, which is closer to 50, but it's not massive. But in ODI cricket and T20 cricket, he averages 70 and 80 when rotating the strike. So in Test cricket, he's just not getting to the other end as much and getting the pressure off himself.
174 for 3.
And, you know, this. Oh, sorry, I was going to say this innings he had a strike rate of 35, so it's a bit of an extreme example, but it just never looked like he was going to get the pressure off himself.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Here is Mark Wood up to the crease once again. Bowls beauty. That's a delicious delivery, just back of a drivable length, and forward came Shreyas Iyer, pushing, probing at that one, and it flies through to the keeper.
But you certainly see with Iyer and with Gill, they're both averaging 28 and 29 against pace bowling. So it is a little bit more of an issue with these two at the moment. But the thing with Gill is he's also struggling against spin. So it's not just the quicks that are causing him the issues.
He's kind of a purist. That's to say, I say kind of, because he enjoys T20 cricket and he's very good at it. But he knows in his heart that his Wood once again bowls. Forward comes Shreyas Iyer, pushes it just wide of Jack Leach at mid-off, but there's no run there. I mean, he's a stylist, isn't he? Terrific T20 cricketer, but I think he's also got a sense of the traditionalist about him, and that, I think, has driven him to become so intensely motivated by wanting to succeed at Test cricket that it's become counterproductive.
Yeah, look, I think he is probably less than someone like Jaiswal, who's maybe more of a child of T20. I think Gill is probably more a conventional type of player. Absolutely,
I completely agree. No slips, there's a gully, there's a fly slip and a fine leg. Here is Wood once again, bowls, and Shreyas Iyer pulls out of the pull shot. Actually, it was more like he was shaping for a hook shot, and that was about head height, and he got maybe halfway into the position to play that shot and then decided against it. Really interesting. It's one of the funky Ben Stokes field, as I say. No slips. That actually is entirely understandable. There is a gully though, and then there's this fly slip, backward point, cover or wideish mid-off. Ben Stokes is at mid-wicket. Got a deep square leg and a short leg in outfield. Pope and Duckett in those positions. Here is Wood once again. Short pulled by Shreyas Iyer. Down towards fine leg. Well, there's two backward square legs. One just in front of square, one just behind square. That's Zach Crawley, and it was Crawley who did the fielding. And they go through for another single. Shreyas Iyer actually is off the mark with that run. His 10th delivery. India 175 for 3, still trailing by 71. 2 men dismissed today. Yashasvi Jaiswal in the first over of the morning, caught and bowled by Joe Root. Just 4 runs to the good from his overnight 76. He went for 80. And then Shubman Gill down the wicket to left arm spinner Tom Hartley. Clipped a drive to short mid wicket. Ben Duckett took the catch. Gone for 23. Rohit Sharma dismissed with 24 yesterday. So India 175 for 3. KL Rahul on 41. Shreyas Iyer on 1. Here is Mark Wood again. Bowls another short one. Jarrod, Kimber, I don't know whether you saw that ball, because you were down, had your eyes down on your laptop. Was that a slower ball bouncer? Or I cannot fathom that a bouncer at full pace could have bounced 4 yards in front of the keeper.
I did have my hand down, but I have a slight delay. So when I look up, the ball was still going. That was 147 kilometres an hour, I think you find, Manners. So if that was a slower ball, I'd hate to see his quicker one. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Also, it looked like there was something wrong with the crease. He was slipping, but certainly, let's just have a look at his feet. Well, it certainly wasn't a slower ball out of his hand. It seems to have almost hit something on the pitch, Manners, and just stopped. So that might have been something to do with the wicket. And that bounce, well, it bounced so far in front of folks that he took it at waist high on the bounce.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
But if you just have a look at the super slow-mo when that hits the pitch, it feels like it just hit something, whether it was, you know, a little bit of an explosion off the wicket or you know, a tiny crack or something. It was a very odd moment, actually.
Tom Hartley in forward comes Shreyas Iyer to this one, pushing it defensively up on the offside. I mean, it bounced like a cold squash ball on a winter morning.
Do cold and warm squash balls do bounce differently, don't they? Because you have to warm up a squash ball before a game, don't you?
Yes, you do. You obviously haven't played that much squash. Down the wicket comes Shreyas Iyer, clips it wide of mid-on. It's fielded by Ben Stokes, and a single is taken there. Or use a different analogy. It bounced like a cricket ball on the top of a sponge cake, except it didn't break the surface.
Yeah, kind of tennis ball bounce.
Really
Although it's
strange.
not even tennis ball bounce, because it kind of, I think you're right. It just sort of died on impact.
A tennis ball that split.
Yeah, no, that might be true.
Yeah, because they don't bounce very well. Here's Tom Hartley from the pavilion end, from the far end, and that's pushed away defensively by KL Rahul. He remains on 41. Tom Hartley's actually bowling from the Shivlal Yadav pavilion end. He's a very fine spinner in his own day. Good enough, actually, to displace Venkatragavan from the Indian team in 1979. He's a Hyderabad man. You look at his test record and you might think, well, yeah, that's good. That's very good. He played 30 test matches. Here's Tom Hartley once again. And he picks up and fields off his own bowling, and there could be a run out here. Nobody's particularly excited, but I tell you what, it was fabulous work from Hartley, who has shown himself in the 3 days of training before this test match to be an absolute gun fielder. Or maybe he's just had 3 outstanding days in training, but that one was pushed away on the onside by KL Rahul into a gap at mid-wicket. He set off for the single, and
Thank you, backgrounded. I have a decision for the big screen.
Okay, yeah. It's not out. Maria Rasmus, third umpire, is confirming that. But it was brilliant work from Hartley off his own bowling. Really fabulous stuff.
Yeah, it'd be worth looking at that again, because Ben Foakes gets in the way of that ball to try and drag it back on, as he likes to do, getting in front of the stumps. But I thought that was going to direct hit anyway, Manners. So he's actually slowed it down, perhaps, just slightly. But either way, I think Iyer was going to get in. I don't think they were going to worry.
Down the wicket, and he's not in control of this one. He's clipping it through mid-wicket. It's a very, very good piece of fielding. I have to say, there's nothing wrong with England's fielding. Riyad Ahmed, they're sprinting along the boundary's edge, putting in the full dive and flicking it back. But that was an unconvincing shot from Shreyas Iyer, to my mind. He's gone down the wicket, and I think he was looking to hit maybe straight, lofted over mid-on, and it's just, I don't know, it didn't look like he was trying to hit that through mid-wicket. And he's gone through for 2 anyway. Shreyas Iyer moves on to 4. KL Rahul has 42. It's 179 for 3. Hartley in once again. Pushed out on the onside by Shreyas Iyer. I was talking about Shivlal Yadav, and I mean, he's one of those cricketers who made useful runs at number 8 and took just over 100 test wickets. But it was his contribution at a particularly formative time in Indian cricket, and the fact that he's a Hyderabad boy, that's why he's got the pavilion named after him, Shivlal Yadav. That was just at the time where India's famed spin quartet was coming to the end of its natural life. Jarrod, again calling upon your phenomenal knowledge of the history of the game. although if this was Mastermind, this would be, and your specialist topic is Indian cricket.
Yeah, I don't know if that is my specialist topic. I've often thought what I do at Mastermind is probably Aubrey Faulkner. You know, just the pre-war South African all-rounders, him and Jimmy Sinclair. But look, I think what they really did is at a point when cricket was probably moving away from spin, India realised that was their strength. and they were willing to go with that. And it's maybe one of the first times in cricket history we have a team sort of backing its own strength, even if that isn't what everyone else is doing, which gives us really Asian cricket, right? Like I know that sounds silly, but we could have had a situation where they kept going in with their medium paces, and they decided, no, we're gonna go with this, and it really does change the way world cricket is played. But from an Indian perspective as well, they went, well, we have 4 bowlers here who are all world class, and we're going to pick 2 or 3 of these bowlers as much as possible, even when we travel. And it really is a huge difference in the way that cricket has been done around the world. And I know that sounds a little bit silly, but it really is. You can really see the impact of it now. But at the time, India, there was a lot of very, very ordinary seam bowlers that they were using, and things have changed now with Jasprit Bumrah and everything else. But yeah, he was right at the forefront of that.
Talking about the Shivlal Yadav Pavilion at the Hyderabad cricket end, or the main pavilion end. We are commentating from the VVS Lakshman Pavilion stand at the Muhammad Azharuddin end. There's no shortage of local heroes who've been commemorated at this fabulous stadium. Here is Mark Wood, bowls another over, short one, pulled away behind square on the leg side. 2 men in the deep, well 3 actually. There's a fine leg, deep backward square, and a deep square, and an orthodox square leg. And Mark Wood here, I can confirm, bowling very much according to Ben Stokes's plan. This isn't necessarily the plan that Mark Wood would have come up with in his top 3 options if he'd been left to his own devices. One suspects that, well, one is reliably informed that he would rather fancy attacking the stumps, bowling short, sharp spells in India on a pitch keeping low. But Ben Stokes has got other ideas, and Mark Wood is anything but a disobedient servant. And here he comes once again, charging in, bowls, and that's a good bounce. That's, well, bouncer. It's gone through maybe at sort of chest height, but Shreyas Iyer was certainly shaping to play it as if it was he was expecting it to bounce a lot higher than that. And in the end, he may just have pulled the bat out of harm's way. 180 for 3. Welcome to our listeners, by the way, who have been with us from the first ball and will be to the last ball of the first session from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. If you're waiting for or expecting to listen to the early breakfast, stay with us here in Hyderabad. England are clawing their way back into the contest, still trailing India by 66 runs. India are. Here's Mark Wood again, bowls to Shreyas Iyer. There's what Mark Wood wants to bowl. Full straight, attacking the stumps, little bit of shape in, hit the inside edge onto the pad. And Shreyas Iyer looked a little uncomfortable there, Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, I was just looking at his record versus pace. So even with the full ball in Test cricket, he's only averaging 35. Against length ball, it's 36. Short of the length is probably where he's had his biggest problem. So it's more that sort of, waist up to nipple sort of delivery manners. But he's also gone out to a bouncer. So he'll get short stuff, but there's no reason why you can't also bowl fuller to him. And Crickfizz just sent through his record against 140k plus bowling. He's only faced 16 balls of it in Test cricket.
That's shortened down the leg side from Mark Wood, who goes tumbling once again at the end of that delivery and is just dusting himself off now. I've only ever seen him slightly inconvenienced in terms of stiffness or injury or bruising when he tumbles. He always seems to get up and bounce back to his feet. But that was harmlessly down the leg side.
He does seem to go through a lot of cricket trousers, especially in the knees areas, where he's always ripping them. But yeah, so he hasn't faced much high pace in Test cricket so far. In ODI cricket, he averages 20 when the ball is over 140 kilometres an hour. But he's done okay against T20, which the difference usually is that in T20 cricket, you can't get bounced out for as long. So in one-day cricket, they can try that.
Clipped away off his thigh pad by Shreyas Iyer. Nicely done to Zach Crawley at deep back of square leg. And again, they go through for another single. KL Rahul is on strike once again. He's on 43. Shreyas Iyer moves to 5 off 18. And a reminder that Yashasvi Jaiswal, the opener who tormented England in the final session yesterday. Profited by just 4 runs to his overnight 76. He made 80 before Joe Root had him caught and bowled in the first over of the morning. And then Shubman Gill using his feet down the wicket to left arm spinner Tom Hartley, and clipped to drive straight to short mid wicket where Ben Duckett took the catch. He went for 23. KL Rahul's batting at number 4 for the first time in his career, not just at test level but at first class level. Having kept wicket and batted 6 in the last 2 test matches for India against South Africa. He's now been retreaded once again from an opener to a number 6 keeper, now to a number 4 middle order batter who doesn't keep. Here is Wood once again, and forward comes KL Rahul to a full length straight, perhaps just tailing in delivery, and pushes it towards mid-off, but Mark Wood does his own fielding. Rahul remains 43, Shreyas Iyer 5, 181 for 3. Listening to our conversation about that formative period, or that transitional period of Indian cricket, was Chetan Narula, and he made a note. He passed me a note, and I shouldn't have the confidence to mention it, so I thought he could mention it to you, Jarrod. I think he was referring to a time when India, who were talking about England playing 1 fast bowler, he said India, I think it said they played no fast bowlers at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable to look back at the evolution, because when we think about early cricket, I think we think it's the same as now, but actually Australia and England and South Africa were very spin dependent, and then sort of coming out of World War II, and West Indies as well, and then coming out of World War II, these teams are all starting to change, and so India really bucked the trend in going from as everyone else is turning to pace and seam, India's like, well, we bowl spin and it does well here, we're going to go with that. So I always find that so interesting.
Storm Hartley to continue from the end Shivlal Yadav end, and Shreyas Iyer on strike, plays it towards the leg side easily. Mid-wicket region. Takes 2 runs to start this 41st over. It's 183 for 3 in reply to England's 246. This is Chetan Narula, and I'm joined by Jarrod Kimber. You're listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, as also on talkSPORT Cricket's YouTube channel. Do join us, leave your comments on X, as also on YouTube, and we will give you a shout out. This time Hartley, straight a delivery to Shreyas, who's batting on 7. He plays it back to the bowler in a defensive prod. What I wanted to say, Jarrod, was that there weren't any pacers available who could really attack on the Australian, English or West Indies wickets. And India did use their strength of those 4 spinners. Hartley once again to Shreyas Iyer. Straighter, played it back to the bowler. No run added there, 183 for 3. And in his formative years, Kapil Dev, who is probably the first great fast bowler that India actually produced. This great incident where he was in the academy and he sat down for lunch and he's like, I need extra bread, the chapatis, the rotis. I need extra bread. And he's like, and the manager or the director of the academy said, you only get 2. He's like, no, sir, I'm a fast bowler. And the reply was, there are no fast bowlers in India. This time it's shot from Hartley and pulled away by Shreyas Iyer over mid-wicket. And that's a 6. The first boundary for Shreyas Iyer, and it's gone over the ropes. He's moved on to double digits, 13 not out. And the score moves on to 189 for 3.
Yeah, look, I think one of the big issues England have had today is they've managed to keep pressure on India fairly well. But occasionally we've seen about 3 or 4 full tosses and about 3 or 4 short balls. And as we've seen with Hartley, the ball occasionally gets stuck in his fingers, and that one was just put away. Shreyas Iyer's too good not to cash in there.
Hartley once again, this time straighter on middle and off Fuller, and he's driven it back to the bowler. Absolutely, Shreyas Iyer, he's phenomenal against spin. And I think that's been the one positive of those wickets falling for India, that they have Shreyas Iyer at the crease now, who likes to bat against spin. As there's a change in the field, the fielder at forward short leg, he's gone to a very silly mid-off position. He's almost standing on the adjacent pitch, or the adjacent strip, halfway down that strip, as a Fuller delivery on the middle stump, played towards the leg side. End of the over. That's 189 for 3. India trailing by 57 runs to England's 246. It's been a good morning for England. taking those 2 wickets, Yashasvi Jaiswal and Shubman Gill. They could have also had KL Rahul, who's batting on 43. Ben Foakes missing that edge, and then obviously Shubman Gill, who had skied that delivery missed by Ben Stokes, but he was out later on.
Yeah, just to get back to your point about India, I think it seems obvious now that India would pick more spinners, especially at home and everything else. But if you go back to the West Indies example, in the 1930s, West Indies had a lot of fast bowlers, and yet 1950s, 1960s, they were a spin team, right? And it's obvious now looking back when Clive Lloyd suddenly makes that decision. But even then, it's not like he just flicks a switch and straight away it happens. It took time for them to go to the 4 fast bowlers. So even when you have a strength, everyone else was playing the game in a certain way. It was very Australian English dominated. And so them going towards seam and India going towards spin was a really interesting moment.
Mark Wood continuing from the VVS Laxman Pavilion end into his 6th over now. Short delivery once again and swatted by KL Rahul. It's not a full-hearted pull,
it's
really.
A half swat.
Almost a half swat, yes. On the leg side, you have 3 catching fielders. Obviously, one of them now moving towards the gully position for Shreyas Iyer. But this time, the field on the leg side is really spread out. There's fine leg, there's a deep square leg, and there's one who bisects the 2, and he's just inside, almost around 15 yards inside the boundary rope. So 3 fielders in catching position for that short delivery that might be coming at any time from Mark Wood. This time straight, kept low to Shreyas Iyer, who's hopping and playing it onto the offside for a single. It's 191 for 3. It's becoming obvious whenever Shreyas Iyer comes to the crease that pacers will come on, and there's no surprise that Mark Wood comes on to bowl. He only bowled 2 overs yesterday, but he comes on to bowl as soon as Shreyas Iyer arrives at the crease.
I remember I was talking to Ian Bishop the other day about Steve Waugh, and he sort of said if he had his chance again, he would bowl very differently to Steve Waugh. But because Steve Waugh looked so bad against the short ball, they just kept peppering him. And you look at Shreyas Iyer on that ball, and it's a very similar thing. The way he's hopping around, it just makes you feel more confident as a fast bowler that he doesn't like it. But as I was saying earlier, he also isn't been particularly good against the ball pitched up against the seamers either. So he's definitely, at this stage, a proper Mumbai batter. Very good against the spin, but not handling the pace as well.
Short delivery again from Mark Wood, and KL Rahul just moves out of the way. He had that half a mind of swatting that one too, but it was too wide outside the off stump. Almost a similar feel to KL Rahul on that occasion. And the thing about Shreyas Iyer, Jarrod, is that he doesn't accept that he has a problem against a short delivery. I mean, I remember the World Cup. There was so much written in the press, in the media, about his issues against a short delivery, and the game in Mumbai before the Sri Lanka game, and he comes out and says, you know what problem? I don't have a problem against short delivery. Sometimes batters do get out of the short ball. Doesn't mean they have problems.
Yeah, I think it's more of a general seam issue. I don't think it is as much just against the short ball. I remember looking up his numbers. He's got a fascinating record.
Mark Wood once again to Rahul, this time fuller, and he takes a tumble once again onto the pitch. He's not happy with his landing area, I guess, but straight back on his feet.
Yeah, he's got a fascinating record because he was averaging about 60. No, he was averaging 55 in first-class cricket, but he was averaging something like 80 or 90 in Mumbai, and it wasn't just in one Mumbai ground. It was Brabourne, it was Wankhede, and there's a third one.
D.Y. Patil.
Yes. So all 3, he was averaging like 70 or 80. And the rest of India, he didn't have a huge average. And I think COVID came at a very bad time for him, because I think that was the stage where he would have started to travel around a little bit more and develop his game against pace bowling. And unfortunately for him, that was when he wasn't even, the A team wasn't playing anywhere. And he wasn't playing for the major team either. So I just think he's like a year and a half back in his development against seam bowling.
Mark Wood this time, fuller delivery, back of length, on the middle and leg, and Rahul turns it towards the mid-wicket region for no run. You're absolutely right.
And there was another Mumbai player who had a very similar arc, which was Ajiki Rahane.
Yes.
And he went on to be a very good player of seam outside of Asia. So, you know, sometimes you just need the exposure.
The thing with Rahane is he struggles with spin at home. That's the weirdest thing for an Indian batter, right?
Yeah. No, it completely tanked his average, Rahane, because he never made any runs in India.
he had that 170, 175 odd against New Zealand at Indore in that inaugural Test match at Indore 2016. As Mark Wood takes another tumble on the pitch, shorter delivery down the leg side, let go by Rahul. End of the over. 42 overs gone. 191 for 3. That was a great knock. It was the start of that season, that 10 Test matches that India had at home against New Zealand, England, and then Australia. He got that 170 odd, and then he got injured against England halfway through, and then Karun Nair comes in and smacks a triple 100 in Chennai, never to be heard of again.
Yeah, no, it was a very weird period, but Rahane it just never worked for him. And you look at all his domestic numbers, he clearly was an above-average player of spin at home in first-class cricket, but in Test cricket it just never came across. But I remember seeing him at Durham early on. In fact, Harmy might have been at that game where he was playing a one-day. It was washed out. He just played the moving ball brilliantly, Rahane, in a way that is not as natural. Got a bowling change here too, as I think Gough is replacing me, but Rehan Ahmed for the first time today, isn't it?
Yes, the first time for Rehan Ahmed, who's bowled 3 overs on day 1, none for 22. He'll be bowling wrist spin as I'm joined in now by 2 former England internationals, both pacers I grew up watching. In fact, with me, Steve Harmison and Darren Gough, as India prepared to face Rehan Ahmed. It'll be Shreyas Iyer. Darren, what do you make of this change? Rehan Ahmed, half an hour to go before lunch. He's coming on for the first time today.
Yeah, you can have a look at him, haven't you? They picked him. He's a young talent, fantastic cricketer. Saw him last year when he played for Leicestershire against Yorkshire on a couple of occasions. Batted better than he bowled. In the white ball, he seems to have more effect in the county game, but got a good start, didn't he, against Pakistan? And they showed the faith in him to pick him for this series.
He'll be bowling from the N. Shivlal Yadav Pavilion. You are listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. We are bringing to you the live coverage, ball by ball, India versus England of this 5-test series. And he's beaten him outside the off-stump. Got a lot of people excited there. Ben Foakes very quick to take off the bails there, but good start, back of the hand from Rehan Ahmed and beating Shreyas Iyer first off, Steve.
Yeah, Googly just beats him on the outside edge. I'm not sure it was a Googly or a top spinner, but he's a Googly, I think it was. I think Shreyas Iyer just said to KL Rahul that was the Googly.
It didn't turn much, just enough to beat his offside edge, and this time again. Another brilliant delivery there, beating Shreyas Iyer again. Not the edge that they would have wanted.
No, it hasn't. I'm not sure what that one did. We can't see because it's bowling from behind us. He's nicked it and it dropped just short of Jarrod. Genuine edge. It's a good piece of the bat as well. A good piece of the bat. How's that not carried to Jarrod at slip?
Played with soft hands perhaps, and this time he's come a little forward. First 2 deliveries, absolute peaches from Rehan Ahmed.
Good start, a very, very good start from the young man. He really is giving it a lot of, he's got a lot of revs on the ball. He's not trying to turn it, I think he's bowling the googly, and that one went straight on. Yeah, he's not bowled the leg spinner yet in the first 3 balls.
First ball beating Shreyas, second ball inducing that edge that just fell short of Jarrod, as Steve mentioned. He's bowling from the far end. I wasn't sure if there was an edge, but there was. Taking a bit of glove there, so it's a good start from Rehan Ahmed, and England need that going into lunch if they can get Shreyas Iyer out, who's such a fantastic player of spin. This time up in the air from Shreyas Iyer, he will get a boundary there, and it's 4 more, just dropped short there by Rehan Ahmed, and he's on his back foot and pulls it away.
Yeah, that's the challenge for Rehan Ahmed. He's bowled 3 balls which pace, he's trying to keep the pace up. A lot of people say his leg spin to the ball too slow in Indian conditions, so he's trying to keep his pace up, but the problem with trying to keep your pace up is you often drag it down.
Rehan once again, this time fuller, more turns on the ball, he's forward defending it. As you mentioned, that's the challenge, and especially against Shreyas Iyer. Just a bit of change in length, as that's the end of over. 195 for 3 after 43. Darren, just a little bit change in length, and Shreyas Iyer rocks back and plays it towards mid-wicket for 4. That was brilliant.
Well, that's the quality, isn't it? And that's the difference between playing normal first-class cricket and playing at the ultimate level, Test cricket. especially in India. They're used to playing spin. You've got to create some kind of pressure. I don't think that's something England, they've done it better today than they did yesterday. But my concern is watching over this last couple of days is, but India turn the ball square, all three spinners. England's spinners have struggled. We've seen probably a handful of deliveries from the two left-armers that have turned. And if we don't see the leg spinner turn it, we are struggling. Because Root at the moment has been the biggest turner of the cricket ball.
Yeah, 100% agree, Goughy. And if you know the turn is huge. We've seen that in the first innings, and England haven't been able to get their lengths right when the ball is turning, and haven't getting the ball to turn from that fuller length when they've bowled it. They've tried to bowl it a bit faster. It hasn't turned, and it's just slid on lovely to batters who are very, very comfortable and accomplished playing spin.
Change in bowling from the VVS Laxman Pavilion end. It's Tom Hartley who replaces Mark Wood. First delivery to KL Rahul. Fuller, he plays it defensively on the offside, pushes it, just a little bit of prod. Mark Wood, 6 overs, none for 28, so that barrage of short deliveries towards Shreyas Iyer and KL Rahul is now over, as Hartley bowls to Rahul, who plays with soft hands, turns it towards mid-on very, very quickly. Setting off for a single, it was Ben Stokes. Didn't really get onto the ball there, so easy single for the batters in the end.
Yeah, Ben Stokes will be disappointed there. He's got there early enough, and I think his eyes lit up thinking there was a chance of a run out here. There's a chance of a shy at the stumps and potentially a full stretch dive for one of the batters, but unfortunately he wasn't able to pick it up. The plan from Mark Wood, I get what they're trying to do, but I think they've got to go the other way with Mark Wood. He bowls 90 mile an hour. You know, the short ball, 2 or 3 of the short balls are dropping 5-10 yards short of Ben Foakes. If he bowls at the top of the stumps at that speed, I think he could create all sorts of problems on the surface.
Hartley with a spin to Shreyas Iyer, who's on the crease and plays it defensively towards the leg side. So you would allow Mark Wood to bowl conventionally, not just do a plan? It's
not so much a conventionally, it's can you bowl straight? Can you hit the top of the stumps and make the batter use his bat, bring the stumps into play, LBW. That's what Jasper Bumrah gets wickets over here.
Hartley once again to Shreyas Iyer, back of length delivery, this time onto his hips. He's onto the back foot and plays it towards square leg. Loud cheer as the batters take a single. It's 197 for 3. And Shreyas Iyer knew at the crease he would expect the short delivery and not,
Yeah, I'd potentially bowl. If I was going to bowl short balls, I'd be bowling them at Shreyas Iyer. I wouldn't be wasting my time at KL Rahul. I'd challenge the inside and outside edge of the bat from in and around the off stump point of view. I understand the plan works here in England and South Africa and West Indies and Australia when the ball bounces, and you can get a batter to take you on without control.
Hartley to Rahul this time, back of length, outside off stump, width provided, so he backs off and cuts it away. There's a fielder at deep points, it's just a single. It's also about perhaps mixing it up a bit, not bowling as many as 5 out of 6 short deliveries, maybe?
Yeah, that 100%. KL Rahul played it comfortably. He's just guided it round the corner. It was like a sweep shot of a spin bowler. He literally just helped it round the corner and just trotted off to the other end, playing it quite comfortably. Now, I could understand in England and going at that, having that plan, but bring the stumps into play, bowling 95 mile an hour.
Forward short leg in position for Shreyas Iyer, who turns this one, back of length delivery on middle leg. He turns this one towards mid-on to Ben Stokes, who picks it up this time. Shreyas Iyer wanted a run there, but KL Rahul said no, that's the end of the over. 44 gone, 198 for 3, Darren.
I think another one as well, guys, is but one of the things we saw Bumrah do is, but when he came back after the new ball, was ball cutters. And we've not seen Mark Wood bowl any cutters. He's just been running in, bowling bouncers. Yes, we do that. We have that plan of attack if you've got pace in it. When you go to Australia, the pitch is flat, South Africa, we've seen numerous bowlers do it. But you also got to use the surface. And you can bowl a few cutters, especially if the ball's dry, and it could go through the top, cross seam. But we've not seen any of that from Mark Wood. Yeah, so pretty disappointing really this morning. Spinners have been better, more accurate, created a bit more pressure, but we've still not created enough pressure to take the wickets which we needed this morning.
Interesting that from Darren, Steve. Bumrah obviously knows that playing on these pitches he'll not be required to bowl a lot, and when he does bowl with the ball that's been scruffed up. It's slightly older. He's perhaps going to bowl those quicker off-cutters. Is that something that Mark Wood perhaps is not prepared for?
It's not a case of not being prepared for. I think it's a plan of the team. But Mark Wood will bowl what the plan of the team states. So Ben Stokes tells him that the man of the team states. So the reason why we've got a break in play here is that the ball, I think the ball was, I'm not sure if the ball's been changed, but they had a look at, Paul Rifle, who is at the end where Rehan Ahmed is bowling at. He had a quick chat with Ben Stokes, who put the ball through the toy that the
measuring gauge.
The measuring gauge, and then all of a sudden, the fourth umpire has come out. But I am not sure that they changed the ball, because
they have changed the ball.
They have changed the ball.
So after 44 overs, England have got a new cherry in the hand. But again, it's not new. It's been proper scuffed up. That's Rehan Ahmed. He's looped up a nice juicy full toss, who's that's been played back to him. KL Rahul not taking advantage of that, probably wants a change in gloves. He's indicated to the dressing room that perhaps he wants a change in gloves there. Getting a bit sweaty out there. Start of the 45th over, 198 for 3. Rehan, who's just bowled the first time this morning previously. 3 overs for 22 last evening. He's bowling to Rahul. Fuller delivery, nicely played. He backed off and played it towards the extra cover position.
Yeah, the first ball was a juicy full toss, which I think KL Rahul could have literally hit anywhere, but then by the time he realised I could hit it anywhere, he hit it back to the bowler. That was better from Rehan Ahmed. I think another one, talking to Gough, we'll get him at the end of the over, is Jack Leach has only bowled 11 overs.
As KP mentioned, he hasn't turned a ball this morning. Perhaps that's the reason why he hasn't bowled a lot this time. Fuller, Rahul forward and pushes it towards the offside for a single.
But he's your number one spinner. The number one spinner is Jack Leach. He's your man. England play one spinner at home. England play one spinner in conditions when it is conducive, play one spinner. Jack Leach is your man.
Rehan to Shreyas Iyer this time. Fuller, he's forward, played it better than the last over where he was beaten first up and then also gloved it a bit. But this time he's forward, plays it with much more confidence.
And another one is Joe Root. Joe Root's only bowled 4 overs. 4 overs before lunch.
Operating with a slip. Rehan Ahmed on the off stump. Fuller delivery and he's driven past backward point. There's a fielder in the deep. And good running between the wickets. The batters will come back for 2 runs as India's 200 comes up. It's 201 for 3, trailing now by 45.
I'll tell you what, Shreyas Iyer is at a good look out in the deep. It was good running. It was good running, but he's not realised that Mark Wood's off the field. He's played it into the deep point, deep sort of cover point, and he's gone 2. He started ambling and thinking comfortably get down the other end. Mark Wood just bowled a 4 over spell and thinking, it's comfortable too. And then he's had to get a spurt on because Mark Wood's off the field. That was Dan Lawrence who picked up, threw it over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, rushed back towards the end there. And this time Fuller, quicker single, this time backward point coming into play. Johnny Bairstow picking up the ball, but not taking a shy. Quick single there, 202 for 3, end of 45 overs.
Doing well here between the wickets as well. India putting pressure on England, bringing up that 202 for 3 now. Rahul, the 2 batters are in. Rahul 47 off just 68 deliveries. He's been magnificent this morning. And Shreyas, like I said, I brought the pace on to test him, but he's moved on to 22 after just 37 deliveries. Just had a chuckle at Steve Harmison saying when they changed the toy, you'd be pretty disappointed, Army, at Christmas if you got that.
You would be
for a present.
You would be, wouldn't you?
Hey?
You would be.
You could put your ball through it, your cricket ball through it, just to see if it's big enough.
Yeah, but the one that they're getting looks as though it's even bigger. Yeah, I can see. You can see your face of disappointment when you open your presents at Christmas and go, "Oh no, I've got one of them again."
Tom Hartley to start the new over from the Laxman end. Our end of the commentary box. He's in left arm around the wicket. Shreyas Iyer's just pushing gently into the offside, fielded by Ben Duckett. There is no run here on talkSPORT 2.
How are we, Macca?
Really good. What a good morning this has been.
It has been. To be fair, it has been a good morning. I think England have had obviously a better morning than they did last night.
Slip in place for Hartley. as he goes left arm around, down the leg side, or at least that's where the ball was going. Shreyas goes to help it along and gets a leading edge, and it ends up going to backward point for no run. Yep, 119 for one overnight. Joe Root striking in the first over of the day, getting Jaiswal caught and bowled. Could have had KL Rahul caught behind as well 2 balls later, but that didn't go to hand. However, they have managed to remove Gill as Tom Hartley's first test wicket. Here is Hartley once again, full, very full, into the feet of Shreyas Iyer, and the batter can only push it back down the pitch, no run. So 119 for 1, became 123 for 2, became 159 for 3. It's now 202 for 3, halfway through the 46th over. So India are closing in, but England are taking wickets. Hartley once again bringing Shreyas forward, pushes into the offside, no run.
That's a better length. That is a much better length from Tom Hartley. He's bowled, and I can understand because of what happened to him last night, and you know, the early part of this morning he's bowled full. He's probably bowled a little bit more negative. He tried to get it right up there into the block hole, but that length there is perfect. That's the length he's got to try. Good speed, good length, give the ball to turn, make the batter come forward to you.
In he goes once again, left arm around. Shreyas is back pushing back down the pitch for no run. Could it be just as simple as this end is suiting him more, or is it in fact, do you think he's actually settled into what he's doing?
No, I think because of obviously the carnage that happened to him last night, he's trying to stay in the game. I think he's more about. I think he's more looking to not go for big boundaries and not go around the park, as opposed to just staying in the game like one-day style, bowling that little bit fuller, bowling that little bit quicker. The last 2 balls have been perfect for him. That's the length he needs to bowl. His stock length, that, and then he can just drift it up that little bit more, come in that little bit flatter if the change in pace that he needs.
Hartley around the wicket for the final time, opens the blade to Shreyas Iyer, pushes out to Rayan Ahmed at deep cover, and they will take a single. So Shreyas goes to 23. It's 203-for-3 after 46 overs here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. talkSPORT with us for a few more minutes before you go off for the talkSPORT breakfast. Not only have I got Steve Harmison next to myself, Andrew McKenna, we've got Darren Gough as well.
Do you know what one of the problems is as well when you see Hartley bowling this morning and the spinners is, but because India are on top, and I think because we were expensive yesterday on day 1, they've tried not to spin it as much today. They're just trying to get it in the right areas, and that's why we're not seeing much spin. But unfortunately, to win a game, the spinners are going to turn it, and they've got no fielders around the bat. You watch when India get to bowl again, there'll be fielders all around the bat, it'll be bouncing, it'll be turning, there'll be fielders in there, diving forward, trying to catch the ball.
Here goes round to start a new over. Shreyas just pushes him gently to backward point, where Johnny Bairstow can field, and the single is taken. 204 for 3. Well, it was interesting, we got to speak to Rayan during training the other day, and he'd been bowling on the wicket, which is about 4 feet to the left of the match pitch where we're actually playing, and said to him after a bit of a spell of bowling, is it doing much? And he went, it's absolutely gun barrel straight. He goes, I'm bowling straighties at the moment, I can't get it to go.
4 days later he's still bowling the straighties, and I think that's what he's trying to just stay in the game. He's not, because I think if you try and spins it and bowls it a little bit slower, it's a lot easier for the Indian batters who are more comfortable on that. And then when he does that, sometimes he drags it down, and then we've seen when he's dragged it down, he's gone for boundaries.
Rayan in once again over the wicket, bringing KL Rahul forward, pushes back to the bowler, no run.
That's better. That's a great length. That's a lovely length, good pace, turned a little bit, and England have made their name, and Stokes has made his name about being attacking and trying to keep men up.
In goes Rayan Ahmed, wristily played by KL Rahul out to the cover sweeper, and they'll take a single. There's a straight line of 4 fielders on the offside. Bairstow is at deep backward point or a shortish third. Then there's a square point. Duckett's at extra cover, and there's a mid-off as well. In fact, they're now just going to change that ever so slightly for Shreyas, because Duckett is going to go to short straight mid-off, 2 paces off of the wicket itself, so mid-off has gone wider, and there's a short cover as well. So the mistimed drive is what they're looking for. Rayan goes in. It's too full, though. It's clipped straight to Stokes at long on. The idea was there, but he then put it too full.
But the thing is, if you the sort of mistimed drive that you're talking about, that's got to be outside of off stump, a little bit shorter than that. England aren't bowling short enough. England are bowling too full.
Rayan goes in. That's left alone by Shreyas. Taken by Folkes, no run.
So when you bowl to batters like Shreyas Iyer and Rahul and players from India, if you bowl too full like that, they're not bothered about the spin, because they can smother the spin, and then they can hit it on the leg side, and they can hit it where they want, really.
Rayan goes in. That one is the Google. Turned round the corner by Shreyas to short fine leg where Jack Leach is stationed, and an over that has cost 2 singles comes to an end here on talkSPORT 2. 2:05 for 3 after 47 overs, so India 41 behind still, as Darren Gough gives us some more thoughts.
Yeah, slightly better from Rayan. He's trying to mix it up, isn't he? He's got the toppies, the leg spinners, the googlies. Excitable captain Ben Stokes. We know he's such a determined cricketer. Trying to get the best out of these young spinners, inexperienced spinners. That's what we can call them when you compare them to the Indian side. It's a big test for them. And throughout this series, they're going to grow up, they're going to mature, and it will be good for them in the long run. But at this moment in time, we're going to get the results. We've turned to an experienced cricketer. It's like Joe Root's going to come back into attack. He's been our best spin bowler this match so far. Created chances this morning, and we need a wicket. We need wickets. 205 for 3.
Yeah, you're saying that he's been our best spin bowler, but when England named their team, Darren, at the start of the game, and England said they're going to play three spinners and a seamer, I think we all knew that our best spin bowler wasn't part of that 3 spinners. It was always going to be Joe Root. From his experience point of view, being out here, you don't know what Jack Leach is going to give you, because obviously he's had so much time out. You've got to hope that the 2 young spinners hit the ground running. But Joe was always going to be somebody that I thought you would call upon a lot more in the first 47 overs of the first Test match than he has been. And he's bowled 4 overs. He's bowled beautifully this morning. He's turned it. He's probably the only one this morning that's turned it consistently. Rayan's turned his googly. Hartley really hasn't bowled for turn, and Jack Leach, like Kevin Pietersen said, hasn't turned a ball this morning. So, for Joe again to only bowl 4 overs, they get a little bit of a head scratcher in.
Well, here he is. He's going to bowl to Rahul, and it's a lowish full toss to start with that is punched out to Rayan at square cover for just a single. It takes Rahul to 49. Oh, the throw comes back in and hits the stumps at the striker's end, but ricochets away. India batters aren't looking for any kind of overthrow, so it will be 49, and Shreyas is on strike. So, Root around the wicket still. Root around the wicket still. Short leg, slip, duck it fairly closer to a straightish mid-wicket for the clip off the toes, with Stokes and Hartley at mid-on and mid-off. In goes Root, forward comes Shreyas, pushes it quietly offside. Folkes behind the stumps, comes out and collects that. There's a deep mid-wicket away to our right-hand side, and Rayan Ahmed is doing deep cover out on the left. Not the biggest of boundaries in the world, 65, 70 metres or so, I would guess. Root around the wicket. Oh, that one's short. That's pulled down, and it's hammered past Hartley off the back foot for 4 by Shreyas. It sat up, and to be honest, was asking to be hit, and Shreyas did. 210 for 3.
Yeah, good shot from Shreyas Iyer. He's trying to get a little bit deeper in his crease. Shubman Gill earlier on was coming out at the ball from Joe Root, but this is Ayers. He's given himself some time.
Root around the wicket. That one seems to bounce a little bit on Shreyas the way he played it. Just drops it into the offside, and it'll be fielded at slip, no run.
But both Rahul trying to play deeper in the crease, letting the ball come to him, working it on the leg side if it's straight, but they're both waiting for that one that's just a little bit outside off stump so they can utilise the big gap.
Shreyas gets another ball well outside of off stump. Root right arm around the wicket, so it's a big old angle he's bowling across. It's square driven out to Rayan Ahmed, the deep cover fielder, no run, and Rahul is now on strike. 49 not out. on Republic Day, a public holiday here in India. There's been a lot of Indian flags in the ground anyway, but they're all now starting to be waved. As one of their favourites is close to a half-century. He's just going to go down and have a bit of a prod of the pitch while England moves some fielders. In truth, it's all cosmetic, all of the previous. Right, Root is going to go over the wicket to him on this occasion. Drops it into the offside. They're set up for a quick single. Root will not throw at the non-striker's end. KL Rahul completes the single to take him to 50 from 72 balls, and it is his 14th 50 in Test match cricket. He's got 800s as well. He's got this one from 72 balls. It's 212 for 3. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, an excellent 50 for KL Rahul. I wouldn't say he came in when his team was in a crisis, but he came in when they were teetering a little bit. In England were, had their tails up, and he's batted beautifully. He's put that fire out fantastically well. He's gone through the gears nicely. He's not really looked to be massively expansive. Anything that was over pitched or full of length, he's comfortably put it away for 4. He's rotated the strike very, very well with Shubman Gill and with Suresh Iyer, and he's got his team now in a place of strength. He's batted, he's batted what you'd normally assume with an innings of KL Rahul, one of calmness, one of control, one of elegance, and he's really put England on the back foot.
I know coulda, woulda, shoulda and all of that, but that second ball, Nick, you can't help but think about it. Rayan Ahmed to start the new over from the far end, and Rahul pushes into the offside, and there's no run fielded by Ollie Pope.
To be honest, the coulda, woulda, shoulda didn't really matter, because if Ben Foakes caught it, he wouldn't have been given out anyway.
Yeah.
He was given byes.
Yeah, and England have no reviews left. They burnt those off pretty sharpish yesterday. Rayan Ahmed in once again. Just playing soft hands is Rahul. Drops it down to the offside. Bairstow Fields no run. If you weren't with us right from 4 o'clock this morning, go on, it's Friday, I'll let you off. Mark Wood, in our interview pre-play today, did say they went back into the dressing room yesterday evening and did have a bit of a chuckle at the fact that they burnt the reviews off. Ben Stokes walked in and went, "Good reviews, boys, well done." Because, to be honest, you can't do anything else but have a giggle about it. And it means that they are not able to review anything, so they'll just have to hit stumps or take catches, because they've got to make sure that the umpire sees it and gives it. Rahul waits for Rayan Ahmed. Rayan Ahmed is in. Nice flight from him outside of off stump. The push into the offside beats Duckett, and it's a comfortable single all along the floor. 213 for 3. Halfway through the 49th over here on talkSPORT 2. India trail now by just 33 runs. We are closing in on lunch. 3 minutes or so to go, so we may get one more over after this one. India closing in. Rayan is in. Oh, it's the leg break that's under edge by Shreyas, straight down into the floor, and then it comes up. You might have just heard a sort of clanking sound. That's the face grill on Foakes' helmet. But that stayed down until it was under edge, and then it bounced up off his shoulder and into his face. Ran in once again. Solidly forward is Shreyas, no run.
Yeah, it's the first one, I think, that's kept low, proper kept low. There's been some inconsistency of bounce, but that was a glaring, obvious, on the naked eye, that's gone really, really low towards Suresh Iyer off Rayan Ahmed.
Rayan is in, and Shreyas hammers it back past him for 4 on the onside. Ben Stokes is quite wide at mid-on, so has no chance of cutting that one off, and it finishes the over with a boundary. 217 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2. Goughy.
Yeah, good shot there from Shreyas. Like I say, slightly over-pitched. Exuberance of Shreyas. Really used that bottom hand and whipped it through mid-on. A great strike for 4. Fantastic shot. But I'll tell you what, a lesson for anybody listening, or if they're watching it on TV, when you watch 2 players go in against spin on a spinning pitch, that when you first go in, it can be very, very difficult. But if you have patience, you have a technique, it becomes easier and easier and easier. And there becomes more gaps and partnerships build. And that's what Rahul and Shreyas have done and put India in a real strong position.
So this will be the final over before lunch, and it will be Joe Root once again And a start bowl into Rahul. Slip and short leg in place. In goes Root. It's turned around the corner, and there will be one to Bairstow, just backward of square leg, so it goes up by one more. 28 now the deficit for India, 218 for 3. Mid on, mid off, what would be inside the 30-metre circle in a one-day game. Do they want to dance down the pitch just before the interval? Root goes in. It's hit straight again on the onside. Stokes does well to get across to his left, stops it, flicks it straight back to Joe Root. No run once again. You can hear the excitement around the ground as people still continue to pour in. Joe Root is in, and that one slightly lower arm. Off break outside of off stump. And Shreyas is beaten on the outside edge, and it's through to folks, no run.
Yeah, good delivery, good length from Joe Root. Didn't really turn a massive amount, just turned just about enough. Suresh Iyer is expecting that to turn that little bit more. And he's played inside the ball. Not a huge amount of turn, but it was a good pace, good length, dragging Suresh Iyer forward.
2 men catching now behind square on the leg side for England, as well as the short leg in front. Shreyas counters that by using his feet just a little bit to get to the pitch of it, and will clip it to Ben Duckett, who is at a wide mid-on and a single taken. 219 for 3. Shreyas 34. Rahul back on strike 52.
So it's just knock it into the gap, take his gloves off, stand at the other end and say, right, I've just played for lunchtime. Over to you, Rahul.
Same field for Rahul as Joe Root goes in. It's straightish, it's clipped wide of Duckett, not with huge power. It's all about timing that one. Duckett will pull it in 10 metres inside the rope, but the batters have still crossed a couple of times, so Rahul goes to 54. India 221 for 3.
And the beauty
I'll tell you
about
what,
this,
guys,
go on,
sorry,
go on,
Army. We've not seen much sweep and many sweet shots from these two, have
exactly,
we? I mean,
yeah.
they've just played from the crease and played it towards mid-on and waited for that short ball and hit it through the offside.
I think Rahul swept one ball. I think he swept Root early on for 4. That's it. Jarrod might tell us better.
Yeah, he's just put a thumbs up. He agrees with you. Root then for the final time in this session. It's pushed up to mid-on for a comfortable single by KL Rahul. Duckett will do the fielding, and that is lunch on day 2 of the first Test match between India and England. Here in Hyderabad, India resuming 119 for 1. They have gone to lunch 222 for 3. So they've scored just over 100 runs in the session, but lost 2 wickets. The first of them coming in the first over of the day. Jaiswal caught and bowled by Joe Root in his first over of work in the match. That was 80 from 74 balls. 123 for 2 was the score then. It was KL Rahul who came to the crease and could have been out. Caught second ball, but the catch not taken behind the wicket. The second wicket did go down, though, as Tom Hartley got his first as a Test match bowler. Caught by Duckett at mid-wicket for 23 from 66. That was 159 for 3, and a partnership of 63 from 91 balls between KL Rahul and Shreyas Iyer has taken India to 222 for 3. At the interval, Rahul is 55 not out with 6 fours to his name. Shreyas has got 34 from 57, 3 fours and 1 6 to his name. And these are the thoughts of the 2 hours played that we've had this morning of the former England fast bowler Darren Gough.
Yeah, big session for India there. 103 runs scored, quite comfortable now in this game. England started the morning pretty good. Joe Root was excellent, but they've let it slip. That partnership's been magnificent from the Indian pair. Rahul, magnificent, 55 from 78 deliveries, and Shreyas, 34 from 57, 222 for 3. India in command.
Harmy?
Yeah, again, a total control of their emotions and the way they batted, the 2 guys that batted towards the end there. There was nothing frantic, there was no big shots, there was no heroics. They looked as though they're going to bat for a period of time. They looked as though they were in complete control of what they were trying to do. Gough mentioned just before lunch there, the ball before lunch, not many sweep shots. In England, when you go to the sweep shot, a lot of it is about, because you're not trusting what's going on the pitch. Not these two. They were in total control. Hit the ball down the ground when needed to from a boundary option. Got the ball into the gap on rotation when they needed to, when the ball was, from a respect point of view. And in defence, they were pretty solid. England, well, the ball hasn't turned as much as what it did for India, and I think that's down to the quality of the spin. A lot better from Hartley. Leach hasn't really turned the ball. Good start from Joe Root. I think they need a different plan for Mark Wood, but I think all in all, where we see this game at this moment in time, with India 24 runs behind, the old cliche of the next session being a long one, it is going to be a long one, because if England don't win the next session, the likelihood is they don't win the match.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for the time being. Let me just give you the bowling figures while we're rounding everything up. So Mark Wood's now bowled 6 overs, 0 for 28. Tom Hartley, 1 for 97 from his 20. Jack Leach, 1 for 32 from 11. Rayan Ahmed, 0 for 37 from 7. And Joe Root, 1 for 26 from 6. It is the lunch break, and during it you're going to be hearing Neil Manthorp in conversation with Chetan Narula. Of course, Chetan part of our coverage for the first 2 test matches of this series. So for the next few minutes or so, you're going to be getting to know a bit more about him and his experiences covering the game. It is live and exclusive coverage of India against England here on talkSPORT 2.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test match live from Hyderabad.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
On Track, Tuesday afternoon from 2 on talkSPORT 2. Keep ahead of all the action in the world of motorsports.
He's shown that you don't need to win from pole position.
Extended hard-revving roundups, in-depth racing analysis, and big-name interviews.
If I'd gone 1.5 tenths slower, I would have been P10 on the grid. So it's so tight.
talkSPORT 2 rounds up the biggest stories and the latest racing rumors.
Championship points are more vital than ever.
On Track, Tuesday afternoon from 2 on talkSPORT 2.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test match live from Hyderabad.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Jaiswal resuming this morning on 76. Root in again. Jaiswal uses his feet, drives over the top and down towards the long-on boundary for 4. Second ball of the day. Here's Root once again, and that one is driven straight back to him. Root's taking a return catch. Jaiswal's gone. Root's done it in the first over of the morning. Here is Root once again. Down the wicket, super shot. He's hit it high. Ben Stokes has lost it completely.
Rahul is on strike. This time he's smashed it on the onside. And it's going to be another boundary to start the over. So KL Rahul starting to flex his arms here a bit.
Hartley in once again. Gill clips it to mid-wicket and he's caught. England have a second wicket of the morning. Duckett takes the catch and Hartley has his first international wicket. Off the back foot, punch, square out on the offside. That's in control all the way. That's 4 runs.
They do say that the quicker it comes, the quicker it goes.
This time it's shot from Hartley and pulled away by Shreyas Iyer over mid-wicket. And that's a 6. Good running between the wickets. The batters will come back for 2 runs as India's 200 comes up.
KL Rahul completes the single to take him to 50 from 72 balls, and a partnership of 63 from 91 balls between KL Rahul and Shreyas Iyer has taken India to 222 for 3 at the interval.
Welcome back live to the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium here in Hyderabad. It is lunchtime, and it's my great pleasure to say that, as advertised by Andrew McKenna, I'm joined by our fellow commentator Chetan Narula, certainly for the first 2 Test matches anyway, and it's a great pleasure to have you, Chet. I'm very keen to talk about the transition of India from the earliest days of international cricket. I mean, we'll leave the 1930s, 40s, 50s and 60s to Jarrod, Kimber. We'll sort of pick it up like from maybe from the 70s and 80s, and how the Indian team has transformed through the 1990s, which is I was very much part of their covering them, and then through the 2000s and to the position now where they are the dominant global nation in the world of cricket. But first, a little bit about you. You've been coming up to a decade and a half now as a full-time cricket journalist, commentator.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah, it's been a wild journey. It's been a great journey, and I'm always grateful for any opportunities that come my way. And I'm very glad to be part of talkSPORT's team for this series. Of course, talkSPORT and I go quite a way back. 2017 Champions Trophy in the UK. That was a great experience calling the game in UK. It's always been my favorite place to watch cricket. As a youngster, whenever India used to travel to England, or for that matter Australia traveling to England for the Ashes, the English summer, obviously it starts at 3 p.m. The Test match starts at 3 p.m. in India, so it's a little better than the Test matches starting in Australia at 5 a.m. and I live in North India, which is really cold, so getting up at 5 a.m. is not always comfortable, but I managed to do that while growing up. But yeah, England, great place to watch cricket, always been my favorite place to watch cricket, and yeah, go back a bit with talkSPORT to 2017, but it's been a great journey.
Did you make the decision wisely at an early age, like I did, that we'd have a much longer career in the commentary box and the press box than we might have had on the field?
Yes. My father, who named me after a cricketer, and he didn't know about it. He was told that you've named your son after 2 cricketers. He was not into cricket at all. Chetan Chauhan. Chetan Chauhan first, and then Chetan Sharma. The late Chetan Chauhan, who opened with Sunil Gavaskar in Australia. Chetan Sharma, who was an all-rounder, former selector. He was part of 1983 World Cup winning squad. So my dad, my late dad, who is not too keen about cricket, he named me after 2 cricketers, and he was told that fact, and he was like, no wonder he's so interested in cricket. But yeah, I converted him to a cricket fanatic, which was probably the best part about my childhood, which allowed me to watch so much cricket. But yes, never into playing as much. Only played in school and college, and gully cricket, as we call it fancifully in India. Yeah, always enthused by cricket commentary, by cricket journalism, by watching the game, analysing the game. Harsha Bhogle, who's part of our talkSPORT team here, I've always idolized him. It's great to have conversations with him, to listen what he has to say, to when he imparts his wisdom, how to go about making a mark for yourself in this It's not so easy field because there are a lot of cricketers, ex-cricketers in India around. So, but it's like I said, it's been a wild journey. Always grateful for any chances that come my way.
I've been obsessed with the history of Indian cricket for a long, long time. But as I say, we're gonna fast forward and skip through the. If I'd be so bold, skip through the 70s, the great spin quartet, the 80s, the World Cup win in 1983, and but you know, for the first 3 or 4 decades of India on the international stage, away wins were very, very rare, and it took a long time to get established. Very much like every other nation, apart from, I guess, England, Australia, and South Africa, the first 3. You know, they were established because there were only 3 of them. But so in the 1990s, the first time that I was involved in covering games and commentating on games, the Indian team, certainly from the early and mid 90s, was still easily bullied, and because they were easily bullied, that became the modus operandi for teams like England and Australia, and then South Africa when they returned to the international scene. And that, for me, and I must say that you've authored a book called Skipper about the greatest Indian captains. So Sourav Ganguly was the man for me who changed that. He was the one who stood up to the intimidatory tactics of visiting captains and indeed host captains when India went overseas. I'll never forget, this might or may not be a great moment in Indian cricket, but I do remember Sourav Ganguly keeping Steve Waugh waiting for 5 minutes at the toss. I mean, it's true, because Waugh actually stood in the middle for, maybe it wasn't 5 minutes, but it was 3 or 4. That was interpreted at the time as Ganguly saying, yeah, you wait for me for a change. So, and then, you know, MS Dhoni, Sachin Tendulkar, Virat Kohli. But let's go back to the 90s. Your recollections of that Indian team then?
Very sad memories of going to sleep at night. I have this one memory, Bridgetown Barbados, 1996 or 7. I'm a bit hazy about the year. India was traveling to the West Indies. Sachin Tendulkar was captain. They needed around 120 something to win, and obviously the test match is happening at 7 or 8 p.m. in the night, and I have to go to school the next day. There's no way my dad or my mom would allow me to watch it. So you know about it, you know what's happening at the game, and obviously there was no internet at that time. We can't keep track. It's only radio commentary or you're watching on television. So you watch a bit and then you go to sleep and you pray, oh Lord, please let India win one. You know, it's been ages since we won in West Indies. Next morning, 6 a.m. bulletin on the radio, India lost, 80 all out. And you can't make sense of it. You just can't make sense of it. Obviously, it was a great bowling deck. Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, Ian Bishop didn't allow India to score those 120 odd runs. So that was symptomatic of the memories of the 90s, where you expect your team to fight. You expect your team with the good names in there to make a mark overseas. But it wasn't just happening for India. That's the decade I grew up in. But yes, Sourav Ganguly changed all of that, and it didn't change with that Australia series first. It changed. South Africa had come to India, and immediately after the series got over, we were hit by that match-fixing saga. And Sourav Ganguly became the new captain, and we had the ICC Champions Trophy coming up in Nairobi, in Kenya. That was the second edition of that tournament. And this was a young captain taking a very young side. We had Zahir Khan coming up for his debut. We had Yuvraj Singh coming up for his debut. You had some of the oldies, but you had also these young names coming up. And he proclaimed in the media that whatever's happened is never going to happen again. That this Indian team needs to win the trust back of the Indian people, the love that the Indian people have given Indian cricket. And they are going to do it on the field with the kind of cricket that they play. And they go to Nairobi. They beat Australia in that first game. Yuvraj Singh, Zahir Khan performing in that first game. They beat South Africa. They beat New Zealand. Oh, sorry, they lost to New Zealand in the final. Chris Keynes with that century on one leg. But they performed very well, and that was the starting point for that Indian team under Saurav Ganguly. And then obviously Australia came here without Anil Kumble, Harbhajan Singh, who was spotted in the nets, backed by Saurav Ganguly once again, and of course made to wait at the toss. Steve Waugh made to wait at the toss. So yeah, that's celebrated in India, by the way, especially in Kolkata by Prince of Kolkata, making Steve Waugh one of the greatest captains wait. So yeah, that's part of the folklore. And
when I say bullied, people might wonder what I'm talking about. Predominantly fast bowling, and the Indian batsmen weren't good at playing at the short ball, short fast ball, and so teams playing against India would concentrate that. That would be their route one. But also the way that they batted. India had spinners and had very, very good spinners at home, that not so effective on non-turning tracks overseas, and those bowlers would be bullied by the opposition batsmen, and it did all begin to change, and I think Ganguly was absolutely brilliant. I mean, he had something to say about it as well. It wasn't just batting and bowling. I mean, he gave it back as well. I think he was the first Indian player that I ever saw who was unashamedly proud of having something to say on the field. Chirping, I'm talking about.
Yeah, chirping, and also chirping with his bat. So this is the Australian tour they went to, 2003, Gough, the first test match. The first day was half washed out, and Australia scored very, very quickly. They were 240 for 3 or something. And the Australian newspapers that evening, that this series is just gone, because the conditions at the Gough are obviously bowler friendly, the rain is around. There's no way that Australia won't score 400, and there's no way India can then score and match them. And the next morning, India bowled out Australia very, very quickly. I think 1.5 sessions. And then India were in trouble. But who saved India? It was Saurav Ganguly with that brilliant 100 at the Gough. Obviously, we celebrate Gough now for India beating Australia in 2020, but that was, the foundations of what Rishabh Pant did at the Gough. That was laid down by Saurav Ganguly in 2003's December. So he scored that brilliant 100. India were magnificent in that series. And then 6 months before that, in Leeds, with grey skies, India, and on a very, very green pitch, India opted to play 2 spinners, 2 pacers, and they played Sanjay Bangar as the all-rounder. And Sanjay Bangar opened the innings, and Rahul Dravid and Sanjay Bangar took so many blows on day 1. They didn't score a lot of runs, took so many blows on day 1, and on day 2, when the pitch flattened out a bit, Dravid scored runs, Sachin Tendulkar scored 190 odd, if I remember correctly, and Saurav Ganguly scored 100. Sachin Tendulkar smacking Andrew Carrick for a huge 6. India won that test match thanks to those 2 spinners that they had picked at Leeds. So keeping in mind the strengths they had, keeping in mind the strength that they were adding in the pace, and a very, very outspoken captain, both with his bat and his shirt and his words, Saurav Ganguly laid the foundation of a new India, a new era of Indian cricket that started from 2000 onwards.
I don't know whether Sachin was a reluctant captain. I think he was when he was appointed for the second and perhaps even third time. He had three stints, didn't he? Well, it's okay, two stints, couple as fill-ins. But yeah, I think he was reluctant the second time around. So let's move on. Oh, gee, time's going quickly. Let's move on to MS Dhoni, who I guess sort of picked up the legacy that Saurav had created for an Indian team that was forthright and in your face when necessary, but also brilliant as performers on the field.
Well, we did have Rahul Dravid in between, but again, the end of Rahul Dravid's captaincy was marked by 2007 ODI World Cup, where India didn't win, and let's not say didn't win, they didn't even make it to the next round. Yeah, I know a lot of people who went to sleep crying that night, losing to Bangladesh. So that wasn't a great chapter. And then the seniors in the side were very outspoken against Greg Chappell as coach and what was happening in the team and all. So that wasn't really a great period for Indian team in particular. So MS Dhoni picking up the reins then as a youngster in the T20 World Cup and then winning the T20 World Cup, that set the mood in a similar vein to what Saurav Ganguly had done with the ICC trophy or the ICC Champions Trophy in Kenya. So that was a great start. And he brought that bold approach, that boldness, and of course he had his own style of captaincy, if I can say so. making calls out of the blue, which Sourav Ganguly perhaps never did. They were well-calculated moves on Saurav's part. But Dhoni, he would just, out of the blue, pick somebody to bowl or make a bowling change, fielding changes in batting lineup. And of course, he was already starting to plan for the 2011 ODI World Cup, which was a huge tournament being played in India, only for the second time.
By which time you graduated from Boita, man, and you're there.
I was there. It was the first tournament or the first World Cup that I covered completely. And I was there when he hit that 6 in Mumbai. It was a magnificent tournament. Only the third time the World Cup had come to India. And when the World Cup comes to India, you have to win it. You just have to win it. Which is why the major disappointment when Rohit Sharma didn't lift the trophy in Ahmedabad last year. So MS Dhoni went that step ahead and wrote his name in the history books, or in golden letters in Indian cricket history books. But yes, you're right. MS Dhoni almost mirroring what Sourav Ganguly had, but in a quieter way, using fewer words, taking off fewer t-shirts, in that style. He had his own style, and you can't imitate what MS Dhoni has done.
It's different ways to be a leader, aren't there? I mean, Sourav would give a rousing, tub-thumping speech and sort of beat his chest metaphorically, and then there were quite a few South Africans involved in the 2011 World Cup, and so I've had first-hand accounts of how MS Dhoni would inspire by doing almost nothing. By sitting quietly in the corner of the dressing room, people would walk in and go, oh, it's MS.
So I remember this press conference before the semi-final against Pakistan in Mohali, and MS hadn't batted a lot throughout the tournament. He didn't need to bat because you had Sachin and Sehwag scoring runs, Gambhir scoring runs, Virat Kohli scoring runs, Yuvraj Singh scoring so many runs. So he didn't really need to bat, and whenever the chance did come, he was not scoring too many. And somebody asked, you haven't been scoring too many runs. And he's like, do I look out of form to you? I mean, it's, and the example he gave was, obviously he's a, he's a bike lover. So the example he gives is when you're working on a bike, a motorbike, it's about all the parts coming together. All the parts need to be properly oiled and kept in good shape, not rusty at all. So that whenever you need the bike to go from the first to the second to the sixth gear and race it, you can do it. And that's what he said before the semi-final. And 3 or 4 days later, he was the one, the sixth gear to the bike, to the Indian bike at that World Cup. He had promoted himself in the final. And he played that flick of Mutaiya Muralitharan towards extra cover off the back foot. And I was standing there and I was like, he absolutely does not look out of form. And then he went to score those 90-odd runs and take India to a victory. So very, very different style. In fact, if I can say so, Sourav Ganguly, if there's somebody who actually mirrors what Sourav Ganguly did in his ebullient approach, if I can say, outspoken approach, or taking on the opposition on the field or media off it, I think Virat Kohli was the one who mirrored him, and very different from MS Dhoni.
Exactly right. Yeah. Well, with that, we're now moving on to the Virat era. The 2 series victories in Australia are, particularly the last one of the greatest Test series victories of all time. And I often think that what is underappreciated, perhaps, certainly by his players, is the way that Virat put himself front and centre and drew the fire, if you like. Media, from the opposition. If something had to be said, he would do it. He would take the responsibility. And because he drew so much attention and, good and bad publicity and feedback, allowed, I think, it's a question, really, I'm asking you, so many players beneath him, his team, to thrive, who otherwise may have been distracted because Virat was up there, and the media were around him like moths to a candle, and yet everybody else was able to have sort of quiet time and thrive and just get on with their jobs.
I think you're right, because the first Test that he captained, you could see that. It was in Adelaide. MS Dhoni came late because he was injured. He was nursing an injury. He was not available for that Test match, so he stood in for that Test match, Adelaide, 2014. and he scored those brilliant hundreds on a turning wicket at Adelaide in both innings. India did not win that, but they tried chasing 320 in the 4th innings, and Virat was at the centre of it, scoring 100 in both innings. What it showed us, obviously India didn't win, but under MS Dhoni or previous captains, would they have actually gone for a 320 run target in the 4th innings? No, perhaps no, but Virat Kohli changed that. India didn't win, and then obviously MS returned, India lost the series 2-0. What happened was, despite all the shortcomings of MS Dhoni as a test captain, and obviously coming to the end of his test captaincy, that went in the backdrop of the excitement of somebody like Virat Kohli coming up to Indian cricket and leading Indian cricket into the next era. That suddenly the misgivings or the shortcomings of the Indian team weren't as pronounced, and you thought, okay, you know what? MS Dhoni for the last 2 years, he's been kind of a stand-in, waiting for these players to grow up, waiting for Virat Kohli to come of age, mature as a batter, so that he can handle the responsibility of being an Indian captain. Because that's a very, very heavy job, very, very tough job. And in the meantime, the others, you had the Rohit Sharmas and the Ajinkya Rahanes and Cheteshwar Pujaras and Ishant Sharmas and Ravichandran Ashwin. Ishant Sharma had been playing for a while, but he matured at the right time when there were other fast bowlers who were younger to him, inexperienced, coming up, and he became the leader of the attack. So there's one age that you start playing, and there's an age where you mature as a bowler or as a batter or as a player. And that's what happened with Ishant Sharma. That's what happened with the rest of the players. And it all came together for India under Virat Kohli. And yes, they did not win any ICC trophies under him, but that was one of the best eras, especially in white ball cricket. India was a very, very different test side under Virat Kohli. And if I can say so, I don't think we've had a test side as aggressive, as in your face, saying that wherever we are playing, irrespective whether we are playing in Hyderabad or in Adelaide or at Lord's, we are playing to win. I think that changed under Virat Kohli, and that has never perhaps happened before in Indian cricket.
It was so MS Dhoni to retire mid-sentence, wasn't it? I mean, there's a great sort of history of succession planning in Indian cricket, and they joke in Australia that the captain of the cricket team is second only to the Prime Minister, but I think that does no justice to the esteem and standing with which the Indian cricket captains. I mean, you know, he's got a position, or he and she now have got positions alongside the great politicians and religious leaders in this country. Now I want to go to off the field and India's position in the global game. I remember, I'll never forget actually, hearing Anil Kumble give the Cowdrey lecture at Lord's, which is a long history of talks which have shaped the game actually for the last quarter of a century or so, longer than that. And in it, he said at one point, with great power comes great responsibility. And I mean, India at that stage was moving into a position of global dominance. And that was, I said 5 or 6 years ago, I think it was maybe 7 or 8 years ago. So he foresaw the situation that the global game is in now. He could see that there was no stopping the dominance of India, the BCCI, in the global game. And he stopped himself, he measured, he slowed down, and he said, with great power comes great responsibility. Do you think that the BCCI taking a greater and greater share of the global revenue generated by the game, which they are fundamentally at the centre of generating, and they're saying we generate the most money, we want the most money, but the rest of the games, test playing nations outside of England, Australia, India, does seem to be withering. They are struggling. Do you think it's fair that the rest of the nations say we need help, it's on you to help us?
A very, very tricky question, Neil. But yes, I think it's fair on the poor nation's behalf. When I say poor nation, I mean in cricketing terms.
Well, yeah. I mean, financially.
Financially, yes, absolutely. But let's not forget that the BCCI is doing its bit as well. For example, BCCI doesn't go back on not playing bilateral cricket, whether it's in Bangladesh or in West Indies or even Zimbabwe. They even tour Zimbabwe, not for Test cricket, but at least for ODIs and T20s. And whenever the Indian team is traveling, that means money for the hosting board. And I think you, of all people, should know, because the Cricket South Africa example is in front of you. And India tours there, they won the Tests, they won the ODIs, they won the T20s. There's a reason why we didn't have a 3-test series, because they did won the ODIs and the T20s, because that brings in the money. So the Indian team never backs out of playing any bilateral cricket. How many times has Australia hosted Bangladesh or Zimbabwe for that matter, or ECB for that matter? So I think all three, I'm not just naming the BCCI, I think ECB, BCCI, Cricket Australia, all three of them have this responsibility towards the rest of Test nations. Yesterday I was having a chat with Jarrod and we were talking about the future of Test cricket. I proposed the idea that ODIs and T20s should be kept separate when being sold to television or radio in terms of rights. And there should be a pool for Test cricket money or the Test cricket revenue. All of the nations should be able to draw from that pool, because with the money that the Ashes can generate or any India series can generate, a part of it can be used to fund the lower ranked Test nations, to keep Test cricket growing in those nations, to take care of the longer format in those nations. For the ICC revenue bit, I think there's it's a double-edged sword. Yes, the BCCI has taken a bigger share, but the percentage for BCCI has gone up, is actually not that big. It's not that significant. I think they were taking 30% earlier, they're taking 37% now, something of that sort. Obviously, they're bringing in the bigger pie as well. I mean, the India rights for the India territory alone was sold for 3 billion for the next 4 years, which is 95% of the ICC's TV revenue for the next 4 years. So there's a bigger discussion to be had.
And one that we will continue.
Continue, yes.
We will talk more about this. Chetan, Narula, fantastic. We'll definitely have another catch-up on this subject, but we're 5 minutes away from the resumption on day 2 of the first Test match from the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium in Hyderabad. Let's go and get some lunch, shall we, Chetan? And we'll be back ball by ball in about 5 minutes.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first Test match live from Hyderabad.
Past the umpire, now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
The playlist on talkSPORT 2. Top flight football conversation for the sporting nation.
You have to commit, you have to overcommit, you have to get a result. Your fans are going to get twitchy.
All the big name views, news, and opinions that matter.
He's just on his case all the time. Every time he picked the ball up, he fouled him.
Pull up your socks, lace up your boots, and get stuck in.
I think there is a discipline problem, but I also think there's an idiot's problem.
100%. Get all the big fever pitch build-up all in one mammoth sporting session.
Massive results, those are.
The playlist, Friday afternoon from 5 on talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first Test match live from Hyderabad.
Fielded, all there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Jaiswal resuming this morning on 76. Root in again. Jaiswal uses his feet, drives over the top and down towards the long-on boundary for 4. Second ball of the day. Here's Root once again, and that one is driven straight back to him. Root's taking a return catch. Jaiswal's gone. Root's done it in the first over of the morning. Here is Root once again. Down the wicket, super shot. He's hit it high. Ben Stokes has lost it completely.
Rahul is on strike. This time he's smashed it on the onside. And it's going to be another boundary to start the over. So KL Rahul starting to flex his arms here a bit.
Hartley in once again. Gill clips it to mid-wicket and he's caught. England have a second wicket of the morning. Duckett takes the catch and Hartley has his first international wicket. Off the back foot, punch, square out on the offside. That's in control all the way. That's 4 runs.
They do say that the quicker it comes, the quicker it goes.
This time it's shot from Hartley and pulled away by Shreyas Iyer over mid-wicket. And that's a 6. Good running between the wickets. The batters will come back for 2 runs as India's 200 comes up.
KL Rahul completes the single to take him to 50 from 72 balls and a partnership of 63 from 91 balls between KL Rahul and Shreyas Iyer has taken India to 222 for 3 at the interval. Yeah, what he said. Very good morning to you. It is talkSPORT 2. India 222 for 3. They trail by 24. It's going to be a massive session, this one. If the alarm has just gone off to get you up and underway this Friday morning, welcome along to talkSPORT 2. It is our exclusive coverage of the first Test match between India and England here in Hyderabad, and it's been a pretty good one for England. They're getting that first wicket that you heard there. Joe Root getting Jaiswal caught and bowled in the first over of the day, and he got them moving. Right, now can they get some more? KL Rahul 55 not out, Shreyas Iyer 34 not out. England, if they can shift one of these two, well, then they might be in with a chance. A very good morning to you. I'm Andrew McKenna. Delighted to say that once again I've got Steve Harmison and Darren Gough alongside in the commentary box. So, Goughy, who are you opening the bowling with here as the players return to the field?
Well, he's got to go with Jack Leach, surely, because he hasn't hardly bowled, has he? He's gone with Hartley all morning. And I'd have another look at Joe Root, if I'm honest, because Joe looks, when he bowls round the wicket, he looks like he can beat the bat on either side of it, and he's looked dangerous. He's created opportunity. It looks like they might go for the leg spin of Rehan Ahmed. Could possibly do that, but listen, I think it was a poor morning for England. I think the ball slightly. They were harder to get away, India, but they stayed patient. But I think, realistically, in this game now, to get over 100 runs in the session and put England on the back foot really here now, trailing by only 24 runs. I mean, India have a good hour here and it's game over, isn't it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. That was my sort of summing up that first session, that if England didn't win this session, England don't win this match. And I think the draw's out the equation in this game. So England have gone with Rehan Ahmed. I would have gone with Rehan Ahmed. I'd have gone with Joe Root, but I think Goughy's going to get his wish because I think Jack Leach is warming up. Rehan Ahmed, I thought, was the one that turned the ball more than any of the other spinners. It's just when he gets excitable, when he tries to bowl that little bit quicker, he tends to drag it down. And when you drag it down to the players of Shreyas Iyer and KL Rahul, they did what good players do, which was dispatch it to the boundary or even out of the park. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes, but Gough is right, this first hour is crucial.
So it is Ryan bowling from the far end, coming towards us. In he goes for the first delivery, and Rahul just plays out on the offside, and there's no run. Ollie Pope under the helmet at short leg, Joe Root at slip. There's a backward point. The deep cover's just been brought into a sort of squarish cover. That's James Anderson who's onto the pitch. Rayan Ahmed comes in once again, beats Rahul on the outside edge. Now that's promising signs, and all eyes immediately go to the replay screen because he's got his back to us as he plays that ball, and that just grips and did enough, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, it's a beauty. It's a good ball. It's a ball which I think Rahul thinks it's going to turn, and it hasn't turned that much. It's just gone straight on.
Rayan in, that's the googly, off of the back foot. It actually bounced up quite high on Rahul, and he wasn't able to time that into the covers, and Anderson will field, and there's no run. More of Anderson in a moment, actually, because he was bowling during the lunch break, and Harmy was keeping quite a close eye on him. So we'll get Harmy's thoughts on what he saw from James Anderson. In goes Rayan Ahmed from the far end, short, and Rahul has got time to get back and hit it to the aforementioned James Anderson, and there's no run, Harmy.
Yeah, it was brilliant to watch him. Danny Rubin got the best seat in the house. He was working as the umpire for Jimmy Anderson, doing things properly, making sure his foot was behind the line. Danny Rubin was in the media officer.
Rayan Ahmed is in, bringing Rahul forward. Quietly plays it, no run.
And he's in position of umpire. Jimmy off his full run. And I think he bowled 18, 20 balls, and not one of them was wide of off stump. Everything was going over the top of off stump. It was brilliant. In swing, out swing. His control was fantastic. And I think England missed him in that first innings. Yesterday afternoon.
Rayan Ahmed is in, bringing Rahul forward. He just opens the blade, gets it to Johnny Bairstow at backward point, and there's no run. First over after lunch on day 2 is a maiden here on talkSPORT 2. India remain 222 for 3 after 51 overs. Goughy.
Yeah, it's like we talked as well, didn't we, about the session, how India grew into it after a strong start by England, getting that early wicket at Jaiswal. But again, it starts again, a new session. 2 batters starting again. England have got to hit the ground running these first 3, 4, 5 overs and give themselves a chance with the momentum. But you say Jimmy Anderson, you're right, just watching him, he's superb. I mean, he's fitter than I've seen him for a long, long time. There's nothing on him.
Actually, yeah.
He's same size as one of my arms.
We had dinner with him last year, didn't we, Goughy? We were up in Scotland on a golfing trip, and we were like, "Come on, Jim, surely you got to retire." And the glare he gave me was ridiculous. We'd had a few drinks by then, but it was of such disdain as to say, "Why would I want to retire?" And I was like looking at him as to think, well, and he come out with like brilliant lines, just basically saying, "I wake up every morning and I want to play cricket. I wake up every morning hungry to play. I wake up every morning not feeling as though I'm not enjoying it. And while I do that, I'm going to play." And age is a number. And he shot me down brilliantly. He shot me down quickly. And he did look. He looked $1 million. He looked
Army,
fitter
I think what did it for you, though, Army, is but you said you wake up every morning, want a full English and 18 holes of golf.
Well, he wants to play golf when he's not playing cricket. But just the look in his eye. That told me that he's still got the hunger and drive for the game. The enthusiasm's still there massively. Desperately still wants to play cricket for England.
So it is Jack Leach who's going to bowl from the Laxman end down beneath us, and he goes in and brings Shreyas Iyer forward. Ollie Pope will field no run. talkSPORT with us as well once again at the moment. Joining myself, Andrew McKenna, Steve Harmison and Darren Gough on commentary. And it is Jack Leach bowling to Shreyas Iyer, who's 34 not out. India have not added a run after lunch yet. We're in the second over, and Jack Leach is in around the wicket, and Shreyas just allows this to come to him, guides it to backward point where Rayan Ahmed is, and there's no run.
That's better from Jack Leach. He's bowling a good length. He's drifting it towards You know, Shreyas Iyer's off stump, looking for it to turn. It's not turning that much, but the pace is better, the length's better. He's dragging the batter across the stumps and out of the crease. So while he's doing that, if one does turn or if one does bounce, then because Iyer's out in front of himself, he's got more chance of catching a genuine edge or leading edge where Ollie Pope's on the drive.
Jack Leach is in. Turn to Stokes at mid-on. They're going to take a quick single. Shreyas has timed it well. They take that one to take the score to 223 for 3. There was a pause before that because yet again we had people walking in front of the side screen. There are 2 security guards down beneath us, one either side, who must have the best view in the house because they're clearly not watching the people wandering in front of the screen. They're watching the cricket because
they're playing on their phones as well. It's lunchtime, so the kids are trying to get their lunch. Security guards are not that bothered.
Come on, lads, let's sharpen up a touch. Right then, Leach to Rahul. Ollie Pope at short mid-off, 3-4 feet away from the stumps at the bowler's end. Oh, it's a shortish ball from Leach that doesn't bounce, and KL Rahul gets an under edge just wide of his stumps onto the pads of Ben Foakes. But we've just now seen a couple stay very, very obviously low. One in the morning session and now one after lunch that have definitely stayed more down than what we've seen previously. Leach in once again. There's some flight on that one. Push drive to duck it at extra cover, no run.
It's a good pace, but it's too full. Player like Rahul or Iyer, it's just too full. It's not going to give it a chance to turn and causing any problems. Pace is all right, but he's just got to drag his length back just a touch. I think he's frightened to drag his length back.
Jack Leach around the wicket. It's just a little bit shorter. Stands up, playing it off the back foot is KL Rahul. It is the end of the over here on talkSPORT 2 and on talkSPORT, and of course on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as well. You can watch what's going on in the commentary box while listening to the commentary. You get the thoughts of Steve Harmison, you get the thoughts of Darren Gough.
The problem as well you've got, Macca, as well, if people are watching on YouTube or listening to us on talkSPORT 2, is but if the England spinners were in a better position in the match, they could have fielders around the bat. And if he did manage to get some good deliveries, a little bit of bounce, a bit of turn, and it got that high up on the bat, the fielders around it are going to be in it. At the moment, you're looking for that magic delivery, aren't you? It's going to turn and bounce and catch the edge and go to slip or the keeper. And that's the problem. They're looking for a mistake here from India rather than trying to bowl them out. And that's a serious issue for England.
Rayan to continue from the far end. Going to be bowling to Shreyas, who, once again, as before lunch, when the spinners are on, in tandem, batting in a cap. Ollie Pope has gone backward of square now at short leg. There is a short straight mid-on for Rayan Ahmed. Duck it in at shortish extra cover on the drive. Slip in place still is Joe Root. Rayan Ahmed coming towards us. Shreyas plays it off the back foot, no run.
But what Gough is saying is spot on, but I think that comes from how they bowled last night, Darren. The way they bowled last night was men round the bat, everybody staying up, and they fluffed the lines a little bit, got whacked to the boundary. Scoring rate was through the roof, and now they're having to sit in the game.
Rayan in from the far end. Shreyas, big stride forward in that one. There was a thou shalt not pass job, no run.
And watching the way they've bowled, even today, that they've bowled one or two full balls, one or two short balls, that if the men were round the bat.
Rayan comes in once again. Shreyas swings into the leg side. Fielder out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, takes the catch. Hartley it is. And Shreyas goes for 35. India 223 for 4. And Shreyas went big, but not big enough.
Well bowled, Rayan Ahmed. He's moved his fielder back onto the leg side boundary. Brought, like Andrew McKenna said a second ago, Ollie Pope in just behind square. Catcher Jack Leach from 45. I think he was inviting the sweep. I think that's what he was looking for. Invite the sweep or the slog sweep. And Shreyas Iyer's gone to hit the ball over the top of Ben Stokes, who was straight. And because it's just a little bit shorter, he's dragged it to the leg side, and it's gone straight into the hands of Tom Hartley. And Rayan Ahmed has picked up a valuable wicket, and just what England needed just after the lunch break.
Yeah, 223 for 4 now. Shreyas goes for 35 of 60, 3 deliveries. Like I said, I think he picked it. That was his biggest problem there for Shreyas. Picked the ball, it was the googly, and he tried to clear the ropes and it went straight down deep mid-wicket's throat. So, yes, a mistake. We've just been talking the last over. We need a mistake here from the Indian batters. We got one there, going for the maximum. Didn't quite have the power, which is a rarity for Indian players on home soil. They're normally used to seeing it sail over the ropes for 6. But that was a big, big dismissal. And well bowled, the young Rayan Ahmed, to get rid of a fantastic player.
Absolutely. Rayan Ahmed's 8th Test match wicket, and it brings to the crease Ravindra Jadeja, the left-hander. 319 50s with the bat. He's got a Test match best of 175 not out. One of those hundreds did come against England. 5 50s as well. He averages 32 in Test matches against England. His overall record is just shy of 36. And in at number 6, Harmy.
Yeah, he's a fine player, as Jadeja. Fine competitor as well. I just wonder if Ben Stokes is thinking of Joe Root here. I just wonder if he's thinking of Joe Root to come and bowl from, you know, the end where, like, the VVS Laxman end, the media stand end. Jadeja plays left arm spin very, very well.
So Rayan is going around the wicket to Jadeja, who's got the biggest stride forward of the match so far. He's completely smothered that no run.
Yeah, just seeing the shot again from Surajaya. It's a slog sweep, and he was invited into it. And Ben Stokes brought the man in behind square.
Rayan to Jadeja once again. Another big stride forward, just drops it at his toes, no run.
Yeah, he brought the man in behind square on the leg side, put him in a catching position in front of square, and basically said to Surajaya, you can come, you can sweep, or you can fine sweep as much as you want. No helmet on, have a go at that. And what he's done is he's tried to slog sweep it, and he's picked the man out perfectly.
Rayan in once again, a little bit of air on that push drive from Jadeja to Stokes at mid-off to complete the over here on talkSPORT 2. No run, 2:23 for 4. So India trailing by 23 still, but with another wicket going down. I've just seen the replay of the wicket again. With it just stayed on Tom Hartley slightly longer. You can tell he's played a lot of T20 and one-day cricket, because he took the catch and then turned round, and clearly the crowd have been giving him a little bit. He gave him the old fist pump as if to say, there you go, have a bit of that back.
Listen, they always get involved in India. It's a great place to play cricket, so passionate and knowledgeable. But it's always a relief when you take a catch on the boundary. The last worst thing you can do is drop one, isn't it? Right in front of the crowd. But there we go. And listen, it gives England a chance, you know. You look at Jadeja coming at 6, fine player, yes, but Bharat coming in, and then Ashwin and Axar. We've got a chance here still, you know, but we've got to have a good hour.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be Jack Leach to bowl from our end, the Lakshman end. Bowling to the right-handed Rahul. 55 not out. Some air from Leach brings Rahul forward, pushing to duck it at cover, no run. If you weren't with us earlier, it is Republic Day here in India. Big public holiday. So lots of people in the stands are, well, we must be getting on 75–80% full. Full capacity here is just shy of 40,000. It's been a good buzz about the place all day. Leach goes in now. That one turns from slightly shorter of a length. Rahul drops it out on the offside, and there's no run. The only problem being Republic Day is it's a national day, and the government have decreed it's a dry day, which came as a very nasty shock for Steve Harmison as he got back to his hotel room last night to find the letter put under his door to be told he wasn't going to be able to get a beer at close of play today. Leach is in, opening the face is Rahul. Beats Rayan Ahmed at backward point, but it's straight to Hartley, so it'll only be 1 run still. 2:24 for 4.
To be honest, Mac, is when I got back last night and I seen the letter, I thought it was for last night, and nearly taking 3 hours to get home from the ground yesterday. I was nearly about to cry my eyes out. So, no, it is. You respect the area you're in, respect the country you're in, and respect their laws. So, we'll not be celebrating Republic Day today with a beverage, and the Barmy Army will be disappointed, but it is a fine country. It is a great place to tour, and I'm sure everybody's respecting that today. and what it means to the people of India, because they have come out in force. It was lovely of them this morning to not be on the road so we could get here in about 15-20 minutes. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get home just as quick as we got here tonight, as opposed to what happened last night.
It's like two different journeys. Coming in, you're sailing, you don't see a soul. Going home, everyone's on the road. Leach is going to bowl over the wicket, left arm over to Jadeja. He comes forward, puts to Ollie Pope, and there's no run. And then last night, as Harmy said, first of all, it took a while for the driver actually to reach us, and then it took 55 minutes to get back to the hotel. As Leach comes in, left arm over. Oh, now that takes the pad. Was there any bat in there as well? England asking the question. They've got no reviews if they don't like what Chris Gaffney says, and he says not out.
No, I think he's well outside the line. I think it's a touch high as well. The only thing that they possibly could have gone for was did it get close to the glove, because bat and pad was close. Glove and pad was close together.
Leach is in, and Jadeja is pushing forward, and there's no run. Yeah, it took us just shy of an hour of actual journey time last night here on talkSPORT 2, 2:24 for 4 at the end of the over. Rory Dollard from the Press Association put out a tweet last night. It took them 90 minutes of journey time. So, yeah, it's not quite the full Mumbai Goughy, but the locals are doing their bit for us, so we can try and see a little bit more of the local area.
It's called rush hour, lads. Stop moaning, it's your job. Takes me 2 hours 45 minutes to get to Yorkshire.
Yeah, but you're just a plastic Yorkshireman now, though, aren't you? Milton Keynes, isn't it?
Well, 30 minutes in the helicopter, but
yeah, cash is king, innit? Them days have gone, though, Darren.
Yeah, them days are gone, boys. But yeah, interesting start though from England. Started well after lunch. Must have had a good lunch. Biryani, isn't it, in Hyderabad? You've had plenty of them.
Oh, absolutely. Biryani every day, mate, at the moment. It's a very, very special blend locally. So we get the lamb biryani, and there's a vegetable biryani as well at lunchtime. I'll tweet out a picture of today's lunch, which was, by the way, was excellent once again. Rayan Ahmed to start new oval Carroll, a little bit uppish. There was a bit of bottom hand as he was closing the face on that one, and it lands 3 or 4 metres short of Ben Stokes at mid-on. So there's some encouragement for Rayan Ahmed, and you can hear Ben Folkes through the stump mic. Come on, Ray, there we are. Rayan Ahmed comes in again. Rahul lets this one get towards him, and almost on the half volley is whipping it, but it's straight back to the bowler on the half volley, no run.
The last couple of overs that Rayan Ahmed's bowled, one's before lunch and this one here, when he's bowled it really, really full, Rahul is thinking, right, because mid-on and mid-off are very, very wide, I'm just going to hit him straight. So he's still looking to be forceful. He's not looking to hit over the line, and what he's doing is he's just trying to hit it back from where it comes from. So if it does spin, he's still going with the ball and with the shot, and that's good batting. But England have changed the field now.
Yeah, very straight, short mid-on, which means that Rahul stays deeper in the crease on this occasion. Leg side of it, cuts back with a point, and away for 4. Didn't really bounce particularly high, so he had to stay low on it, hit down on it, and he does exactly that. 2:28 for 4, India here on talkSPORT 2. They're now only trailed by 18 runs.
You know what, that's a brilliant shot. That really is a brilliant shot. That's not a bad ball from Rayan Ahmed. You know, that's still on the stumps. That's cutting the ball just off middle stump, and that's a beautiful shot from Rahul. Great hands, great weight transfer to lean forward, rock back, and wait for the ball to come to him just at the right time to pick the gap between Mark Wood and Johnny Bairstow and get enough on it to the boundary.
Rayan is in. Rahul uses his feet to push drive to mid-off. They will take a single, no throw at either ends. So another to the total, 229 for 4. And the deficit now 17 runs.
He really is a good player, Rahul. I know his record recently and trying to cement a place in the side after Pujara and Rahane have now gone. Kohli obviously not playing in these first 2 test matches. The likelihood is of Rishabh Pant, because India want Rishabh Pant in their team to keep wicket. Rahul trying to cement a place that Rahane and Pujara's left.
Rayan Ahmed to the left-handed Jadeja, who puts it, I think, straight through Ollie Pope. I'm not saying it's a catch, but he's so close in at short leg. It's one of those that gets turned to him, and unless it sticks in the hands or gets caught in the bread basket or the clothing, it's unlikely to stick, because you don't have time to react to that one. Just looking at the replay, Yeah, it basically went straight through his hands.
He did well, to be fair. He kept low as he possibly could. When the batter goes that way and looks as though he's looking to elevate the ball, the fielder, the catcher, that position does, just automatically come up.
Final ball of the over is a hard sweep by KL Rahul. We mentioned before lunch we've not seen many sweeps. Well, KL Rahul has got the sweep out to that one and hits it hard through square leg and away for 4 to complete the 55th over. 234 for 4. Rahul's got 65. The deficit down to 12. Some more thoughts from Gough and Harmy as well. Well, I get out of the way for Chetan to take over the ball by ball.
And here's what we've been talking about, me and Stevie's, but you've got two batters at the crease here. You've got Rahul, who's obviously hit in and set and feels comfortable against the turning ball. Then you got Jadeja, who's just come to the crease, who's a bit watchful, a little bit nervous, a little bit anxious. His feet are not moving as good as they should be. He's trying to get used to the pace of the pitch and the amount of turn off the surface. And it's great to watch. This is Test cricket at its best, and England have started well. Rayan, since lunch, has been excellent. He's turning the ball. He's bowling plenty of googlies. So it's a real test for the Indian batters.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree, Gough. And when you see that shot there, he's played a ball. Rayan Ahmed's bowled a ball, your leg spinner that's pitched, in and around sort of middling off. It's not really turned. And he's cut it off the stumps beautifully for 4. And then later on in the over, Rayan's bowled a ball that's going down the leg side and he's swept it for 4. And it was not going down the leg side as in miles down the leg side. It was probably pitching on leg stump, going down with the angle. But 2 very, very different cricket shots played absolutely perfectly by a player who is in great touch.
And there's a bowling change now. Joe Root coming into the attack to replace Jack Leach, and obviously because there's a left-handed batter at the crease on the off stump this time, played with soft hands towards backward point, and very, very quickly for a single from Ravindra Jadeja. Score moving on to 235 for 4, and India now trail by 11 runs. He was bowling with a slip and a forward short leg to Jadeja, but only a slip. Oh, in fact, there is a forward short leg for KL Rahul in place as well, who's batting on 65. And
that was another piece of good batting, because even as the non-strikers in from KL Rahul, understanding that as Jadeja's just come in, understanding that there's an off-spinner going to bowl into the rough outside his off-stump. Jadeja's played a nice shot, dropped it into the gap, and at the non-striker's end, he is getting down to the end to make sure that he is on strike to give Jadeja a sighter of the off-spinner.
Root to KL Rahul with a slip in position, and this time on the off-stump, driven with soft hands, not much power into that, and only will reach the advertising hoarding there. Just a single to KL Rahul. 1 for 28 so far for Joe Root. For Ravindra Jadeja, he has a mid-off in position, mid-on, which is slightly come in, mid-off a little deeper. There's extra cover, there's cover position as well. 2 slips now going in for Ravindra Jadeja. He's going to be targeting that rough outside the off-stump for Jadeja. Joe Root bowls to Jadeja, this time coming in, played off his pads on the middle end leg. There's a fielder at short fine leg, and a single to Ravindra Jadeja, who moves on to 237 for 4. And I want to ask Steve Harmison, have you looked for a beer in the minibar of your hotel room?
I have, but the fridge is empty, so there's no drinks or anything inside the minibar. We're not, coffee's not here, so we're not staying in the best hotels that are possible.
Root to Rahul, loud appeal this time. He was on his back foot, going back into his crease. Just a bit short in length from Joe Root. The umpire says no. Chris Gaffney, no reviews for England remaining.
No, I'm not convinced this is out. I think this is bounced. It's going to touch down leg side as well. I think it's probably going down leg side. I don't think it's gone enough to sort of outside off stump to come back.
This time Root on the off stump, comes forward, does KL Rahul, and plays with soft hands towards backward point for a single.
It was an excellent delivery from Joe Root round the wicket, but it's pitched probably on middle stump and then turned quite sharply. Turn that we've not seen from that much from the other spinners. and I think it was probably a touch high and a touch going down. If he could get the ball onto off stump, coming back, and then he's in the game then.
2 slips for Jadeja as he comes round the wicket. Does Joe Root and played with soft hands. Not a big stretch from Jadeja, but a dot delivery to end the over. It's 238 for 4. Only the 7th over for Joe Root, 1 for 30. And Darren, he's been the spinner who's gotten the most turn out of all the English spinners today.
He's been impressive, Joe. I think the way he's improved his spin over the past few years. I remember where it all started to fit in. They put in so many hours on that New Zealand trip a few years ago, and he were practicing these off spinners and leg spinners, probably with an eye in mind of one-day cricket, the amount of franchise cricket were coming in. He wanted to be a 3-dimensional cricketer, fielder, batter, and someone who can bowl spin, both like Livingston does, bowls off spin and leg spin. And Joe were really putting a lot of time into it. And he's bowled a couple of leggies today, by the way, as well. So he's bowled really well for England.
Tell you, pitches in T20 cricket very different in India than in Test cricket, but definitely there's a case for Joe Root having, he should have bowled more. We'll discuss that in just a bit as Rehan Ahmed gets ready to bowl his 11th over. He's bowling from the Shivlal Yadav Pavilion in the far end for us as Rahul takes it on the full, the first delivery, and that smash down over long on for 6. He moves on to 73. That's the first 6 for KL Rahul. Moves on to 73, 244 for 4.
Yeah, excellent shot from KL Rahul. I mentioned in the last over that when Rehan Ahmed has been bowling just above the eye line and thrown it up straight, he's tried to hit him down the ground. He's tried to hit him on the floor down the ground with mid-on and mid-off wider. This time it was a little bit higher above the eye line. There was a little bit more, drift on it towards him as well. And because of that, he could take his time, get a stride in, and get a comfortable, solid base and just elevate him straight down the ground. Good shot.
Rehan once again to Rahul, this time a little flatter than the last delivery, and he's played it, driven it towards mid-on. You're absolutely right. Too much loop on that one. Rahul's eyes lighting up, really. Gimme ball from Rehan. India now just 2 runs behind. This time back of length. He's trying to push it towards point region. There'll be no run. And he's come out attacking KL Rahul after lunch.
Well, he has. But he's come out, I think he's been attacking in that sense throughout the innings. When the ball's been there to hit, he's hit it. And when he's been there, when it's been a good ball or it's been a respectful ball, he's defended it with comfortable ease. He's put it into a gap where he's created a single. But whenever this been over-pitched, he's punished it.
Rehan once again to Rahul, this time flatter again on the middle. But he's pushed it, prodded it defensively, no run.
And I think from here I would bring another man onto the sort of leg side, bring both mid-on and mid-off straighter, and say to KL Rahul, try and hit me square the wicket, because at this moment in time, whenever Rehan Ahmed bowls full, KL Rahul is just looking to hit him dead barrel, gun barrel straight down the ground.
There's a Sydney mid-on now in position for Rahul. This is dropped shot from Rehan Ahmed, and it's smacked once again straight down the ground over long on for another 6. 2 sixes and 5 deliveries in this over. Dropped shot on that last instance, and Rahul feasting on it once again.
Yeah, that was a short ball. That's a ball that Rehan Ahmed will not want to watch again. He's bowled well, the young man, so far, this just before lunch and just after lunch. But that was the short ball that sometimes comes in every now and again. And where it did, KL Rahul, he could have hit that anywhere he wanted, and what he did was, the biggest gap he sees at this moment in time is the one in front of him, and it's the one straight down the ground, and he bounced the ball straight off the side screen.
India have taken the lead here, the lead by 4 runs thanks to that 6 from Rahul. 250 is also up for India, 250 for 4. The deep mid-wicket fielder has been brought in, and to end the over, Rahul pushes it towards the offside for no run. It's 250 for 4 after 57 overs. And Jarrod Kimber also joins us.
Hey, Chetan. Yeah, I was actually looking at something just before the break, and Rehan Ahmed's obviously just got a right-hander out, but Rehan Ahmed is one of the few leg spinners who actually prefers to bowl to left-handers, and it's mostly because he's a wrong independent bowler, and it makes sense. But it's a stark record. Most people don't have that. So that wicket of Shreyas Iyer, who, to be fair, is a pretty good player of spin as well, is almost doubly important for him. But I would say, Harmy, the biggest issue at the moment is that every bowler outside of Jack Leach is bowled full tosses, half trackers, and they just can't control their length enough. So even when England put pressure back on to India, it's only for a little while.
Yeah, and I 100% agree. And I think we made that point a bit earlier about why England haven't got catchers round about. I think Darren was mentioning about not having catchers round about. I think that was an element of how they bowled last night and where the game situation was at, and also Ben Stokes trusting his bowlers to bowl with men round the bat. And I think what Jarrod's saying there is spot on, because they're bowling four decent balls in an area, then giving 2 bad balls which are getting boundaries.
Start of a new over from Joe Root. He's bowling from the VVS Laxman Pavilion end. He's bowling to Ravindra Jadeja with 2 slips back into his crease. Shorter length delivery from Root there, but spinning into the batter. And the only spinner, we've talked about controlling your line and length. We'll come back to that. Root bowls to Jadeja. Again back, and bit of an inside edge. Ben Foakes taking the ball on the bounce there. We've talked about the spinners trying to control the line, the length, where they're pitching the ball. I think Joe Root's been the most impressive of all the four spinners that England have used. Bowling with 2 slips now to Jadeja. This one tossed up on the off stump. He's come forward and defended it.
I think he's been the one that's shown the most sort of consistent of having the batter in an element of trouble. He did Keir Rahul when Keir Rahul first came in, bowling around the wicket into there are scuff marks and foot marks, but I don't think they're in massively in the game. I think it is turning a little bit more off the surface as the day's gone on.
He's now bowling with a silly mid-off and a silly extra cover as well. The second slip has gone out, just the 1 slip. This one flatter on the off stump, and Jadeja just prods at it defensively. No run there.
And plus, Joe Root is an experienced campaigner. He understands the game brilliantly, and he knows what the situation needs.
Coming wider on his crease this time on the middle and leg, and Jadeja takes it on the full and just drives it down the ground past the fielder at mid-on, who was a slightly squarer position, and he gets a very, very welcome boundary. That's the first 4 for Ravindra Jadeja. India moving on to 254 for 4.
That's just what we're talking about, right? That we see full tosses sometimes 100%. From spinners because you can come down the crease. That is just a long half volley. All he had to do was punch that, and I can tell you that Jadeja has basically stopped scoring against off spinners. So to give him a freebie like that is just not acceptable. I'll tell you about the stats at the end of the over.
And that was the last delivery of the over outside the off stump, quite wide. Jadeja doesn't play at it. 254 for 4. Over to you, Jarrod.
So this is from CricViz. In 2018, his strike rate against off-spin in India was 81. And in 2019, 71. 2021, 31. 2022, 45. And 2023, 28. Some of that stuff in 2023 was Nathan Lyon on very friendly wickets who kept dismissing him as well. He's not been going, other than Lyon, he hasn't gone out to off-spin much, but he's basically completely changed the way he plays against it. So to give him a free full toss that gives him a boundary just takes all the pressure off him, and that's what England have been doing again and again.
Yeah, and Jadeja will be 3 off 16 balls, and you're thinking England are starting to get a little bit of pressure and a little end away, and I think that comes back to why England haven't had man round the bat. That's been Ben Stokes' problem. Last night, England come out gun-ho with men round the bat, trying to put pressure on. We've got a score on the board. We've got a session to bowl at. We've got, fair enough, we've got bowlers on debut. And I think because England, a combination of England not bowling as well as they would like, as well as how well Jaiswal played, now Ben Stokes is looking at the scoreboard going, we've got a deficit now. We're behind the game. They've got 6 wickets in hand. I'd love to have a short leg, a silly mid-off, man at sort of slip or a man at leg slip to Joe Root against a batter like Jadeja, who Jarrod just mentioned the numbers, has stopped scoring against right arm off spin. But unfortunately, we can't afford to, because the game situation dictates that we're in this. We're behind the game, and largely down to the fact that 4 balls and over, we're landing in a decent area, and India are respecting that. Keir Rahul was respecting that, but then what he's doing is waiting for the 2 bad balls. and they're not missing out. And you know, England are going at 5s and 6s and over sometimes without even India trying.
And here's something new. Rehan Ahmed trying a different angle to the right-hand batter. KL Rahul is coming round the wicket. You don't often see a wrist spinner coming round the wicket to a right-hander. And the first delivery is flatter, quicker, on the middle and off. And Rahul has driven it through the wake in extra cover region. There was chase from the fielder. Tom Hartley was it at mid-off. And in the meantime, the batters are able to cross over for 2 runs. So easy runs there for KL Rahul. What do you make of that angle, Jarrod? Coming around the wicket to a right-hand batter.
It's very interesting because he does spin the ball back in. It's almost like he's doing what Root did. Yeah, it's like an off-spinner bowling around the wicket.
23% scoring shots for Rahul have been through the covers this time. Flatter on the middle, quicker delivery, and he's pushed at it defensively.
So that first one was more like an off-spinner, wasn't it? Or first couple,
True.
pitching outside off stump and then spinning back. That one there was more like a leg spinner. So I suppose it gives him 2 bites of the cherry, like it gives him 2 chances to get a wicket, but it's an odd decision. But we've seen KL Rahul struggle when off-spinners come around the wicket, so that might be why they're doing it.
And it's an odd field positioning as well. There's a slip, there's a forward shot like this one on the middle stump, and he's driven it down the ground. Rehan got down just to almost get a hand to it, which took some pace off the ball. It was an odd field. Yeah,
if we're being honest here, the problem isn't, I mean, it doesn't really matter if he bowls over the wicket or around the wicket. He keeps bowling half volleys and short balls. He's got to control his length at the moment. That's the issue for him. And you're right, the field, it's almost like they're not quite sure how to set a field for this because it's not a normal way of a leg spinner would attack.
We'll talk about that field in just a bit because the batters have taken a single and it's Jadeja who's facing Rehan. More conventional. This is just popped up in the air, turning into the left-hander from middle stump. But the fielder at forward shot leg is quite far away. For Jadeja, they do have a silly mid-wicket. They do have mid-on and mid-off. They have extra cover, backward point and short fine leg, where Jack Leach is warming up. This time on the full, on the middle, and Jadeja drives it towards mid-on. And talking about the spinners, and that's something that I want to talk to you about, Jarrod, at the end of the over, as Rehan gets to bowl this last delivery and drops it short. Jadeja pulls it, just gets it past the fielder at short mid-wicket, and there is nobody behind him. Gets a boundary to end the over. 7 from that over. India have moved to 261 for 4 after 59 overs. Jadeja moves on to 11. And that's the point I wanted to talk to you about, Jarrod, is none of the spinners are really controlling the runs. If you look at the economy or the runs that they've given away, Hartley, 4.8 and over, that's come down from last evening. Rehan at 5.5. Root, he's not bowled much, but again, more than 4. Jack Leach, less than 3. England need a holding spinner at one end.
Yeah, I mean, Leach is kind of the bowler, but he hasn't bowled enough, has he? He's only bowled the 13 overs. But you look at that last over, there were 2 massively over-pitched balls and 1 under-pitched ball, right? So he was on both sides of the length, and he's a young wrist spinner. We have to expect that from him. But that's the problem. Outside of Leach, they don't really have a bowler who can land the ball exactly where he wants for 18 or 24 deliveries in a row. And also, that last ball was about 78 kilometres an hour, which again, he's a wrist spinner. We expect him to be a little bit slower, but that's why it was easy to be hit away when it was short.
Thanks, Jarrod. As Chetan Narula makes his way out of the commentary box for a late lunch, and this one is pushed away for a single out towards mid-wicket. They trot through for a single. Never mind a holding spinner, Jarrod. Ben Stokes' team, the one that he has selected here, doesn't have a holding anything. There's nobody that can handbrake.
No, I mean, I suppose Leach at his best would be doing that. He's not quite at his best, but to be fair, he's not really going for runs, is he? I think Leach has been fine. Has there been any... Have you seen him running around the field or waddling around the field? Does he look 100% fit to you?
Well, fit, yeah, but bowling fit, not so much. I mean, he hasn't bowled since June in a competitive match.
He shouldn't be fit. I mean, you're right. He didn't bowl that much in county cricket either. I think, was it Gary, he said before, 130 overs before June? So it wasn't like he was bowling a lot. He really just hasn't bowled a lot in a long time.
Down the wicket comes Jadeja, and he's launched this over deep mid-wicket. This is Ravindra Jadeja at his absolute best. That was 6 from the moment you heard it, actually. You didn't even need to see it. His feet were brilliant. Got to the pitch of it, the speed of a ballerina, and hit it with the power of a heavyweight. Bang! And it made such a delicious noise if you're an Indian supporter. And it's followed by more noise from the crowd. 6 runs to Ravi Jadeja, moves him to 17 from just 20 balls. And KL Rahul is 83. India now marching into a lead. Just 22 at the moment, but 6 wickets in hand. And KS Bharat, the keeper, to come. Ravi Ashwin, Akshar Patel, they bat down to number 9. They've got test hundreds down to number 9. And they are just beginning to hit the accelerator now, really putting the pressure on England. As Leach is in once again, Jadeja forward, hits one, hits the pad, up goes the finger, inside edge, immediate review, given out, not out, says Ravi Jadeja. Umpire Chris Gaffney had his finger up straight away. It was a classic left arm spinner's delivery if it's out. Hit the inside edge.
I don't think it is, Manners.
No, nor do I, actually.
I think it was well inside the line of his bat there. He reviewed it. I think he reviewed it before the catch was taken, Manners.
It has to have hit the glove. Because there's no, it's a long way from the inside edge.
It definitely misses the bat by a mile. It hits the top of the pad and flicks up, but his gloves seem, well, we'll have to see it from side on, but I'll be shocked if his gloves aren't a long way away from that. Seems to have gone under the gloves, flicked up, and missed everything.
You are right about the speed of the review. I mean, it was comically quick, wasn't it?
It was. I think he looked to see if it was caught and then looked back at the umpire. He was waiting for both those things to happen.
With the pad, let it go out, please.
It's
I think we've got angle from the wrong side here, Manners, as well. We've got the bat side. We actually probably need the short leg side to get a better angle, but it doesn't look like it hit anything. There was 2 noises. It hits his pad and it hits his armpit on the way up. A little bit of sweat on the ball.
Impact is in line.
Baf du Plessis used to do that.
Missing. So Chris, no bat on it, not LBW, so you'll have to reverse your on-screen now signal.
So, Jarrod, I like the fact that you pointed out that there were 2 noises, because it's always good to understand why an umpire's given a decision. Because especially when it misses the inside edge by that much, you know, you would hope that he hasn't given it out for that reason. So I suspect that he thinks that it's hit the gloves off the pad.
If you look at it, it did kind of go under the gloves as well. So the umpire would have lost the ball for a little while there as it came up. And as you said, the second noise, you know, maybe then suggests to you a little bit that that something's going on. What I would say is it was an absolute brute of a ball. That was missing leg stump on height and width because of how much it ragged. It was a beautiful delivery.
So maybe Jack Leach is coming into his best. As you say, his figures are actually quite tidy. Just doesn't mean very threatening. This one is tucked away nicely off his pads by Ravi Jadeja, only as far as Rayan Ahmed at backward square leg, or backward square leg. India are in a very, very strong position, and they know it, and I've identified this moment, to my mind, as one to put England under pressure in. As Leach is in once again, back and across goes Jadeja, trying to cover the movement from outside his off stump. Jack Leach bowling over the wicket into the rough outside the left-hander's off stump, and it is significant rough there at the pavilion end, so there should be plenty of spin for Jack Leach, and there was with that delivery that almost brought him a wicket. Down the wicket comes Jadeja once again. He's hit it high. Circling underneath it is Johnny Bairstow. Can he get there? No, he can't. Tom Hartley was coming around as well from deep mid-wicket. Bairstow looked at the ball, looked at Hartley, did some very quick mental calculations and then pointed to Hartley and said, that's yours, you're closer to it and you're running towards it and I'm running behind, and it landed safely in between both of them.
You talk about them wanting to put pressure back on England, but they've already got a lead. But I would say this for Jadeja, he kind of always attacks left arm finger spin. In the last 5 years in India, he's got a strike rate of 84 against it, and that's been on some pretty treacherous wickets, man. It's like he will always go at left arm finger spin. He sees that as an advantage. We saw that with Iyer as well before. These guys are willing to take on the boundary riders, but if Iyer had gone out taking on a boundary rider and Jadeja had gone out that way, you're right that Akshar is still to come, and that Ashwin is still to come, and KS Barrett, they're still batting, but they want a 150 run lead, right? And the actual speed at which that they get that lead, man, I don't think matters at all. So just sensible hit. England are giving them so many balls to hit. I don't think they need to push it too hard.
Yeah, I just get the sense with modern Test teams, though, Jarrod, is that they've got a minimum speed below which they stall.
Well, I mean, you talk about that, but I just said that Jadeja had a strike rate of 28 against Osman last year. He can block when he needs to. He's a beautiful blocker.
Now, Rian Ahmed's into the attack again, and Ravi Jadeja pushes this straight back to him. You're right. He's kind of a... we talk about fast bowlers having being nose or toes, Yorkers or bouncers. Here is Rian Ahmed in once again. Jadeja struck on the pads. A polite appeal from Ben Folkes, and not really much from Rian Ahmed. That one pitched outside leg stump. And batsmen sometimes also have, two gears. First,
especially all-rounders
and fifth.
Yeah, because all-rounders usually don't have the second, third, and fourth, do they? They can do the two extremes.
Here is Rian Ahmed once again, and forward comes Jadeja, really stretching forward to try and get to the pitch of this one, and defends it. 269 for 4. India lead by 23 runs. I'll run through the wickets that have fallen today for you in just a moment, because I know that many of you alarms are just going off, or maybe you're just making your morning cup of tea. This one is flicked away by Jadeja, full and straight out towards deep backward square leg. Mark Wood is out there patrolling the leg side boundary. Joe Root was out in the first over of the day. Yashasvi Jaiswal, the opener who tormented England in the final session yesterday, reaching 76 not out from just 73 balls. He was out in the first over of the day. Hit Joe Root for a 4, straight back over his head, and then 2 balls later tried to repeat the shot and clothed it straight back to Root, who took a good catch, jumping up two-handed above his head, and Jaiswal went for 80. Break off for a moment as Rian Ahmed is in once again to the right-handed KL Rahul, who's batting beautifully. Single, just touched it away in front of square on the offside. Leach picks it up at backward point. 271 for 4. Second wicket to go. Shubman Gill down the wicket to Tom Hartley, the left-arm spinner, collecting finally a belated first Test wicket. As he clipped it straight to Ben Duckett at mid-wicket, he went for 23, and Shreyas Iyer shortly, a couple of overs ago, caught at deep mid-wicket by Hartley again off the bowling of Rian Ahmed for 35. But KL Rahul and Ravindra Jadeja now carrying on the good work for India as Jadeja drives down the ground. There's a gap. Ben Stokes is quite wide at mid-off. It's beaten him, and there's a token pursuit by Zach Crawley from mid-off down towards the boundary, but it's only to retrieve the ball. Super shot from KL Rahul. He's up to 84. Ravi Jadeja 23 from 29 balls. India's lead is 29. They're 275 for 4. Jarrod, I said a moment ago that I think India have identified this moment now because they're in the lead and they sense England's heads going down. That's why they want to try and impose themselves at the moment.
I don't know. I feel again that we saw in that over a full toss outside leg stump. And over-pitched balls, short balls, and everything. There's a part of me that thinks that they just think they can score this way against England as well. But you're right. Perhaps once they got that lead, they did step up a little bit. And Shreyas Iyer would also suggest that. And Jadeja wouldn't always bat at this speed.
I've relied on you for years to provide the dose of reality, Jarrod. Here's Leach again. Defensively, Rahul pushes it out towards extra cover. There's me saying India are imposing themselves and putting England under pressure, and there's you saying that England are just bowling badly.
They're bowling very badly. I think that is fair. I mean, that last ball was a half volley outside off stump, wasn't it? Really, it was a throwdown.
Yes. Okay.
I've got some news for you. A couple of one very big news and some scores as well, if you need them.
275 for 4. I would love that. I'm slightly concerned that let's wait for the next boundary and you can give us the news, because I want people to finish stirring their tea wherever they're listening to us, because you've just said that you've got some big news from elsewhere in the world. So I want everyone to make sure that they have their ears primed and are ready to receive it from you. So we'll wait for the next boundary or the next break in play. Maybe Jack Leach has a contact lens issue. Here he is up to the crease again, bowls, and that's short and wide and punched away straight to cover. Well, actually not straight to cover. It's a good diving stop from Ben Duckett, the usual live wire self in the field. India's lead remains at 29, 275 for 4. At the Gabba in Brisbane, I know that the West Indies were 65 for 4 and 64 for 5, and everybody seemed to have written them off. They made 311, and I don't know why I say hope. I'm wondering whether you might be have news of some Australian wickets that might have fallen there. Here's a single to Rahul, clips it out towards deep mid wicket. Go on then, Jarrod.
Australia has lost a lot of wickets. I think they were 24 for 4. They fought back to 88 for 5. Khawaja's still in, and Alex Carey's just started slogging the ball around a little bit to put some stuff on. So, yeah, I suppose if you're an England fan and you're struggling for any positives, you've got Australia being a long way behind the West Indies at the moment with only 5 wickets in hand. But the big news is that Shoaib Malik has been fired by his Bangladesh Premier League team because he bowled in a game recently, and I'll explain it in a moment.
Jack Leach in again, turns into the pads of Ravi Jadeja, clips it out to Rian Ahmed at deep square, backward square leg, no run. 276 for 4, India, leading by 30. Still a long way, many opportunities for England to fight their way back into this game. It's not a chink of light in the door. You know, the door is not even ajar. It's still open. I mean, India's lead is 30. Yes, they've got 6 wickets in hand, but wickets can fall in clumps and very quickly. So it might sound just depressing for England supporters, but it shouldn't be that depressing. 276 for 4, lead by 30. Shoaib Malik has been fired, sacked
by his Bangladesh Premier League team in a game the other day. Remember, Shoaib Malik, former Pakistani captain, is an off spinner, and he bowled 3 no balls in an over. And his owner has come out and said that that is simply unacceptable, and of course has alleged other things as well, and has fired him from that tournament. And I got Gary Morgan to look this up. We can't find an off spinner ever in cricket who has bowled 3 no balls in an over before. So you can imagine that the way that it would look to many people at the moment. But he's been fired from his BPL contract as it currently stands for that over with the 3 no balls in it.
Are you suggesting that the owner of the Bangladesh Premier League team was himself suggesting that the no balls were not entirely unintentional?
Yes, that is, as we understand it, as it's come out at the moment, that is what he has said publicly. So he was very clear that that was the case. But this is all happening in Bangladesh media in real time, so we're obviously just following it from here. But either way, off spinners don't bowl no balls that often. They certainly don't bowl 2 and over, and they almost never have bowled 3 and over before.
Gary Morgan is our resident statistician on the talkSPORT commentary team. Tom Hartley's back into the attack, replacing Rian Ahmed. Is immediately swept, but not successfully, by Rahul. Somehow he manages to get a bottom corner of the bat, toe end of the bat on that, and he's dragged it past Ben Foakes to slip. A sweep shot to slip, not even a reverse sweep. Remarkable. All the way along the ground. Here's Tom Hartley once again. Forward comes Rahul playing defensively, no run, and Australia still 5 down in Brisbane. I take it.
I think so, yep. Big over, as I said, from Alex Carey. So they're fighting back a little bit there, but they're 5 wickets down, and they're 219 behind. So West Indies did really well to make it over 300.
That one driven square of the wicket by KL Rahul as Tom Hartley slightly over pitches square of the wicket on the offside. And on the subject of the Gabba and Brisbane in Australia, we should say a very good evening to all of our listeners in Australasia who are listening on the SEN network. So great to have you along with our own
Are you saying
broadcast here.
They're all listening to us now because Australia's so far behind, which is fair.
No, but there'll be some who'll be keeping half an ear or one ear on us, I'm sure.
I did that with an NBA game this morning. I woke up and saw the score and went, I'm not going to watch out my team. I'm going to watch another game as I get ready in the morning.
Here is Tom Hartley once again from the pavilion end. Quick delivery, fired in. Jadeja, left-handed, wearing a cap, not a helmet. Struck on the pad, bounces out onto the onside, and there's no run as Ben Duckett picks up and fields. India 277 for 4. KL Rahul 86 not out. 8 Test hundreds, the last of which was a superb one at Centurion Park, just outside Pretoria against South Africa on a really spicy pitch. He made a wonderful 100 to it, guided India to 250 in their first innings. They also had lost a bundle of wickets. Hartley in again. Jadeja drives down the ground and drives sweetly enough and straight enough for 4 runs. Again, I tend to concentrate on the batting and the sweetness of the dispatch. Jarrod Kimber would no doubt point out to me again, rightly, that was a full toss.
And again, it wasn't a full toss where you had to run down the wicket to hit it for 4. It would have been a full toss if he'd gone on the back foot, really. It was that full, and he just had to punch through the line.
Yeah, it wasn't a good delivery. Jadeja once again has tucked this one finally, the last ball of the over, out to Ollie Pope at short leg, and there's no run. In my defence, Jarrod, we are directly behind the line. We've got a wonderful commentary position.
I did wonder about that because a couple of times you guys had called balls that I think you called them as full tosses when they were half volley. So there must be a bit of a weird angle that you're on at that point.
Well, we're just directly behind the line. So when the batsman is batting at our commentary end, obviously we can't see whether the ball pitches or not.
Well, I can tell you quite a few haven't.
Thanks for confirmation of that. I know that England haven't been at their best today, and that the scorecard reflects that in many ways. Jack Leach has been the best of the spinners in terms of economy. Now he's going for just a shade under 3 and over. 15 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43. Rian Ahmed's 13 overs have cost him 72, and he's picked up 1 wicket. Joe Root has bowled very tidily and has provided threats and has created chances, and he did, as I described a moment ago, take the first wicket of the day in the first over of the day when he had Yashasvi Jaiswal caught and bowled for 80. It's drinks here at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium in Hyderabad. India 281 for 4. Darren Gough, I said a moment ago that England fans and the players, more importantly, shouldn't feel despondent. The scorecard is a little daunting, but the lead is just 35. And you know, as a player, would you have been? You were obviously the kind of spiritual leader of the team, and so people look to you for inspiration and a bit of good cheer when the pressure was on. Would you have been saying, guys, you know, 3 or 4 wickets could fall quickly here, and we knock off the deficit and we're back in this Test match?
Well, we know one thing for sure. This current England team will be thinking that way. The way they play, the way they believe. That we call it baseball, but the cricketers themselves just call it positive mindset. Back your own ability, work your game plan out before you go out there and stick to it. Don't be afraid to play the shots you have to play. So, yes, at the moment, a leader just over 30. Realistically, India in the box seat, odds on to win the game already. But if they can reduce that lead and dismiss it, India, for a lead of around that 90-100 mark, there will be a belief that England can still bat well and still create a good game of cricket.
They need to stop bowling full tosses, first of all, and they need to make that 2 or 3 wickets happen very quickly. I'm delighted to say that we've got our all-star team together for the first time now, because Kevin Pietersen has joined us in the commentary box, and after a word from UKP, you'll be joined by Harsha Bhogle.
Yeah, thank you, Manners. We're having a look on our television screens of the wickets that have fallen throughout the day. There have been quite a few, but if you're an England supporter, there haven't been as many as we would have hoped, and that's because the bowling hasn't been very good again today. The batting has been of the highest quality from KL Rahul. We all watched, or we all might have seen a glimpse of his 100 that he scored in Centurion in South Africa a couple of weeks ago, one of the greatest test knocks by a foreign batter in South African soil. So he's coming here in all sorts of form. Just done a stint downstairs with Harsha Bhogle, and unfortunately it looks like I've got to do another one now.
Very good afternoon to you, Kathy.
Again, good afternoon and good morning.
Good afternoon. I'm in the company of a broadcasting conglomerate. Got to remind himself which channel he is on.
I just got to get Bhogle to pay me at some stage as well.
Yes, Leach, and spins it past the outside edge of KL Rahul's bat. Wonderful length, draws him forward into the shot and just spins past the outside edge. It's a ball that England haven't bowled enough of. We've been talking a great deal all through this test match about length being mandatory, line being optional. And England have just erred a little bit too often on length. Here's Leach again. What's the follow ball from round the wicket? A little too full. And Rahul is drawn into an aggressive shot. But Leach is able to quickly go to his right and cut it off. It's still 2-8-1 for 4.
Yeah, 34-5 runs ahead India at the moment. And when you see a ball like Leach, which he bowled a couple of deliveries ago, it'll have some of the batters thinking, oh no, it's still spinning. There's definite spin. There was actually bounce on that occasion from Leach.
Full again. And he pats it out to mid-on, does KL Rahul. Yeah, what the captain would have liked was many more deliveries from Jack Leach where the first one pitched. Especially to the right-hander, he's got the luxury of turning it away from the bat. He's got just a slip for support. Bowls us a leg in middle line. Again, Fuller. KL Rahul is going forward in defence. He's on 86. My only concern with KL Rahul on 86, he's played a wonderful innings. I hope he's not playing for the landmark. The landmark must happen as a byproduct of batting long enough and batting well enough. And sometimes a landmark can consume you. Here's Leach again from round the wicket he bowls, and Rahul off the back foot pushes out to point. He can't get a run.
They do consume you. You get to 99 and all sorts of things happen. You've played beautifully to get to 99, and for some strange reason your mind and your body start to think, I need one more run. The way you've played to get to the score that you've played to, you don't deserve it. I mean, well, you do deserve it. You're not guaranteed it. But your mind and that little whatever that sits on your shoulder starts telling you things that you do not want to hear.
Field just draws in. And Leach bowls a maiden over. 281 for 4. Rahul tries to pat off the back foot. You're on talkSPORT 2, and of the 3 commentators here, only one had to worry about approaching a batting landmark. Darren, Gough, ever had to worry about a batting landmark and getting there?
Oh, I did. I've got first class 100, 121, 5 90s. So I used to get out in the 90s on a regular basis. But only at Test cricket never got in the 90s. You're right. But I'll tell you what, it's like watching 2 different games of cricket, isn't it? Yesterday, the ball turning, fielders around the bat, slips in place. And then you watch England spinners bowl on it, and they're all spread out. Different game.
They're spread out because not one England bowler has the ability to hold an end. And that's a huge issue when you go into a test match. And I said it actually before the test match when I looked at the bowling attack. And I said, you've got to have and you've got to find somebody. And I thought Leach was going to be that guy. But Leach has only bowled 16 overs.
I think the guy who could have done that is KP's age, but just fit enough to bowl fast.
Oh, well, we said that downstairs, right? Said that downstairs. Jimmy Anderson, he popped onto the field when Mark Wood was off the field earlier.
Hartley bowls, and the first ball to Jadeja has pushed down the ground. Now, didn't Jimmy Anderson start in 2003? You started in 2005.
End of 2004.
And you started 2005.
Yeah.
And you're in the commentary box.
Yeah.
And he's marking out his run-up and bowling fast on a hot wicket, on a hot day.
Yeah, bowlers. Bowlers, bowlers, bowlers.
Hartley. Jadeja down the wicket. This time he's got a little bit more control. The man at wide and deep mid-on is watching the ball sail high. It could have been a bird because it's gone way beyond and gone for 6. Once again, a left-arm spinner is greeted by a left-hand batsman with an aggressive shot.
Yeah, we saw it so many times from Jaiswal yesterday. You know, Jadeja gets the opportunity now and he comes out and he wheels the willow. And he weirds the willow really well. He hits this and it goes 10 rows, 15 rows back into the grandstand. Hartley's bowled 21.2 overs and he's got 1 wicket and he's gone for 108 runs. India's lead is 41.
It's a role that the left-hander has to play. Here's Hartley, and Jadeja gets a ball that's dug in but back for length, and he plays it out to short mid-wicket. India's right-handers, and that includes Virat Kohli, who's not playing here, average around 30 against slow left arm. The left-handers average 86. And that is what we saw Jaiswal do. That is what we're now seeing Ravindra Jadeja do. Hartley in again, bowls. That's a better length. Shouts a catch from behind the wicket. There is more encouragement. It's flicked off the back foot by Jadeja for a single to deep mid-wicket. Takes him to 34 of 38 balls. And India 288 for 4 are leading by 42.
It's just easier to play the ball spinning back into you. And we're watching a highlight here now of the 6 that Jadeja hit Hartley for. It's just much easier when the ball is bowling into you. It's more of a test now for KL Rahul. But it's not really a test when you have a look at how much the ball hasn't been spinning from these English spinners. When India get the opportunity to bowl, and who knows, it might be later on today or it might be tomorrow morning.
Short, very short, but this time he might have found the fielder. There's a catch. KL Rahul will drop his head in dismay. He's dropped his bat as well. Was a half tracker. His eyes would have lit up and he would have visualized somebody in the stands catching it. Instead, it was somebody inside the rope who caught it. Rehan Ahmed with the catch at deep mid-wicket. KL Rahul's gone for 86. It's been a fine innings, and I hope he doesn't look at the innings as 14 short of a landmark, but as 86 very good runs in the context of this test match for India.
Yeah, he batted beautifully and he's getting a standing ovation as he walks off the field, and quite rightly so. He has batted magnificently. There's no pictures in the scorecard. It's going to get said and written about that it was Court Ahmed bowled Hartley. Pictures don't really tell that story, but KL Rahul is going to depart the cricket ground here with 86 from 123 deliveries. He batted quite wonderfully. He really did. He had so much control when he walked out to bat. He was calm under pressure. He rotated the strike. He hit the bad ball. He created opportunities for himself. And he continued his good form from South Africa, did KL Rahul. He departs, and I thought that gentleman yesterday who was quite wonderful behind the stumps, Bharat. Brilliant glove work. He gets the opportunity now with India 288 for 5 to come, and back with Ravindra Jadeja.
When India play test cricket in India, the balance of the side is such that you can look at a wicketkeeper's primary skill rather than his secondary skill in picking him. Because you've still got Akshar Patel and Ravichandran Ashwin to come. Akshar Patel averaged 40 plus, I think, against Australia, constantly bailing India out in that series. Ashwin's got 5 test hundreds. The keeper can slot in at number 7, and he gets a 25, 28, 30. That's absolutely fine. Because look at this lead now, 42. We think anything beyond 100 is dangerous territory for England. Anything less than 100, they'll think they're still in the game if they bat well enough. Just 9 innings in Test cricket, he averages 18, but he's coming fresh on the back of a century against England A. Darren Gough, if you're still with us, what's the lead that, in your opinion, England would think, this game's too far from us?
Well, I think this England team will always believe they can win from any situation. That's the way they think. But realistically, let's all be realistic. We've all been around cricket a long time. I think that 90-100 mark, as you're talking about, I think once it gets to that, when we see Indians, 3 experienced spinners bowling on this pitch, it's going to be a totally different ball game.
And Hartley offers the new batter a full toss first ball. It must be exasperating for the captain. It'll be pulled in just inside, but they will actually trot across for 3 to get Kona Bharat off the mark. Can you imagine? You're playing your first ball, you're saying, okay, I've been keeping wickets, the ball's turning. I get a ball that doesn't need to turn because it's full. He's checking on the replay. The fielding was fine. 65 overs gone. India leading by 45, 291 for 5. This is talkSPORT 2.
It's been an interesting game, hasn't it? I mean, when you look at it realistically as well, but what I've been impressed with by India as well, everyone who's come to the crease, they've known their game inside out. There's no panic, there's no sweeping every single ball, thinking, oh, the ball's turning, bouncing, I better just get the sweep out, reverse sweep. They've all had their own game plan coming to the pitch. They've wanted to hit down the ground and use their feet. But in the end, England have ended up getting wickets, really, by just a lack of concentration. You look at Rahul, you look at Jaswal, you look at Shreyas, all falling, really, to poor deliveries.
Fair call. Even Rohit Sharma trying to play a big shot. Ashwin, Akshar, Bumrah and Siraj, the batting to come. Jarrod is 34. The last 2 or 3 years he's been averaging 42 with the bat. Now 2 left-armers bowling together. Jack Leach with a slip in the silly point at the new man, Kona Bharat. Comes, plays Ranji Trophy cricket for Andhra. And he gets a beautiful ball. They think there's an edge there. Everybody thinks there's an edge except the umpire, and there are no reviews.
They lost all their reviews in the 13th over yesterday, did England. Sounded like a nick. It looked like a nick. We've got the luxury of seeing the replay, a spin and bounce. Oh, if it nicked anything, it was only the bat on that occasion. England were convinced. Folks was up, Leach was up. But the most important man in the house, the umpire, said no.
Was the sound bat hitting boot or ball hitting bat? Leg in middle, the next one. Full length, and he plays forward and defends.
Darren Gough actually raises a very good point there, that all the Indian batters, Rahul, Rohit Sharma, the hitman, he got out, slogging one straight up in the air. Jaiswal tried to smack Root, he got out. Gill tried to smack Hartley, he got out. KL Rahul's just tried to smack a long hop, he got out. Shreyas Iyer went on a big smoke and he got caught at on the boundary. So yeah, it has been a game for India whereby they've just thrown all their wickets away. Not one batter's worked them out and got them out.
Leach again to Bharat. It's a good line, just about leg and middle line, and Bharat goes forward and defends. Played a lot of first-class cricket. Right, there you are. We're just watching replays. As the ball passes the bat, absolutely flat line. A little murmur before when the bat hit the boot. Everybody appealed. If they had a review, they would have burnt this one too. Crouch is very low. He's got a unique defensive posture, does Bharat. Crouch is really low and pushes the ball out on the offside.
10 first-class hundreds. Bharat, so he's no mug with the bat. He's got a 100 as a highest score. Can bat for long periods of time, and you actually saw that with the first delivery that he faced. I know it was a full toss, but he opened the angle of the bat and he came from the inside and he just hit it where there were no fielders.
Goes forward and defends the next one that's pushed through by Leach. That's the kind of over you want more of if you're England. 5 dot balls. If he's batting above Ashwin and Akshar, he can bat.
Yeah, Ashwin test hundreds. Remember last season in the IPL, Akshar Patel was probably the Delhi Capitals' most consistent batter. Batted beautifully. They wanted to get him up the order so he can play as well. He's a left-hander.
And I won't even be surprised as Bharat goes forward and defends the next one from Leach, who does indeed complete that maiden over to leave India 291 for 5 after 66. I won't even be surprised should Jadeja get out if Akshar Patel comes in next ahead of Ravichandran Ashwin to keep the left-hander in. From India's perspective, they've got to pull this lead up now, and very often the tail has batted well for India in Indian conditions. pull this lead from 45 to about 150. It's a big ask that. Can the bottom 5 give you 100 runs?
That's a huge ask, Harsh. That's ideal from India's perspective. I just think from England's perspective now, when I'm starting to see a few balls spin, they've got to really try as hard as they can now to forget about what's gone, and they've got to think about forward. What has happened has happened. He's got to take their chances. Ben Stokes again very animated, moving his field around. There's Rayan Ahmed catching at short mid-wicket. There's a short leg, Roots at slip, Duckett's at mid-wicket, and then you've got a hovering Crawley at long on, Bairstow mid-wicket on the boundary.
And Hartley delivers a full toss and gets away with it as Jadeja hits it straight to cover.
That doesn't help.
Just seeing the replay of the Rahul dismissal, exactly the opposite. Very short balls. On an average, his last 2 balls have been on a length. Full again, and Jadeja's drawn into the drive, only partly fielded by Rehan Ahmed, that shot mid-wicket. Concedes the single. India go up to 292. Love to ask Darren Gough at the end of this over, the spinners bowled them quickly. Having seen English cricket so closely, whether England at this stage believe they're very much in the game, or whether they start to believe in their minds whether the game is going away, because what happens on the field is a manifestation of what's in the mind. Now to the right-handed Bharat. Here's Hartley, and he goes forward and defends. I'd like to believe, from what I've seen of English cricket over the last 18 months, that they must think that this game is open from their point of view. May not be wide open, but significantly open to force it that way. Here's Hartley again from round the wicket. It's short, and Bharat was into the pull shot. Only managed a little top edge, and it bounced a little bit to the right of the off stump.
Yeah, try to seize on that short delivery. Another short delivery from Hartley. The ball doesn't get up as much as Bharat wanted to. He's not the tallest of lads.
Bowls really wide of the stumps, does Hartley. And bowls a full ball that Bharat pushes back on the offside. This game has moved so fast, the time is completely out of the equation. You can take your time, you can do as you wish, and India scoring at 4.37 and over. England scored at about 3.5 and over. This game has moved very quickly in terms of runs and in terms of wickets. I don't know if the sound of the trumpet is coming through the effects microphone. Bharat goes forward once again to a ball that's angled into the pads, and it's pushed out to cover. 67 overs gone, 292 for 5. Darren Gough, if you're still with us.
I am indeed.
Do England believe in their minds, you think, that this game is wide open, or in their minds are they starting to just see the back of the game slipping away from them at this stage?
Well, I think the mindset was quite weird from end of day one when Ben Duckett said, I think we've got above par score. We all probably had a little bit of a chuckle here. I don't know what the Indian media thought, but I thought batting first, winning the toss, you had to be looking at around that 285, 290 mark. I think India have reached that now. They'll be looking at 350 in their heads. They still probably think they can get more than that now. And if they do get that, I think England are totally out of this game. I really do. Although Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum will totally believe they can still win the game. Absolutely.
There's not a game of cricket that's been played, invented, that England don't think they can win under Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes. If you don't believe, then what chance have you got? Got a slight pause in play. As one of the batters is Brink calling for a helmet, because Mark Wood is coming back on this end. Kevin Pietersen, 6 overs, 0 for 28 so far for him. 292 for 5 India. The lead, 46 runs here on talkSPORT 2.
Well, we're just saying, KP, you know, the difference is as well, and that's why I would have liked to have seen Jimmy Anderson, because of his skill factor, control, accuracy, the cutters he can bowl. We saw with Bumrah, if you're a good bowler in any conditions, as Bumrah showed with the cutters, reverse swing, good with the new ball. And I'd like to see a few cutters from Wood in this spell, if we're rather than just bowling short deliveries, which was pretty innocuous the last time out.
Yeah, I actually agree with you there, Goughy, and I think that he should be looking to hit the stumps more than he did in his first spell. If nobody was around, or if the listeners that are tuning in now weren't around for the first spell of Mark Wood, all he did is he ran in and bowled bumpers. If you take it back to Lords last year, where England bowled bumpers for 3 or 4 sessions. Australia then came out and bowled bumpers. That's exactly what it was like. And unfortunately, here in India, you've got to be attacking the stumps more. The wicket is not like a Lord's wicket. This is dead, completely dead in the middle of it. And as difficult as it was one thing that Wood was bowling. The odd occasion that he pitched the ball up, it hit the inside of the bat of Shreyas Iyer or KL Rahul.
Well, he's around the wicket to Jadeja, pushed to short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
But that's better. Really want to see Wood attack the stumps here. How many times did Jasprit Bumrah bowl a bouncer yesterday? Might not have bowled any.
Yeah.
He tacked the stumps, bowled a couple of cutters, and he brought in all sorts of modes of dismissals. I don't know how Wood was going to get a wicket in the first over, and somebody has to come in here from England's perspective right now with the lead of 46 and say, I'm going to hold an end. And actually, that's not Wood's main job, and that's not what he's employed to do. But somebody has to do it, because a spinner can't do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Wood's just attracted the attention of Chris Gaffney of where he's going to follow through around the wicket. So they just had a conversation about where his feet are. Wood is now happy, and he's making his way back. It is just gone 8 o'clock this Friday morning. If you've got to head out and catch a bus or a train or get to school, Mark Wood in around the wicket, bringing Jadeja forward. A little push drive to Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run. So, yep, if you are needing to head out, don't forget, of course, the talkSPORT app. You can have it on your phone or your tablet or whatever your device, and then you can simply swipe left or right between talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. Or get your DAB if you're at home during the day or you're in the office or at work. Fire it up, stay with us. And then, of course, there's the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as well. So you literally have no excuse not to listen. And if your boss doesn't let you, tell them Kevin Pietersen said it was okay. It'll be absolutely fine, I promise you. Mark Wood in once again, takes Jadeja on the pad. Surely got to be. Chris Gaffney's shaking it off, and they've taken the leg by. Well, that looked really close.
Nah, I was going down, Mackie. You're getting carried away. Carried away there. Went with the angle. Looked like we were going down to me.
You're
Better
right,
bowling,
Gough.
though, from Woody. Good pace. Full.
Yeah,
Yeah,
annoyingly, he's bang on, isn't he?
Yeah, that's missing another set of stumps. But it's a much better line, and it's a much better length. This morning was wasted. Attack the stumps. Go for the stumps. Try and use reverse swing. If there is any reverse swing, try and use it. They got away for a single there. The ball went off to the backward point region, so they picked up a single. Bharat is now going to face Wood. His speeds are up. 140-odd kilometres per hour. Keep attacking the stumps, Mark Wood.
Over the wicket then to the right-handed Barrett again. Now, I don't know if that's reverse or he's just deliberately shaping that way, but there's a little bit of it in shape on that, and it's full. Barrett plays to mid-on.
146 kilometres per hour. There's the effort ball from Wood. Absolutely, that's reverse swing. He doesn't need to leave there. He's got straight fields. He could make the field even straighter if he wanted to. We're seeing the replay. There is tail. There's 2 slips in place. Well, Duckett was stood at second slip, but he moves away to a short third man. You've got Root at slip. Mid-wicket, you've got Crawley at extra cover. Leach at mid-off. Stokes at mid-on. So there is a field that's set straight. Keep attacking the stumps.
Mark Wood goes in and does that. Hurries on to Barrett, actually. It hits him quite high up the bat as he's just defending on the offside. But it was ball making contact with bat rather than bat making contact with ball. Barrett played against the England Lions recently for the India A game and made runs in that, made 100 in the game. So he's got used to maybe failing English style of bowlers rather than these bowlers themselves. And he's one of 3 wicket keepers in the squad. And it's a right-hander, and he settles in as Mark Wood comes charging towards him. Goes wide on the crease on that occasion. Very straight punch back down the pitch by Barrett. Just misses the stumps at the far end, and they will be able to take a single to complete 68 overs here on talkSPORT 2. India 294 for 5. The lead 48, Darren Gough.
It is indeed, and there is a little bit of reverse swing there. Just watching the ball in the hand, you can see that it's going the opposite way, so it's definitely a bit of reverse for Woody, and it gives him a bit of enthusiasm and a bit of energy when something goes through the air like that as a fast bowler, you see a little bit of light, even though the pitch is pretty slow and there's not much sideways movement. Once it starts going through the air like that, it gives you a bit of hope in knocking over one of the batters. But yeah, lead of 48 now for India. They win this session, they can bat through now without losing another wicket. That'll be 2 sessions up for India in the day's play, and they're in an unbelievable position.
Jack Leach from the far end, the Shilwal Yadav Pavilion, which is part of the HCA Club Secretary stand, the huge stand at the far end, 3 levels, goes all the way from, well, past third man to fine leg at the far end. Then there's stands at the side, which are separate to the stand that we're in at the northern end of the ground. Watching Jack Leach preparing to come in around the wickets and bowl to Barrett. Barrett pushes out on the onside, and they'll take a single. I do feel quite fortunate today for the people in the stands on the sides, the east and the west, because there are actually coverings over the stands now, but they've only gone in the last year or so. There's a lot of redevelopment work done ahead of the World Cup. So otherwise they would be sitting out in the sun, and as Steve Harmison replaces Kevin Pietersen sitting to my right, we've been sitting out in the sun for the last few minutes. It's quite warm today, so could you imagine being out there without that cover until recently?
Yeah, I'm not sure you'd have seen too many people square of the wicket if that was the case. I think every seat in the house, in the stand we're in, and the Yadav stand on the opposite would be taken, and minimal people will be sitting in the side options, but it looks magnificent now.
Jack Leach over the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja. Jadeja pushes out quietly and there's no run. 295 for 5.
Sorry, Mac, it really is a lovely cricket ground. It is. You're standing there in the morning. The square's not that big. Was it 2, 4, 6, 8 pitches, something like that? Maybe it's a bit more. It's not a massive playing area. Decent-sized boundary.
Leach in over the wicket, turned to a short fine leg by Jadeja, no run.
And the stands are big stands, but they're not overpowering stands. They go sort of up, so I'd imagine sitting in the back row of the top tier of the 2 stands at either end of the ground. Be a decent view, not like sort of MCG where it's right back, or some football stadiums where they go all the way sort of back in depth. These look as though you're going to get a decent view wherever you are inside the ground. So it's a beautifully constructed ground, nice bright orange.
It might get a bit of breeze up there as well. Leach in over the wicket to Jadeja, pushes to Rayan Ahmed at mid-off, no run. Yes, it's a nice ground, this, isn't it?
It is a really nice ground. It's a nice city as well. You know, we've been looked after very well, apart from the traffic going out. But you're allowed one bad afternoon. But no, nice city, nice ground. We've been well looked after.
Jack Leach coming in from the far end, and Jadeja has got that enormous stride out once again, playing defensively. We were sitting outside earlier, actually, and as Jadeja was on strike, they all started just chanting sixer, sixer, sixer. So we promptly next ball walloped one over mid-wicket for 6. I wish I was just that good at something like that. I could do it to order. I'd settle for anything, to be brutally honest with you. But to be that good, to be able to just plonk one over the rope into the crowd to satisfy them, that's pretty special.
Gough could do that. You just had to bowl a short ball at him.
Leach is going to come around the wicket to Jadeja, so bowl across him. Jadeja fully forward to finish the over. 295 for 5. 69 overs gone. India here on talkSPORT 2, so the lead is 49 runs. 10 past 8 this Friday morning, UK time. Just gone past 20 to 2 in the afternoon here in Hyderabad. Around about 29 degrees outside. So if you're in the direct sunshine, it will be a bit more than that, and there is very little shade. With the position of where the sun is, there's the thinnest sliver of shade at the far end, which I think Zach Crawley is currently occupying at the moment to do long leg to Mark Wood, and he is the only one. Everyone else is at gas mark 8.
Yes, gas mark 8, but he's the only one with a sun hat on. So he's the only one with one of the white brimmed sun hats. Everybody else has got their England caps on, and the only man with a sun cap on is in a 10 by 10 square shed, and he's quite. I think he'd be quite happy down there, Zach. He's light skinned lad. I'm not sure he he bronzes very well.
Here we go then. Mark Wood over the wicket. He goes in and Barrett just pushes out on the offside and will take a single. Takes the score to 296. Kevin Pietersen a couple of moments ago, sitting in that chair during Mark Wood's last over, said better, attack the stumps more. That's what you've been saying as well. And Mark Wood is looking more dangerous as a result.
Yeah, for me, the pace he bowls at, you attack the stumps. You don't see Jasprit Bumrah bowling many bouncers. Gough mentioned earlier when I was trying to make that point about Bumrah bowling cutters. Well, Mark Wood's not a real cutter bowler. He's an extra sort of 5 mile an hour quicker than Jasprit Bumrah. But if he missed the ball at the stumps, top of the stumps, I think he caused a hell of a lot of problems with the odd barrage of short balls every now and again. You know, the pace that he bowls at, the trajectory that he goes, the wicket's only going down. When it's hit into the pitch, it loops off it. It takes all the sting out of it. So for me, through the air, it's got to hit the top of the stumps.
Mark Wood around the wicket, pitches this one up. Jadeja takes on Stokes at mid-on. He actually throws to the keeper's end. Barrett has made his ground, and they take a single. Well, to back up your point, Gary, our absolute stats legend, when the point was made earlier about how many balls did Bumrah bowl short, 1. And at that point, Mark Wood had bowled 10. So
he'd only bowled 24. I think he had only bowled 24 balls. So yeah, that tells you the story that the plan that works for Ben Stokes outside of, you know, in England and Australia, these wickets where it bounces, that's fine. It's not a problem. It's a great tactic. Utilise the velocity of Wood, but for me, the velocity of Wood now should be utilised at trapping batsmen on the crease and hitting the stumps.
One slip in place, waiting as Wood goes in. It is a short one. Barrett ducks underneath that one. He's not a huge man, so it's not necessarily a long way down, but the pace was good. 146 kilometres an hour. This over has gone 141, 144, 146. And if you're old school and need that converting, well, a bit over 150 is 90 miles an hour, so that'll give you an idea.
Yeah, it's quick. You don't mind the odd short ball. He's bowled some full balls. He's getting them trapped on the crease. Give him a short ball, keep him honest so he's not coming forward. Push him back and then try and hit the top of the stumps. Knee roll of the pads. That's the ideal length for Mark Wood here.
Is that where this one's going? And it is full. It's brushed down the leg side. Folkes does very well diving away to his left to stop that one and gather it in. And there is no run.
And this is what you find. The ball goes down leg side. So he bowls the short ball. Well, because he's getting used to bowling the short ball, when he goes to the full ball, tends to sort of pitch too straight because of the angles that he's bowling and trying to get it fuller. So it's a massive adjustment when you go from a short ball to a full ball or a length ball in holding your line and making sure you're on it off stump, because the short ball pitches well outside off stump, goes over the top. But if you continue that line a bit fuller, it's then going to go down leg side.
Mark Wood goes in once again. That one hurries on to Barrett. He drops that in and his toes on the offside, and there's no run. Interestingly, the TV here were just doing an analysis of Mark Wood's short ball and saying it's 146 when he releases it. Once it's bounced, it's down to 110 kilometres an hour. So this pitch really is sucking the life. I mean, naturally, it's going to slow up anyway because there's nothing to propel it down. So there will be a natural reduction in speed. But the pitch really is sucking an awful lot out of that.
Yeah, it's taking a lot out of it. And he's not the tallest. Mark Wood, what is he, 5'10", 5'11". It's not as though he's coming sort of like my height or talking from an England bowler's point of view, a Broad's height or a Finn's height, Tremlett's height. So the ball will naturally skid rather than bounce.
Leg slip in place as Mark Wood goes into Barrett. It's flicks leg side-ish that actually goes wide of Johnny Bairstow and down to long leg where Zach Crawley is stationed in his sun hats in the shade, and they will take one to complete the over here on talkSPORT 2. 70 overs sent down by England now, 298 for 5. India, they lead by 52 runs. Jarrod Kimber's picked up his microphone, which normally means that there's an absolute pearl of wisdom coming your way. Strap yourselves in, folks.
Well, you said that was 110 kilometres an hour, was it? The one that you saw on the screen? The one before that, the other bouncer, which I don't know if you saw, but that was the one that bounced about 2 metres in front of Ben Folkes. That was 103 kilometres an hour. So it does tell you how much some of these balls are slowing down. That over, we saw a little bit of a reverse swing there from Mark Wood, just a touch, nothing massive, but there was one ball that came back. So there's some life there. But realistically at this stage, you would have to say, Harmy, that England's best chance is that India keeps getting themselves out. They should probably just ask them to do that.
Yeah, keep bowling the way they'd been going, where they'd been... Look, I don't think England have bowled badly. I just think England have bowled some bad balls, which have been punished, which have released pressure. And a couple of the bad balls of getting wickets. When you look at the way the wickets have fallen, I wouldn't say they've been coming from a built-up of pressure. Jaiswal gave his wicket away this morning to Joe Root, first getting in, trying to sort of enforce his manner on England's bowlers like he did last night. KL Rahul got a rank long hop, found the fielder. Shubman Gill wasn't really under pressure. He was actually starting to get going and just got lazy with the shot. So it wasn't as though there'd been a maiden. You're thinking, right, there's a big shot coming, whoosh, straight up in the air and out you go. England haven't built that pressure. India have found themselves a way of getting out in this morning and this afternoon.
Joe Root into the attack, bowling right arm around the wicket to Barrett from the far end. Barrett punches to mid-off, and there's no run. Root, this is his 9th over, 1 for 34 so far, with the caught and bowled to get rid of Jaiswal in the first over of the day. He's in now from the far end for the first time, and Barrett will push quietly into the offside and will take a comfortable single. So India resuming today, 119 for 1. They are now 299 for 5. Joe Root getting Jaiswal caught and bowled for 80, 123 for 2. KL Rahul gave a chance a couple of balls into his innings that wasn't taken. He went on to make 86 from 123. Fine knock. Caught by Rayan Ahmed off the bowling of Tom Hartley. Hartley's 2nd wicket of the day. First was Shubman Gill, caught by Duckett at mid-wicket for 23. Rahul, though, blimey, it's not for me to say this, but geez, he gave away 100 there. It looked like it was 100 all ends up.
No, he was definitely in for 100. It was a big shot as well.
Joe Root around the wicket to Jadeja, pushes back to the bowl and no run.
It was an instinct shot as well. It was a big shot, an instinct shot. It was a short ball. His eyes lit up. He literally could have hit it anywhere. He got a couple early before the break, and he hit it straight back down the ground over the top, straight over Rayan Ahmed's head. And this time he's gone square with the wicket and found the fielder.
Root in once again to Jadeja, pushes to short mid-off, no run. And while the camera was following the ball to the fielder Hartley, you and I were sitting outside and watched him just stand in the crease, dropped his bat with sheer disgust because he knew what was coming. He couldn't believe he'd done it, and it was a proper, you needed a tractor to drag him off. It really was. You could tell. Root around the wicket to Jadeja. 2 men inside these offside circle, and his outside edge, it's looped just short of Jack Leach at a sort of deep backward point, bordering on short third. Leach has come running in to try and take the catch. It's bounced just in front of him, but Jadeja sounded the charge there, and it didn't go anywhere near where he was looking. And Jack Leach, I think, as it's bounced up, has copped for one in the face.
Yeah, I think he's copped one in the chin. I think that's what's happened. It's gone in the footholes, root around the wicket. He's looped it up. He's thrown it up in the air above the eye line. Jadeja thinks, right, I can hit this over the top of extra cover, and he hasn't quite getting to the pitch of the ball. And the ball sharply turned and got a sort of out the bottom corner of the bat, and Jack Leach is diving forward, full length, 2 hands trying to get underneath of it, and all of a sudden it's just died on him, and it's bounced up and hit him on the chin, and he's giving it a good sort of rub there at this moment in time, and he hasn't broken skin, fortunately for Jack Leach in England. Maybe he's thinking, right, that might have been a chance, that little bit of luck they needed.
Root comes in again, clipped up into the leg side. England appealing for the catch. Paul Rifle says nothing. The previous ball, they took a single to bring up the 300 for 5. England are saying that should be 6 down, but as we've said for virtually 24 hours now, they've got no more reviews. Paul Rifle straight away said not out, over, India remain 300 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2. Steve Harmison.
I said early on this morning when Rahul first come in, he's nicked that, and I think he's nicked this, Barrett. I think he has. And you go on player reaction, always go on player reaction. Whatever sport you play, initial reaction of the player. And for me, Joe Root, he had the closest look of everything. He had the best view of what was going down the line, the ball coming off, possibly the glove, going up in the air. Joe Root is adamant that this is out. We haven't seen it again yet, but the former England captain is still remonstrating with Ben Duckett, still talking to Ben Foakes. We're going to see it again. Joe Root around the wicket. It's bounced in the footholes. Barrett's come forward. It's brushed off the pad, and that's it. I don't think that has hit the glove. So we'll watch it again. Snicko's on. It's gone past the glove. It's hit flushed on the pad, and it's gone straight up in the air. So as much as the former England captain thinks it was out and he feels hard done by, I think when he sees that camera angle again, he realised it wasn't.
Here's Mark Wood continuing. It's full and drivable outside the off stump, and it is driven. Firm push, really. Didn't give it everything there. Ravindra Jadeja, and it's just a single up to the current England captain, Ben Stokes. Many thanks to Andrew McKenna, who's made his way out to find a cup of chai. 301 for 5.
Is that a request, man? There's 2 sugars. Considering you left your coffee cup in the taxi this morning.
Oh, don't remind me.
You want to hope he comes back to pick us up.
Just for the coffee cup. Here's Wood again, bowls and back of a left. Just let it hit him. That's extraordinary from Shikhar Barrett. It was full length, well, no, back of a length actually, but it bounced as if it was more of a full length, and he's just let it hit him on the thigh pad. Yes, it was heading down the leg side, but nonetheless, step inside it, and Mark Wood just stood for a second at the end of his run. I'm thinking, didn't he? What are you doing?
Yeah, it was a bizarre piece of cricket. I'm not sure what Barrett was thinking was going to happen to that. It was just a length ball that would have been tucked off the hip down to fine leg and see you later, but he just stood there and just left it.
Wood turns again, thundering in, straight approach, arms out to his sides, goes wide of the crease, outside the off stump, and bowls it wide of the outside off stump as well, and Barrett has a little push at it. I tell you, I know I used this analogy in the morning session in Wood's 4-over spell just before lunch, but the ball is bouncing more and more like a cold squash ball on a winter morning, isn't it? It's got no bounce.
There's just nothing there, is there? And that's why I think he's got to attack the stumps, because if there's no bounce there and it goes down, the pace he's at, he's bringing everything into the equation. Probably isn't going to carry to the keeper, so that maybe is one dismissal that's not there unless he plays a big shot at it, but LBW and bowled especially are in.
Here's Wood again, bowls, and in-swinger. There was a bit of shape in the air there. Possibly a reverse swinger, I'd say likely reverse swinger with a ball in its 72nd over, but it's clipped away behind square on the leg side for another single. Barrett moves to 9, Jadeja has 38. India are 302 for 5, leading by 56. There was a delivery in the end of Wood's second spell, which looked like it must have been a slower ball bouncer by the way it behaved. But actually it came out of his hands at 144 kilometres an hour, bounced short, barely got above chest height, batsman left it alone, and it bounced 4 yards in front of Ben Foakes. 4 yards. It's remarkable. Wood round the wicket now to the left-handed Jadeja, and looks to turn it away behind square on the offside. I think it comes off the pad, and no, in fact it was a single. Jadeja moves to 39.
Yeah, it was a single. Again, he's attacking the right areas for me with the trajectory and the pace that he bowls at. If they were to go down the short ball route, ball being soft, there's a new ball due in not long time. I'm not sure where Ben Stokes' mind's at, whether he would take it for the spinners especially.
Here is Wood again, bowls it short. There's another one. It just, right on cue, it behaved just like that one that I told you about a little bit earlier. It was back of a length, not really bounce a length, back of a length, and it's this time passed around just above waist height. The batsman left it alone outside the off stump, and it bounced almost halfway between the stumps and keeper Ben Foakes. That's got to be heartbreaking for the fast bowler, particularly when your captain is encouraging you to bowl short. Every part of your soul as a fast bowler must be saying, Skipper, you're the only person on earth who can do that, but you can't at the moment because of your knee. But you know, can I just attack the pieces of wood, the three of them behind the batsman?
Yeah, and that's I think the most important thing for the way Mark Wood is utilised. While the ball's hard and the ball's got something on it, where you feel, you know what, they think, you know what, it might be a good idea to bowl bouncers. I didn't think that was a good plan this morning. I think on these surfaces, the best use of Mark Wood is to bowl to the top of the stumps with the odd bounce or the odd barrage of bounces, 2 bounces in a row, 3 bounces in a row, and then go back to that length where it is challenging in and around the top of the stumps, where LBW is in the game, Bowles in the game. I don't even think Caught Behind's in the game now, and Ben Foakes is definitely not going to stand up to Mark Wood. So, you know, when Mark Wood's even pitching it up, it's not quite carrying to the England wicketkeeper. It just tells you, what the surface is like for the fast bowlers.
Joe Root is back into the attack, bowling with this old ball now, 72 overs old. This time it's pushed away defensively by Jadeja, who was batting in a cap for the majority of his innings until Wood returned to the attack, but he's still got the helmet on now. Root's got 6 men on the offside. Here he is from the pavilion end around the wicket. Jadeja drives to the man at short mid-on. That's tidied up by Ollie Pope. So, yeah, 6 men on the offside. Nobody on the offside boundary. There's a deep mid-wicket, otherwise a mid-on and a backward square leg. So 6-3 offside field, and he will be bowling outside the off stump, you would think. Maybe on off stump. This time Jadeja stands tall and punches it out into the offside. Ben Duckett fields. This is as close as we'll see to a... No, I can't say defensive. It's not a defensive field at all. I mean, it's attacking in the sense that there's only one man on the boundary, and he's in an attacking position. He's not at deep mid wicket to save runs. He's there to take a catch. And in fact, there are 2 men on the drive now, 2 short mid offs, as Root is in once again, and Jadeja pushes it out on the offside. In fact, as I was contemplating whether it was a defensive field or not, it's become even more attacking.
Yeah, Ben's brought himself up to the catcher on the drive, so he's got 3 catchers in front of square. I think it's an attacking field as good as England have been bowling.
Here's Root once again, tiny bit short, chopped away by Jadeja, bottom of the bat. Duckett fields at the squarest of those 3 catching positions. They're all stationary. Duckett at somewhere between short cover just in front of square, and then the 2 men on the drive at short mid off. There's also Rian Ahmed he's also in a catching position, actually 2/3 of the way back to the boundary at extra cover. Here's Root once again. Jadeja goes forward then back as he realises it's got enough of a lack of length on it to allow him to do that, and he clips it out to Tom Hartley at deep mid wicket. He comes charging in. Jadeja keeps the strike at the end of the 73rd over. He's on 40. Barrett is 9. India are 304 for 5, leading by 58 runs.
You're talking about the fields. I thought it was as an attacking field as England, as good as England have been bowling. And I mean by that is, I don't think England have bowled well enough to have 2 men round the bat and try and create pressure that way, because there's always been a release ball, not so much from Joe Root, but from the other spinners. So Ben Stokes is trying to make sure that he's got all bases covered, where there's people catching on the drive for a mistimed big shot, or they're in a position where if they does bowl a bad ball, like there has been in the session so far, that he's got players in areas that cover the boundary. But on catching areas. So like you mentioned, you're right to mention that Riyad Ahmed, when he was out in the deep, he probably was in a catching position for the ball that obviously wasn't bowled in an area where the bowler's trying to bowl. And I think that sums up the way England has bowled so far in this innings, that they've bowled on average, you know, 4 or 5 good balls and over, but every time they bowl a bad ball, it's disappeared for 4. And there's the odd time where there has been a wicket, but the majority of the time they've been punished, and you get that over here. You bowl a bad ball over here, which is either over pitched in length or too short in length, and you find that players from this part of the world do punish it.
Riyad Ahmed is back into the attack. First delivery is down the leg side and spins further down the leg side. Nice take from Ben Foakes. Well, through no fault of his own, Jarrod Kimber's taken a short break, but has returned.
Oh, I was here the whole time, beavering. I kept waving at you, but you weren't noticing. It's because you forgot to charge your own iPad, apparently. No, I do actually have something that you guys might like, which is I've got here that Indian spinners bowled 8 poor balls. That's full tosses or short balls.
Clipped away off his thigh pad, literally, by Jadeja, no run.
And I've got that England so far have bowled 27. That's 14 full tosses, Harmy, and I've got 13 short balls. That doesn't include when Riyad Ahmed bowled a full toss down the leg side, which is doubly bad. And obviously a lot of other
that one is full and wide, chopped back to the bowler, no run.
A lot of other half volleys and over pitch deliveries and everything else.
Well,
but
why aren't half volleys included in those stats?
They're not included in the full toss. They're included in the other stats. So I've actually got the full numbers here. It's really interesting.
Riyad Ahmed in once again. Jadeja clips it out to short leg, fielded by Ollie Pope.
I'd suggest that is it 24 or 27? I think that's generous, Jarrod.
Well, I think it's very generous, but Indian spinners have bowled 70 fewer deliveries, right?
Short and bouncing down the leg side. Jadeja tries to pull it, fielded by Jack Leach, square leg, no run.
So 70 fewer deliveries, but they've actually landed more balls, Harmy, on a length than the England spinners have. So England spinners have bowled 60 more deliveries that have been overpitched, plus the
polite appeal. Very polite appeal from Riyad Ahmed, more of a throat clearer from him really, as that one pitched outside leg stump, hit Jadeja on the pad. 74 overs gone, India 304 for 5, leading by 58.
Yeah, so 60 more overpitched, as well as the 20 extra really poor balls. But the really interesting thing is more that India have just actually pitched more balls in the right area despite bowling a lot fewer deliveries. So there's no way of looking at it, Harmy, where that one bad one and over, once you've bowled about 60 or 70 overs, it starts to add up.
Yeah, well, R. Ashwin, Ravichandran, Jadeja and Akshar Patel, decent trio. Yeah, I mean, you'd expect them, to land a lot of balls in the right place. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that Ashwin and Jadeja have probably bowled entire spells in Test cricket without bowling a bad ball, or bowling one that didn't land where they wanted it to. And Tom Hartley is on debut. Riyad Ahmed is just 20 years old, playing his fourth test.
Second test.
Second test, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Here's Joe Root, who's in around the wicket to Bharat, hits him on the pad. There's another polite appeal, but never one born out of conviction. Not out, says the umpire, full rifle. That's right, at 20 years old, playing his second test match. The reason that was not out, by the way, is it hit the inside edge of the bat. There's a leg slip. Ollie Pope's gone from short leg to leg slip. Bharat comes forward to the next one from Root, pushes it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Bharat has 9, Jadeja has 40. India are 304 for 5. England had high hopes when they took a wicket in the very first over of the day's play. It was this man, Joe Root, that did the damage, and that's blocked defensively by the Indian wicketkeeper, straight back to the bowler. Yashasvi Jaiswal, who was 76 not out from just 73 balls, tormented England in the final hour and a half of play on the first day. Was dismissed, caught and bowled by Joe Root. having hit him back over his head for 4. He was out to the 5th ball of the morning. Forward comes Bharat again, plays defensively, and there's no run. So Jaiswal gone for 80. England felt like they'd opened the door, and it opened a little further when Shubman Gill chipped Tom Hartley to short mid-wicket, and was dismissed for 23. Hartley taking his first Test match wicket. Shreyas Iyer slog swept Rian Ahmed to deep mid-wicket, where Hartley took the catch. Here's Root once again pitching this outside leg stump. Bharat plays it anyway, and there's no run. So Shreyas Iyer went for 35, and then KL Rahul will feel that he let a 9th Test century slip through his gloved fingers. He went for 86, pulling a long hop from Hartley to deep mid-wicket, where Rian Ahmed returned the favour by taking the catch. Root in once again, down the leg side. This time Bharat doesn't play a shot, hits him on the pad, bounces out to Ollie Pope at leg slip or leg gully, and there's no run. So those are the 4 wickets that England have taken today, but they are not into the tail. There's still R. Ashwin to come. He's got 5 Test hundreds, and Axar Patel. So 304 for 5, 75 overs gone, and it's dig deep time for England, the kind of experience you normally feel at the end of the 4th day rather than the end of the 2nd day.
Yeah, it does feel like the end of the 4th day rather than the end of the 2nd day. The way, I think, from an England point of view and where the situation is in the game, 58 runs is a lot of runs to give away. I know that India would have to bat last on this pitch, but I think the longer this...
Maybe not.
I was just about to say, the longer this partnership goes on, and you've still got R. Ashwin and Axar Patel to come, then the India batting last might go out of the window, because if England do end up being 150, 200 runs behind, and that'll be an awful lot of runs on the pitch, especially with the spin bowlers that they've possessed.
Rian Ahmed in, short ball down the leg side. It's not a great delivery, and Ravi Jadeja, well, it's like being offered peanuts at Sundowners cocktail hour. Just helped himself there.
Yeah, he did. It's a short ball. It's pitched outside leg stump. Ben Stokes is trying to keep men up. He's trying to create pressure. Unfortunately, that was a poor ball.
Rian Ahmed in once again, and this time goes full. The man at deep back, deep backward square leg now, Jack Leach, was at orthodox backward square leg, and it was pulled past him, so he stayed on the boundary. This time he was able to prevent another 4.
I think that sums England's bowling performance up there in 2 balls, wasn't it? Ben Stokes is trying to create pressure by keeping men up in the field and in the ring, and the man up in the ring is at 45, and Rian Ahmed's first ball was a poor ball, got knocked for 4, and then because of that he's trying to protect his young bowler, so he puts his man back, and Rian Ahmed bowls a good ball, and it's got a sort of a thick inside edge, and it rolls slowly to where the man would have been if he was inside the ring. So if he had bowled that ball first, he would have gone for none, and then he would have a chance of keeping him on strike, and then all of a sudden pressure builds. But as it stands, he's bowled a bad ball and a good ball. He's gone for 5 in the over, and the pressure's been released. So this is where the England bowling unit's at, largely down to the fact that they've got 1 spin bowler on debut, 1 spin bowler playing the 2nd Test match, another spin bowler who hasn't played for 7 months, and it looks like Jack Leach hasn't played for 7 months. You can see by his action, and unfortunately for 5 Test matches, this is what England have got, and they've got nowhere else really to turn. We've got to break and play because they're waiting on a helmet coming out, and you want to talk about England's options and what they've got for spin. And the last 4-day game England Lions played, Callum Parkinson took 5 wickets in the game, but he bowled 53 overs. I think he had like 5 for 220. Jack Carson bowled, he bowled 25 overs for over 100. The seamers are getting wickets in the Lions. Potts got 4, Fisher got 3. And even in this 4-day test or 5-day test that's coming at the minute, India are getting 450. Potts has got 6. Carson's got 3.
Rian Ahmed in once again, and there's a change in the field. Johnny Bairstow, that's chopped away by the right-handed Bharat to Jack Leach at backward point. So the delay there was for Johnny Bairstow to have his helmet and an abdominal protector delivered. He's in at silly point, very silly point. And there's an appeal here as Riyad Ahmed bowls a quicker leg spinner, which turns and bounces past just over the shoulder of the bat, actually. Nicely taken by Ben Folkes. And a yelp of support from the close fielders rather than an appeal.
Good ball, nice bounce.
Riyad Ahmed in once again, straighter, pitching maybe leg, turning towards middle. And Bharat plays defensively. There's no run, picked up by Johnny Bairstow, who now has a word of encouragement through his helmet grill towards Riyad Ahmed. He turns, he doesn't get to waste much time between overs, and Bharat comes forward again and pushes it to Jack Leach again at cover point. Terrific crowd in at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium. It's Republic Day in India, it's a national holiday, and we thought the crowd was good yesterday. I mean, it's got to be close to 90% full. As Andrew McKenna was explaining, we don't have exact attendance figures because some of the seating is being replaced or is being replaced, and it's close to 40,000, and we've got very close to that many in the ground today. It's tea time here at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium in Hyderabad. India are in a terrific position as far as they're concerned. 309 for 5, leading by 63, with Ravindra Jadeja batting beautifully on 45 from 68 balls. Shikhar Bharat, the keeper, is 9 not out from 37, so he's just taking his time, and that's one thing that there is an abundance of in this test match. We've still got 10 sessions to go if required, but if India can push that lead, as Stephen Harmison says, up to well above 100, and there's every reason to believe they can. 63 is the lead now, with of the 5 wickets remaining, 2 are very, very accomplished all-rounders, really, R. Ashwin and Akshar Patel. So, as I said a few minutes ago, Stephen Harmison, it's dig deep time for England. They need to, I was going to say regroup, but actually they need to bowl better.
Yeah, they just need to bowl, I think, more consistent. I think that's the issue that'll come from this. I think the consistency is not there. They've bowled some good balls, but they've bowled some poor balls which have been punished. And you know, you talk about regrouping. The one thing about this group is the resilience. They've got great character, they've got great resilience. Can't fault their effort. Their effort's been brilliant in the field. They've run around, there's buzz. You can hear not only through the microphones, but when you're sitting on the balcony, you can hear the buzz between the fielders. They're encouraging each other all the time. They're not leaving anybody isolated or to hang. So from that point of view, you look at, you know,
on DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first Test match live from Hyderabad.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
That was Stephen Harmison, momentarily interrupted through no fault of your own, unless you accidentally pulled a cable out.
Hello, studio. Hello, Matt. Have we got output? Hello, studio. Hello, Matt.
talkSPORT Podcast League. Outspoken. The best of White and Jordan.
White versus Jordan. Now with added time.
Simon and I have a different sort of opinion on this, as we do on various things.
When the mics go live, the gloves come off.
That wasn't a proper fight. That was a tune-up.
Oh, no. Come on. Opinionated debate as combat sport.
And most of these teams have underachieved.
Outspoken.
Listen or download for free on the talkSPORT app.
My goodness, who could argue?
On your phone, on your smart speaker.
Or from your favourite podcast portal.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first Test match live from Hyderabad.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
That's right, you're listening to talkSPORT 2. I'm Jarrod Kimber, and we are live for the India-England match at Hyderabad. India well on top at the moment. Got a big lead and still 5 more wickets in hand as well. It's time now to get an odds update with William Hill.
In the zone on talkSPORT 2 with official betting partner William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
With the latest odds, we're joined by Dave Kellner from William Hill.
Thank you. In India, 1-16 to win this match, as you just mentioned a few moments ago. In complete command, 309 for 5. Rahul doing the damage this morning, 86 from 123. We've got some odds here with William Hill. India 1-16 to win the first test. The draw 66-1. England in the betting at 8-1. The over-under on India's first innings runs live, 420.5 currently. Under is 5-6. Over in the betting at 5-6. One bet that could stand out looking ahead to England's second innings. Of course, they were 246 all out in the first innings. It's clear that Jarrod has to step forward. For him to be clear top England batsman in the second innings has been boosted 5-2 out to 3-1 here with William Hill. And you can check out all the odds at williamhill.com and on the app. But as you mentioned, it's been a good day for India so far. And at tea, they're 309 for 5 and in complete command of this first test.
Thank you very much, Dave. That was today's odds update with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
In the zone on talkSPORT 2 with official betting partner William Hill, giving you the tools for positive play. Take time to think and know your limits. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
All right, welcome back. Yeah, we in complete control, India. So we're going to talk to Chetan Narula a little bit about the day so far. Chetan, from an Indian fan perspective, or not that you're an Indian fan, you're an Indian professional, but from an Indian perspective, it's been a weird one because they're in complete control of this game, and yet they could be 1 or 2 wickets down here and absolutely cruising, but every now and again they have coughed up a wicket.
Absolutely, Jarrod. I think
the microphone that's on is always the better option.
No, I picked up the other one, the third mic. Yeah, I mean, India are in control, but they haven't appeared to be in control, have they? Throughout. I mean, yesterday when they were bowling, obviously the Indian spinners did a better job in terms of controlling their line and length and where they were pitching the ball, which is what you would expect in India. But the game, I thought, ended even yesterday with India the happier side. But today morning, India have thrown away quite a few wickets. So even though they are ahead and they still have 5 wickets in hand, it hasn't looked like a complete dominant performance that you would come to expect from a home team, especially, you know, which specializes in these conditions. So I think they need another 50-odd runs here to be in complete control.
from an Indian perspective, is KL Rahul giving his wicket away when he was set from a very poor ball the more disturbing thing, or is it Shubman Gill again going out probably from an over-pitch ball? He just happened to flick straight to short mid-wicket.
Shubman Gill, without doubt. I think he bedded in since last evening for I wouldn't say for the long haul, but he was not looking to play attacking cricket. I think all of the Indian batters, apart from Shubman Gill and to an extent Shrikar Bharat, have looked to be positive, try to get those boundaries whenever there's a loose delivery. Shubman Gill, on the couple of occasions that he even tried being positive, tried playing attacking cricket. One was that shot that he played in the air, which Ben Stokes couldn't sight. So he wasn't entirely comfortable getting onto the bowling, trying to attack, trying being positive. As long as he was staying in his crease, protecting his stumps, just pushing the ball here and there and taking singles, he was very comfortable. And I think it is an issue. It is starting to become an issue for Indian cricket or the Indian team that the number 3 isn't really settled. A year ago, exactly a year ago, Shubman Gill had just scored his double 100 in ODI cricket. And everybody was saying, this is the kid. This is the kid who's the prince to King Kohli. And then he comes in the 4th test match in Ahmedabad, a very flat track, after KL Rahul struggled as an opener in the first 3 tests on raging turners. On a very flat wicket in Ahmedabad, he scored some good runs. And again, everybody was like, okay, you know what? He is the future. He is the future. Ever since he's shifted to number 3, it's been a problem.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. Obviously, when Virat Kohli is available, he'll probably be the player to make way as the team is currently set up. We've talked a lot about Indian wickets over the last couple of years, and the majority of the wickets that you and I have covered cricket on have been massively favoured towards the bowlers. This is a fantastic wicket. It's losing some pace for the quick bowlers now, but obviously Bumrah has done well. There was still something in it for Mark Wood at times. The batters, the ball's come on well. They've been able to hit it. It has spun, but it hasn't been, there's been some crazy balls, but mostly through good bowling. This has been one of the best wickets I've seen in India for a very long time.
Oh, I agree with that. I think even last year, the wickets in Nagpur and Delhi were quite decent, but they weren't quite as good, because there is something in it for both the batters and the bowlers. Perhaps not as much for the pacers unless you're Jasprit Bumrah and you know how to bowl faster off-cutters.
But even on the first morning, there was something in it for the quicks.
Yeah, just for those 8 overs or 4 overs, because Siraj was smashed all over the place.
Well, that's because Siraj was bowling terrible. You can't say that was... I mean, the ball was
the 4
swinging,
overs
it was seaming. It was just that he kept bowling badly. But do you know what I mean? Like, all the way through the game,
it's a very good wicket.
It's been good, yeah.
It's a very good wicket because the batters have something in it for them, but at the same time, the spinners are challenging them. I thought England threw away a couple wickets. If they had, not the current approach of cricket that they play, perhaps could have looked at maybe 275, 300. We could have had a different game. But India also were a bit loose with their captaincy and fielding positions when Ben Stokes was batting and he was manoeuvring the lower order, getting those extra runs, 155 for 7 to 246. I thought that was exceptional from Ben Stokes. But overall, yes, this has been one of the better wickets. I mean, especially if you compare with what England played on the last time they came here. After Chennai, there was a second test in Chennai, which was really turning. And then the 2 tests in Ahmedabad, they finished in, 4.5 days? Yeah. So from that, if that is the benchmark, then this is an exceptional wicket. Exceptional wicket.
Definitely. So far today, if you are just tuning in, especially from those of you perhaps on your way into work or just getting ready for work, if you're lucky enough to have a later start, India have been in control pretty much all the day, and that includes the fact that Jaiswal went out in the first over to Jarrod. But the ball has spun, but the Indian batters have just put away so many bad balls, which unfortunately the England bowlers have been all too happy to give them. So at the moment, India has a big lead. And realistically, Chetan, unless they string together a couple of mistakes in a row, it would be hard to see how England even get to a position where they can put any pressure back when they're batting in the 3rd innings.
Well, the most interesting thing for me to see is how England bat. Is it going to be the same way that they've been batting throughout, which is what we expect them to do? Because in India, you can't just slam bang your way through a test match, because the conditions are so different from one day to another, from one session to another. I mean, this is not a better pitch than the first innings. It's a worse pitch than the first innings. So you can't, if in the first innings you got out for 246, you can't, or you were 155 for 7, you can't have the same approach in the second innings, because the result is going to be even worse. So I think England's batting approach, that's going to be an interesting point, because you have to ride the highs and the lows and the variations in conditions, and you know how a test meanders really, and I'm not sure that England do that enough with the current batting approach that they have.
That was Chetan Narula talking to us on talkSPORT 2. First test from Hyderabad. India is currently 309 for 5. With Jadeja not out on 45, and KS Barrett, the wicketkeeper, is 9 from 37 balls. India's current lead is 63 runs. We'll be back after the break with some more live cricket.
Jaiswal resuming this morning on 76. Root in again. Jaiswal uses his feet, drives over the top and down towards the long on boundary for 4. Second ball of the day. Here's Root once again, and that one is driven straight back to him. Root's taking a return catch. Jaiswal's gone. Root's done it in the first over of the morning. Here is Root once again. Down the wicket. Super shot. He's hit it high. Ben Stokes has lost it completely.
Rahul is on strike. This time he's smashed it on the onside. And it's going to be another boundary to start the over. So KL Rahul starting to flex his arms here a bit.
Hartley in once again. Gill clips it to mid-wicket and he's caught. England have a second wicket of the morning. Duckett takes the catch and Hartley has his first international wicket. Off the back foot, punch, square out on the offside. That's in control all the way. That's 4 runs.
They do say that the quicker it comes, the quicker it goes.
This time it's shot from Hartley and pulled away by Shreyas Iyer over mid-wicket. And that's a 6. Good running between the wickets. The batters will come back for 2 runs as India's 200 comes up.
KL Rahul completes the single to take him to 50 from 72 balls, and a partnership of 63 from 91 balls between KL Rahul and Shreyas Iyer has taken India to 222 for 3 at the interval. Rand comes in once again. Shreyas swings into the leg side. Fielder out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, takes the catch. Hartley it is. And Shreyas goes for 35.
As Rahul takes it on the full, the first delivery, and that smash down over long on for 6. The Sydney mid-on now in position for Rahul. This is dropped short from Rehan Ahmed, and it's smacked once again straight down the ground over long on for another 6. India have taken the lead here.
Down the wicket comes Jadeja, and he's launched this over deep mid-wicket. This is Ravindra Jadeja at his absolute best. That was 6 from the moment you heard it. Actually, you didn't even need to see it. His feet were brilliant. Got to the pitch of it with the speed of a ballerina and hit it with the power of a heavyweight. Bang!
Short, very short, but this time he might have found the fielder. There's a catch. KL Rahul will drop his head in dismay. He's dropped his bat as well. Was a half tracker. His eyes would have lit up and he would have visualized somebody in the stands catching it. Instead, it was somebody inside the rope who caught it.
Dig deep time for England. 63 is the lead now.
Yeah, very good morning to you. It is talkSPORT 2. It is our exclusive coverage of India against England in this 5 test match series. We're about to get the final session of day 2 underway. Just making their way down the steps past the England dressing room are our 2 umpires, Paul Rifle and Chris Gaffney. They're making their way out to the middle, and as you just heard, India 309 for 5. 76 overs England have sent down. India lead by 63. That is the equation. Jadeja still there, 45 not out from 68 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes. He's played absolutely brilliantly. Barrett, man at the other end, 9 from 37. The only man in the match so far we've actually seen play vaguely sensible test match, traditional kind of knock. A strike rate of 24. That's sort of an unheard thing. They will be the two men to resume very shortly. I'm Andrew McKenna. With me for the next 20 minutes or so is going to be Chetan Narula and also Darren Gough. Chetan, let's turn to you and bring you in first of all. Just a bit of, while we've got a moment, bit of local chat. Republic Day, as it is today, public holiday, obviously marking the anniversary of the declaration of the Republic and the creation of the Republic. Big public holiday, this one?
Yeah, it's the second biggest public holiday after the Independence Day, of course, 15th August. So the story behind is, of course, when India got its independence, for 2.5 years, we had a caretaker government. The first government wasn't elected. It was a caretaker government with a lieutenant governor, and there was a prime minister. And it took 2.5 years to chalk out the Constitution of India, and it came into effect on 26 January 1950. And we celebrate the Republic Day in memory of that. And it's the 75th Republic Day.
Well, some might say we've had a caretaker government in the UK for the past few months, and some might say that some of them have been about as useful as a marzipan something or other. But let's not go there. If you want more of coverage of that, by the way, Times Radio or Talk TV are probably the way to go. Yeah, let's steer clear of that one. We'll get ourselves at this time of day into a world of pain. It's a big public holiday. I mean, geez, they've come out in force today, haven't they? You know, day off work, and they're really here to enjoy it.
Yeah, and that explains why there was no traffic coming in this morning, and there'll be no beer this evening.
It was like a ghost town, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it took 2 hours to get back to the hotel last night. But yeah, this should be a much easier ride in the evening. But yeah, today if you're going out for biryani, that'll be a dry biryani. No beer with that.
Yes. Mentioned that earlier on. Harmy's face when he found out that last night was something of a picture. So that may, unfortunately, mean it's a gym evening this evening. But that will all depend as to how long it takes us to get back to the hotel. Right, players are out there, and we are going to resume with Joe Root bowling right arm around the wicket from the far end, the pavilion end, to the left-handed Jadeja. He's got the slip in place still, Zach Crawley. The short mid-off, just a couple of metres off of the cut strip. Short extra cover, and then a deepish mid-off who's standing between the pair of them for the drive. There's a deep cover on the boundary. Mark Woods at short third, Jack Leach at short fine leg. I'll finish the rest in a moment because here is Joe Root taken on the pad. Jadeja's miles forward. It would be a lot of guesswork for Paul Rifle there, and he simply says not out.
Yeah, he was taking a lot of a big stride, in fact, a lot out of the ball because it was pitching just ahead of him, and there's a bit of an inside edge there as well, so that explains why the umpire not interested.
Joe Root in once again, slightly shorter off the back foot is Jadeja, who's turning it around to the deep mid-wicket fielder, who is Tom Hartley, and completing the field was a mid-on to the left-handed Jadeja. It'll all change around now with the right-handed Barrett. And just seeing the replay, they are going to put the ultra edge onto that one. Bat and pad so close together, interesting to see. I think it was pad first, and then as they've put it now on, well, they put the replay on saying actually would have been out LBW on review. But as we keep saying, England burnt all three of theirs by this time yesterday. So that wasn't an option. Root around the wicket to the right-handed Barrett, taken on the pad. Folks really wants this one from behind the stumps. And again, Paul Rifle has answered in the negative.
Loud shout that from Folks, and I thought this was coming into the batter much closer than the last one against Ravindra Jadeja, because Jadeja brought his bat and pad in line, not so much from Bharat. Big turn that from Joe Root.
Yeah, pitching roundabout off stump. Inside the tram line they put down the pitch for the TV replay and turn to hold its line. Root coming in once again. Barrett big stride forward, pushes out on the offside, no run. Now what we've not seen on that last one is the ball tracking yet, but he certainly got it to turn and grip enough that it was in the area of the stumps. I mean, you know, we talk about it being difficult to play as a batter. You've then got all the factors as an umpire. Root in. Barrett pushing forward solidly with the bat on that occasion, pushes out to cover, no run.
And it's so weird that England burnt all their 3 reviews in less than 14 overs. And looking at that on our screens, that was missing. A lot of bounce. This is a black soil turf. Gives a little bit extra bounce.
Yeah, he was going over the top of the bail as Root finishes the over by bowling, and it's just pushed out on the offside by Barrett, and there is no run. Yeah, people, I'm sure a lot of people will have heard red soil, black soil. What's the difference for those that don't know?
Well, but black soil is going to give you a lot more bounce, consistent bounce. The red soil, a lot more turn, stays lower. You know, spinners would say, okay, you know what, give us the red soil track. And across the country, you'll see the entire square. It'll be sometimes it'll be red soil pitches on the left side, black soil pitches on the right side. In certain other parts of the country, you'll see a mixture of red and black soil, so that there's an even bounce. There's something in it for everybody. But here, it's all black soil.
So it's not a geographical thing that some parts of the country are red, some parts are black. This is deliberately done.
Yeah, so the square can be dug up and relayed, and you can put the turf on over there, so you allow the square to grow, and you know, you allow the pitches to become firm. So we've seen, for example, in Ahmedabad, they have 16 strips, and half of those are black soil, the rest are red soil, and there are a few which are a mix of red and black.
See, being a grounds person isn't an art, it's a science. And it's probably an art as well, actually, if I'm being entirely honest. Right, Rayan Ahmed to bowl from our end to the left-handed Jadeja. He is 46 not out, 1 blow away from a half-century.
So we go to Vizag next.
Rayan Ahmed is in, turning it very late off of his pads. Is Jadeja down to fine leg and will amble a single to take him to 47.
Visakhapatnam, that's a red soil wicket. And sometimes on a red soil wicket you can get slower turn. On a black soil wicket, because of the bounce, the consistency throughout the wicket, you'll get quicker turn. But the bounce is the main thing.
Has Rayan just been warned for running on the pitch? I just saw Chris Gaffney walking back to his positions. He maybe certainly had a look. Now Joe Root's in conversation. Ben Stokes is in conversation with Rayan, standing very close, and they were definitely having a chat with the umpire. I'm not sure if there was a signal made, but anyway. Now, captain and bowler are in sync for the right-handed Barrett. England are 17 balls away from a new ball being available. And
Ben Stokes still wasn't in position.
Rayan was about to bowl, and Barrett backed away, saying, well, hang on, the captain's still waving his arms and doing what he needs to do. Barrett waits, bat raised for Rayan Ahmed. Makes his way away from us and bowls a leg break. Barrett stays leg side of the ball, pushes out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, 42 deliveries he's faced, no boundary yet, so typical test match knock. He's coming from 100 against the England Lions, so he's in good form, and I think that's the century that helped him confirm his spot here.
Rayan, a little bit of air on that one, pushed out on the offside. Crawley will do the fielding at cover, no run.
There's another wicketkeeper batter in the squad, Dhruv Jurel. He's got good runs in first-class cricket. He's done decently well in the IPL as well. And he was keeping in the first game against the Lions.
As Rayan comes in, it's pushed up to mid-on. Bairstow comes in there, but can't prevent the single being taken. Push and run from Barrett, well judged. He goes to double figures. India 312 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2. India's lead now 66.
Kind of a shootout between the two. Jurel got the first opportunity, then Bharat, and again he scored that 119 match-saving effort.
Yeah, 3 wicket keepers in the squad. I mean, England have got 3 in their squad. As Rayan goes in, pushed on the onside by Jadeja, and there's no run. In fact, I mean, if you want to take it to ridiculous lengths, they've got folks, Bairstow, Ollie Pope's done it as well, and Ben Duckett early in his career did some keeping as well, so we're trying to set a record for the most wicket keepers, I think, in one side. That's one for Jarrod to get his thought around. Ahmed down the leg side on this occasion. Jadeja just helps it round the corner, helps himself to a couple if he got bat on it. Yes, he did. That will take him to 49, or have they already put those on the board? Yes, he has gone to 49 from 73. End of the over here on talkSPORT 2. 3:14 for 5. 78 overs have been bowled. 2 away from the new ball at least being available, and that one actually did bounce quite a bit, didn't it? It was up near the gloves and almost off the back of the bat there. So, bit of bounce.
Yeah, you see a bit of loop there on the ball, and it's going to get you bounce on that black soil wicket. Jadeja doing well to negate it towards the leg side. Approaching 50, only the third Indian batter, and if you would have told me in absence of Virat Kohli, Jadeja is going to be the third one to get a half century, I would have believed you. Because that's how the Indian batting has evolved over the last 2.5 years.
Joe Root around the wicket to start a new over. His 13th to Barrett, clips it to deep mid-wicket and will take a couple. I mean, I hope he gets one more, Jadeja, because does he wheel out the celebration for 50s, or does he keep it for only for 100?
Oh yeah, for the 50. He's
Okay,
got
good.
more 50s, right? So that sword display is going to come out, and the crowd is going to be absolutely ballistic.
I'll explain after this delivery if you're not aware of that. Joe Root goes in. He's taken Barrett on the pad. There's a big appeal from both behind the stumps and from Root. But again, Paul Rifle not interested in that. Yes, so if you're not aware, Ravindra Jadeja, his hometown is famous for making swords. So therefore, when he celebrates when batting, he uses his bat like a scimitar and waves it around to give it the full Monty. Oh, Joe Root's frustrated. He's dragged that one down short, and Barrett has the first boundary of his innings. He's hammered it through mid-wicket away for 4. It's 320 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, 2 shot from Joe Root, and he had to make that count. First boundary for KS Bharat. It's been coming for a while now. It's 47 deliveries that he's faced. 2 shot, and he was able to swivel and get that to the fence. The lead now growing to 74 runs. He also has a farmhouse, so he's also fond of horses. He has a couple of horses he's always riding and waving swords around, I would say.
Speaking of horses, I saw one the other day as we were heading back to the hotel from training on Wednesday. It was on the back of a tuk-tuk, which I thought was quite entertaining. Barrett is hurried by Joe Root on this occasion, pushing back down the pitch. No run.
He's probably being transported somewhere.
Yes. But it was the fact it was the tuk-tuk van version. It wasn't in it, and obviously a people carrying one, but there was a man standing next to it, just stroking it, making sure that it was nice and calm in the traffic. I suppose he could have taken it on the metro. Joe Root is in once again. Barrett pushes to mid-off. It will be just a single. 321 for 5. That lead now up to 75 runs.
So Jadeja again, man of different tastes. He's now on 49, and now you can start to hear the bit of cheer going around the crowd. They know what's coming if he gets a single here.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, this. Short mid-off, short cover waiting as Joe Root goes in, and he's allowed it to go past. I think that was an arm ball, or the quicker one. That wasn't the spinner, it was the variation ball trying to catch him out, and you can hear the groan from the crowd because he's not got that single. It's the end of the over, the 79th. 321 for 5, as well as Chetan and myself. Jarrod Kimber's on commentary at the moment with us.
Yeah, I think the other thing with Jadeja it's worth having a look at is his strike rate today. So it's 49 from 74 balls. And of recent times, he's really found it hard to score quickly at home, and that's because the wickets have been absolutely devilish. And he is cashing in here, but I wouldn't say he's over-attacking Macca. I think he's just waiting for the bad balls, and there's been so many, and he's had the ability to put them away. So, you know, he maybe attacked a little bit the left-arm finger spinners, but he likes hitting them. But realistically, mostly, he's just waited for poor balls and then scored. You could see by the way he left that last one.
Yeah, ran to start a new over, pushed into the onside by Barrett, and there's no run. So the new conker will be available at the end of this over.
Do you think they'll take it?
Don't know at the moment. Ryan goes in, Barrett goes back, both toes pointing down the pitch, and plays it defensively, no run.
I remember this test match in December 2013. India were playing in Durban against South Africa. MS Dhoni didn't take the second new ball until 140 overs.
140? Rayan goes in. Googly to Barrett. Taken on the pad. Ben Folkes is a sole appealer on that occasion. I thought we'd finished pantomime season, but apparently not. The crowd are booing because as England have the temerity to appeal.
Googly there from Rehan Ahmed coming from the back of his hand. There's a bit of an inside edge there.
It was a bit more than an inside edge. It was a big old chunk. Maybe the crowd knew that. Rehan Ahmed goes in. It's pushed to mid-off by Barrett. And now the celebrations can start because the single is taken and Jadeja can go back on strike. And we can hopefully have the moment for him.
Yeah, 2 balls to go. They'll be hoping. Yeah, give us our money's worth. It's a public holiday. KL Rahul missed his 100, so might as well see celebrations from Ravindra Singh Jadeja.
This would be his 20th 50 in Test match cricket. In goes Rehan Ahmed. Oh, it's a massive, massive stride forward. Bat and pad close together. And he just defends it, and the crowd are disappointed once again.
Bit of an anti-climax. Last over, he left that go. This time, big stride forward, defending it. 1 more ball.
Come on, here we go. Rehan Ahmed is into him. And again, he's defending. He's pushed out on the offside, and there's a sense of desperation, and the air comes out of the balloon of the people in Hyderabad. They want to get on their feet. They want to celebrate. They want to celebrate a milestone on Republic Day, but they're not going to get the chance. It's the end of the over here on talkSPORT 2. 3:22 for 5, Jarrod.
It was worth noting too how many people got their mobile phones out to film that moment. So they now just have a bunch of really, really ordinary footage of blocked balls and like a leave, completely wasting their storage on their phone, Macca.
Well, if they tag in Fred Boycott, he loves a forward defensive, doesn't he, on Twitter? So send them off to him. He'll be in hog heaven. Yeah, it's interesting, actually. Mobile phones are a bit of a problem here. A bit like the World Cup, you can't bring in like a charger pack. So lots of the fans are complaining that the phone charge is running out pretty quickly. Root to start a new over around the wicket. He comes down the pitch, does Barrett, and ends up just guiding it wide of slip. Dan Lawrence, who's on the pitch doing 12-man duties, scuttles back towards third to get it. But, I mean, in fairness, Barrett did well there because he got done, but came down the pitch and at least got something on it, and he takes a single. 3:23 for 5.
Yeah, he hasn't exactly looked comfortable at the crease there, and could have been a bigger chance had he stayed put. But, well, every single that he's taking is being cheered on here.
Exactly. It's the most popular single he'll take today because it brings Jadeja back on strike. Root around the wicket, goes in, and Jadeja hammers it hard, but straight to Rehan Ahmed at point. From the sound off the bat, everyone thought, yeah, oh, hang on a minute.
Half a cheer from the crowd when they saw the fielder get his hands on the ball, and they were like, oh no, wait.
This couldn't be more pantomime if someone said, oh no, it isn't. Joe Root around the wicket from the far end. Jadeja, oh, he's taken on the bat, it's kept low. We're not going to get the celebration. He's out, LBW. He is reviewing it. But that one looked like the scuttler. It kept down, and Jadeja, a man who's played so well, might just have been stuffed by one that keeps low.
But he's gone for the DRS immediately. Is that because India have it, or is he very confident that he's struck it, or he's out of the line somehow?
Okay, then, let's go through this. Oh, he smashed the cover off it. That's why he reviewed it straight away. Big inside edge onto pad. Everyone, stand down. Celebrations back on.
And just hear the cheer there. Gaffney getting that one wrong. He's turned out a couple of big shouts from England where there was no bat involved. But this one, there was a big inside edge. Jadeja, another opportunity for him to get a half century here.
Well, that's what reviews are for. That is what reviews are for. To get round a mistake. Root goes in. Jadeja pushes it past Pope at short extra cover. Stokes does the fielding behind him to prevent the single being taken.
He's getting desperate for that single, isn't he? I mean, look at that field placement on the last delivery too. The one before the last delivery. Even then, he started taking a couple of steps forward.
Joe Root then once again in around the wicket. Jadeja's playing forward defensively, and he will take it for another delivery. I know what he's doing. He's waiting for the end of this over because the great Harsha Bhogle is coming in to pick up the commentary, and he wants Harsha to describe the moment for him.
Nobody does it better.
Quite right. Here we go then. For the final time this over, Joe Pietersen, there you go, forward defensive. Thank you very much. Job done. Chetan and Jarrod, you fill the gap because the legend's taking over the ball by ball.
Still 49 not out for Ravindra Jadeja of 81. Getting a bit itchy at the crease to get that single. Couple of hint of mix-ups with Bharat there, but Bharat in fact had an outside edge in that last over as well. So good over from Root there, Jarrod.
It was. I mean, we've talked about already today how Jadeja doesn't like to attack the off spin as much, and has certainly gone from someone who used to score against it to not scoring at all. But this is more the kind of batter that we've been used to of Jadeja over the last couple of years, of just almost dead batting everything. Earlier on, he almost got a nosebleed, he was scoring so quickly.
Trust Jarrod to come up with a line like that. Now Kona Bharat gets a short ball from Rehan Ahmed. First ball, it's finding its way to the mid-wicket boundary. It's well stopped. Tom Hartley in there, and he'll keep it down to 2. Surely they might have thought of a third, but maybe they spend a lot of time thinking it's going to go for 4. But Bharat's gone up to 21 now, and this partnership once again very irritating for England. It's gone up to 37. The lead now 79. Umpire's just checking at the moment whether he released the ball before he went into the boundary cushions. I think he did.
Much more confident on that pull shot, Harsha, as compared to his last one, where he did actually get a boundary.
Here's Rehan again from right arm over he bowls, and it's there's an attempted drive of the front foot by Kona Bharat. Doesn't time it at all. Only goes about 10 yards in front, so that's how poorly it was timed. There's a slipper backward point, a cover point, a short cover, and a mid-off. Mid-on, catcher at short leg. There's a 45, a shot backward square. If you wondered why my voice dropped off, as Bharat goes forward and opens the face of the bat, running away down to third man. And Mark Wood will pull it back for 2 more. That takes Bharat to 23. I was standing on the mic cable and trying to stand up at the same time.
Much more confident and fluid from Bharat this time. He's growing in confidence with every ball he's facing. Last over perhaps a bit dicey for him against Joe Root. But here he's playing with much more confidence against Rehan Ahmed. On to 23 now. The partnership, as you said, very irritating. 39.
Back with Rehan, and Bharat goes off the back foot again, opens the face of the bat. Again there's a chase for Mark Wood. Again they'll come back for 2. He goes up to 25. He's batting a lot more freely now, as Chetan told you. And I think I can understand why. When he came in, there's a lot of talk about Bharat's wicket keeping. I don't think that's ever been in doubt. But can he bat well enough? These days you measure wicket keepers by batting averages. I don't know why we do that, but we do that all the time. And his batting average wasn't flash. Got 100 for India A last week, but is still to prove himself here, so it's a bit tentative. Rehan bowls. He picks up the googly and he smashes it off the back foot to mid-wicket. This time he'll get a boundary. And once again, an over from Rehan Ahmed is proving to be expensive. Bharat goes up to 29. The lead is now 87, and India have got all the 3s on the board. 3, 3, 3 for 5.
That confidence growing with every delivery that Bharat is facing here. Again, reading it from the back of the hand. Swinging in his crease, getting that pull shot away from the fielder. No chance to cut this one off, and gets his second boundary. Bharat on 29.
Partnership of 45 now as Rehan Ahmed bowls, this time on the front foot, pushes it wide of backward point, just to his right, in fact. And Jadeja puts up his hand and says, me 49, me take next ball. 82 overs gone, 3, 3, 3 for 5. Jarrod.
Harsha, I thought it's quite interesting, isn't it, when you go back through the entire history of Ravi Jadeja as a batter. So he starts off making the triple centuries in domestic cricket in India, and then he comes into the side and looks about as likely to make runs as one of us 3. And then, of course, eventually he starts to come in. He becomes almost a slogger at the end, like number 7, number 8, really counter-attacking. Then you've got this period where he was the bits and pieces player in white ball cricket, and Sanjay Mandrake says that, and of course...
What have you just said, Jarrod?
He then blitzes with the bat afterwards. It's not quite serious. He got good at batting beforehand, but I like making fun of Sanjay anyway. But he then becomes someone who can bat at number 5 for India. He's had this incredible journey of going around and doing different things as a batter, you know, after that incredible early start.
Now Joe Root into Jadeja, 49. It's a holiday crowd. They're looking forward to a half century. Nothing more, just a half century. As Root bowls and Jadeja goes forward. He's bowling from round the wicket, really crouches low. I asked Ravindra Jadeja when he was a young all-rounder, sort of 2010, 2011. It's a question I ask every person who fancies himself as an all-rounder. Are you a batsman who bowls? Are you a bowler who bats? What do you see yourself as first? And he said, "Main to batter hu, main to batsman hu, I'm a batsman." Jadeja goes forward, pushes again. That next ball from Root, bowling round the wicket, out to short cover. He can't get a run. So he's always seen himself as a batter.
A gun point fielder like a young Harsha Bhogle was.
Oh, stuff of fantasy. Jarrod Kimber has had a very good breakfast today, I suspect. He's in a very good mood. How is Jadeja? Here's Root from round the wicket. Bowls to Jadeja. It's full. He's pushing on the offside. He's sneaking a single in front of wooden cover. There's a misfield as they try the run out, and they'll come back for 2. Then they will go back for 3. And Jadeja is on 52. Yet another half century. This crowd loves him. Out comes the sword celebration. You would have thought from the crowd ovation that he just broken a world record.
They'd been waiting. They had been waiting and waiting and waiting. For the last 3 overs, they had been waiting for that single. Lots of drama, lots of edges. Shikhar Bharat scoring those boundaries. But now, even on this delivery, there was drama with the misfield, them running 3. But finally, that moment that they wanted to capture on their phones came.
And it is but a half century. As Kona Bharat now gets one that's pushed through quickly from Root. Goes back and plays in front of his pads, out to short mid-off. So yet another 50. Over the last 3 years, Ravindra Jadeja is averaging 42. And I say that with a hint of trepidation, because I know Jarrod is sitting up there with his laptop in front of him, and he might say, I got the second decimal wrong. But it's around there, Jarrod. Sort of around 40 in the last 3 years. Bharat goes forward and pushes on the onside.
No, it's a huge transformation, really, of someone who just didn't look like making runs early on, and he's become someone that they can put up the order. I don't think he's batted higher than 5, has he? But he's certainly batted at 5 a couple of times. You know, that's not Daniel Vettori number, is it? That's a proper batting number.
One of the considerations was that if there's 2 left-handers and they're bowling well, that he actually bats ahead of Shreyas Iyer at number 5. But they went in with Shreyas, who's the only Indian right-hand batter who averages over 30 against left-arm spin. What is it when Jarrod comes on that all of us start thinking of numbers? Here's Joe Root again from round the wicket, and up goes forward goes Kona Bharat and pushes it back down the ground. 83 overs gone. It's 3-3-6 for 5. The lead is now very troublesome for England. It's 90, and you're listening to all of us here on talkSPORT 2.
In 2012, when Jadeja came into the Test arena, MS Dhoni was the captain, and I had the good fortune of asking in press conference to MS, how do you see Jadeja's evolution over the next few years? And Dhoni said that it's going to take time. First-class cricket, the jump up to international cricket, especially Test cricket, is going to be very, very tough. So it's going to take some time for him to become the batter that we know he can become. And I think he's finally gotten there, and MS Dhoni would be very happy to see this batter that Ravindra Jadeja has become today.
What a difference. What a difference in balance to the Indian side when they're playing in India. Largely because India can play 3 spinners, each of whom bats. So there's Ashwin to come. There's Akshar Patel to come, both of whom fancy themselves with the bat, have proven themselves with the bat. And all of a sudden, India can play 5 bowlers and bat down to number 9, which is a luxury India cannot afford when they're travelling, because then they're playing Bumrah, Shami, Siraj, or whoever the 3 seamers are, and the tail starts a little earlier. Though if you whisper tail in Bumrah's ears, you must be prepared for a year full. Plays quietly off the back foot. The next one from Rehan Ahmed does Jadeja. A little load lifted. When you're batting at 6, a 50 is a landmark.
It's a massive landmark, to be honest. I used to think that as a tail ender, but it always depended on who was bowling.
Goes off the back foot of the next one. It's a wrong gun, but it's not a very worrisome wrong gun, and he plays it wide of mid-wicket for a single. I've got to be careful when I talk about batters and fast bowlers, because last time I was on, Darren Gough reminded me he's got 125 and 5 90s. Go on, say it. Say it, Darren, say it.
I love a 99 as well, but that's an ice cream. That's a different matter.
That comes with the strawberry sauce and a flake in.
Rayan bowls and Kona Bharat of the back foot plays it away. It was short once again, easily off the back foot for a single to deep mid wicket. Darren, when you fast bowlers get together, do you look up your batting scores?
Not really. I just keep reminding Army when I'm with Army. I just remind him every now and again just to keep him in his place, you know. But I'm proud of the bat. I used to love batting. My problem was, might need a little bit more time, but I mean, my problem was but they tried to turn me into a genuine all-rounder when I first started. That was the biggest problem for me, and my old mindset, it messed me up for about a year and a half.
Jadeja drives the next one. It's a good stop wide of mid-off. Is it Bairstow wide of mid-off, and he's just down on his haunches. Had to come down rather quickly on it, but a single resulted nonetheless. The lead is up to 93 now. It's 339 for 5. And did you then say, sorry, I'm a fast bowler who bats?
Well, yeah, I kept trying to say that, but after one test match, I was the next Ian Botham.
Just tap down to mid-on for no run. The story is more interesting from Gough than from Bharat at the moment.
You enjoy shredded wheat then?
Yeah. I was the next Ian Botham after one test match, but by my 20th test match, I was the next Phil Tufnell. It soon changed.
Pushed out the cover for no run. 3 came off. It is 339 for 5. A bit of mirth here on talkSPORT 2. What is your biggest batting moment, Tommy?
Biggest batting moment. 14. I got my high score was 49 against South Africa at the Oval, and Monty Panesar ran me out. I hit the ball into a gap. I've told this story many times on talkSPORT. Hit into the gap. Monty didn't run. He's standing with his shoelaces tied together at non-strikers end. I was like, Monty, come on, run. I was in a gap. I was going to get 50. And then I hit the ball next ball to A.B. de Villiers, and Monty's running at me. So I decided I had to run. A.B. threw the stumps down. Monty told me as I was walking off. I thought he was a wicket-keeper. I didn't realise how good a fielder he was. So, no, that was probably my highlight moment. I think from a tail-ender's point of view, my highlight moment was walking out to bat when I had a batter at the other end, and he was on 60, 70, 80, and I got to him to 100. If I was stood there and got him to 100, and I think 5 or 6 times, Ian Bell especially, I think one nice moment in Old Trafford against Pakistan when Ian Bell got a magnificent 100. I took satisfaction that I hung around as long as I possibly could to get a milestone for my partner, and I think that's a good sign for a good tail-ender.
84 overs gone and the new ball is taken. And I don't know how to put this to Darren Gough and Stephen Harmison in the commentary box, but gentlemen, it's Joe Root taking the new ball.
Well, he has been our best bowler, so I'm not too shocked.
I thought he was going to take it first up yesterday afternoon.
And he's into Jadeja, who's pretty often taken the new ball himself. First ball, it turns a little bit and it's pushed out to short cover. Darren, Stephen Harmison is also the 13th highest scoring number 11 in history, and that coincides with Jarrod Kimber coming in and sitting beside you. Right, 93 now the lead. Here's Root from round the wicket, and it's a full toss. Hit down the ground. All it needed to do was beat the man inside the circle. Well, the equivalent of inside the circle, there are none in Test match cricket, but it goes away for 4, and it's a rare loose ball. If you judge England spinners by length, I think Joe Root's been the most disciplined, but this is a shinier ball that's leaving his hand. It goes just a little fuller. Jadeja goes up to 58, India 343 for 5.
Yeah, I think that's it. The old ball and the new ball, the lacquer on the new ball is
pushed off the back foot by Jadeja. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think the lacquer on the new ball is it's hard to get used to, especially for a spinner who hasn't bowled too many times. But in the warm-up, in practice days and in the warm-ups in the last few days, Joe Root's predominantly bowled with a brand new SG ball.
And he comes again from round the wicket, gets a hint of turn, but Jadeja's batting 58. He's played 91 balls. He's got that one covered and dabs it out to backward point.
I've just been informed that me and Gough played against each other 11 times. I got him out once, and he got me out once.
1-1. Root bowls to Jadeja, and he goes forward and defends. There's a contest on between Root and Jadeja at the moment, but it's paling into insignificance between the contest between Stephen Harmison and Darren Gough. Gough, you're not taking it lying down, are you?
Well, the problem is Army were never going to get me out, because every time I knew he was coming on, I made sure I got out.
Root ball wide outside the off stump, almost like he was looking to swing the ball back into the left-hander. 4 runs came out that over, courtesy that full toss. It's 3:43 for 5 at the end of the first over of the new ball here on talkSPORT 2.
I tell you what, Ash, we're just talking about Jadeja, you know. You can tell how good this player is as a cricketer, because I usually admire him. When you look at the skill of someone like Ashwin and you think he's the king, Jadeja keeps him out of the side. You've talked about the balance of the team. Wherever they are, if they had to pick one out of the two, they always go with Jadeja. He's fielding, he's batting, he's bowling. And Ashwin's pretty solid, but Jadeja is a diamond cricketer, and he would get in he would get in every world team. Absolutely every single world team. He's superb.
It's interesting, I asked Ashwin about Jadeja once, and he bears absolutely no ill will to Jadeja being picked ahead of him, because he said just the package that he offers to the Indian team is something I cannot, especially in the field and with the bat. And this is from someone who's got 5 Test hundreds himself. But Jadeja's batting has gone to another level, and when you play overseas, I mean, India got some really spicy tracks just now in South Africa. Your spinner, if he's coming along as well at all, is in a very defensive role. Hartley gets the new ball. In his first test, he's becoming a bit of a specialist, and Bharat dabs the ball back down the wicket. Geez, Harmison and Gough in commentary, 2 spinners taking the new ball. I'm trying to get my head around it.
Crazy, isn't it? Absolute madness.
Slip and a short leg. And Bharat just dabs the ball out on the onside. He can't get a run. When he took the new ball in the first innings, Hartley, it was apparently the first time he'd ever bowled with a new ball. Now it's becoming a habit.
Yeah, becoming a habit. There's a lot of firsts. You know, it's going to be the first time he's bowled, I think, in excess of 40 overs in a test match as well.
Short and off the back foot. Bharat has pushed it out down to deep point. There's support there, but he's charging back for a second. He's running to the danger end. The throw is a little high, about shoulder high for Ben Foakes, and he's able to make his ground quite safely. So he snatches a couple in. He's looking more and more confident. He's on 32. The lead now is 99.
Excellent fielding from Rian Ahmed out there. I said test match, I meant first class innings. I don't think Tom Hartley's bowled 40 plus overs in an innings before, and he's in his infancy of his career.
We were talking a little while ago about what that number is that England will start to feel genuinely threatened by. And the general agreement was the moment it gets to 100, England are now staring down the barrel, and India have got there with 5 wickets in hand. This partnership is worth 57. Hartley goes really wide with the stumps, pings it into the pads, and it's defended by Bharat.
He started a lot better than obviously he did in yesterday afternoon. Jaiswal came in and really took him to town, took him to task, and just a confidence builder for Tom Hartley with this second new ball.
Just wide of the off stump, Bharat will sneak a single in front of mid-on and charge across to keep the strike. He's on 33, but the lead is now 100. India 346 for 5 in this final session on day 2. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. It's morning, of course, in London. What's it, 40 past 9? And Darren Gough's on his second cup of tea.
It's amazing as well, Goughie.
No, I've not managed that yet, Stevie, but don't worry, it'll be on order in the next 5 minutes. But it's amazing to watch this now, because when you look at the lead by 100 runs, that's the figure we kind of all have in our heads, isn't it? Because in this situation of the game, with the quality of Indian spin bowlers, you almost now thinking every run they get now on top of that 100, it's almost like 2, isn't it? And that's where I think it's getting harder, obviously, and harder now to have any sort of belief that England can get anywhere near a victory. If we're going to be realistic,
.346.5. Goughy, I'll give you a moment to finish that. If we're going to be realistic, compose what you're going to say in your head for the next couple of seconds after this ball from Joe Root. Here he is from the pavilion end, bowls around the wicket to Bharat, who flicks it away out towards the onside, and it's fielded by Rian Ahmed in the deep on the square leg boundary for another single. Yes, Goughy.
No, if we're going to be realistic of a win, you've just got to look at the situation of the game. The ball's turning. They've got 3 quality spinners, and like I say, you can almost double that lead now. Every run they get from here, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, I think for England to have a chance to win, they've got to get India batting in the 4th innings. Root in once again to Ravi Jadeja, and that's pushed out towards short cover, fielded by Ollie Pope, no run. So I would say, Goughy, that what's the absolute minimum to give yourself even a chance? Not a realistic chance or even an outside chance, even just the remotest chance. I'd say 120 in the 4th innings. So England need. Here's Joe Root up to Jadeja once again, pushed away through square leg. I mean, so basically they need 120 more than the deficit to have the remotest chance, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, when we used to play, you're always in your head, if we can get in the final innings around that 120, 125 mark, it gives you a real small percentage chance, doesn't it?
There have been test matches, that where 120 in the 4th innings has been a winning score. I can think of 2. Here's Jadeja. A route once again to Bharat, and it's pulled away, swept actually. Pull sweep out towards deep mid-wicket. Rayan Ahmed fields again, it's another single.
But what normally you find you get here, Manners, is when you get that 100 lead, the batters start to free that little bit more. It's a little psychological edge that we're now 100 in front, we can free our arms a little bit, we can play a few more shots. We can take a few more risks because we know we're that far ahead of the game.
Here's Root again to the left-handed Jadeja. Left alone outside the off stump, taken by Bharat, and the lead remains 103. Goughy?
Matters, when you look at it now, we've got 5 wickets in this innings. Have all 5 wickets caught on the boundary just about, or attempted to be caught on the boundary? Have we actually bowled? They've all been big shots. We haven't actually got anybody out. You remember, you look at Johnny Bairstow's dismissal, an absolute beauty, turned, Ben Stokes, I know he came running down, but the Bumrah reverse swing going away from him. I mean, we look at the dismissals, if it weren't for the way they've been dismissed, we wouldn't have had a wicket.
It's true to say that England haven't bowled anybody out. That's just plain fact.
I think it's fair. It's fair. We're not criticising. We're trying to be as constructive as possible, but England haven't gotten a wicket where you think that's a brilliant bit of bowling. And, that's a great bit of pressure, if you know what I mean, Goughy.
Yeah, 3 drag downs. 3 of them have been dragged down. You could say Rohit Sharma, good bit of bowling, decent bit of bowling. You can give them that. Shubman Gill.
Okay, what about the first wicket? Nice subtle change of field. Mid-off drops a bit deeper. Root gives it a bit more air.
Yeah,
spins it across.
I'm giving you that one. I'm giving you that one, man. As I'm just saying, that's a bit of skill. You're kind of making him come out of his crease, tempting him with trying to hit the ball down the ground. So yeah, give you that one. Still a batting error though, I think. What do the scientists say, Jarrod? Jack Leach is back into the attack, and that one is short and wide outside the off stump. Little chop shot from Bharat attempted. Jarrod, what does CricViz, the science of cricket analysis, say about Jaiswal's wicket? Do they put that down as a batting error?
I think it would go down as an out of control or a mistake, depending on which.
Short and wide cut towards Rayan Ahmed, sweeping on the cover boundary. Just to clarify for the listeners, Jarrod, it goes down as a batting error, basically.
That one would, yeah.
So in other words, a rock-solid looking forward defensive shot to a brilliant away swinger, caught second slip, does not go down as a batting error.
That would still go down as a batting error, but in CricViz's system, that would go down as, let's say the average on that delivery might be 5, whereas the average on the delivery that Jaiswal went out to generally would probably be quite high, because generally it's just an off spinner around off stump. It didn't do anything special, did it? So you
Are there
wouldn't
any
expect to go out
dismissals
to
that don't go down as batting errors?
Yeah, generally when it's off the middle of the bat, There was, I think there might have been one when we did England last time. Jack Leach got a wicket with a half tracker, which Pujara hit off the middle of his bat, and it went straight to mid-wicket. You know, it was a perfectly executed shot. It just happened to be that I think it might have even hit short leg on the way to mid-wicket.
Well, it's the golden fielder deep mid-wicket, isn't it?
Yeah.
The drag down's been our best form of dismissal.
So if the ball comes off the middle of your bat, that means the batter's trying to hit it where he went. Doesn't mean it was a good shot, Manners, because he might have hit it straight to the fielder anyway. But if you have a look at that Jaiswal one, the bat completely turns in his hand. There's no doubt that he made an error there.
There's been a complete rearrangement of the furniture. That's the long delay in play for the left-hander as Leach is in once again and fires it down the leg side. It's Jadeja on the pad and maybe not. Umpire Chris Gaffney is actually having a chat to Jadeja as he completes a single and saying, "Did you hit that?" Jadeja says, "Of course I did." So
there's no glove under the glove, I think the bottom glove, as he swiveled round and tried to sweep it down to the leg side boundary. He just got an under edge or a bottom glove on it.
Here's Leach once again. Forward comes Barrett, blocks it. Rock solid defensive push. 351 for 5 into the final session on day 2 of this opening test match, and India leading by 105 with Jadeja on 60. Shrikar Bharat on 36. Leach in once again, and that's pushed square of the wicket on the offside by Bharat, who's looked very accomplished after a steady, conservative start. Wasn't worried about runs at all for the first hour of his innings, maybe first 45 minutes. Wasn't at all worried, just did get himself in. And I have to say that coming towards the end of day 2, it is still a pitch on which you can feel in, I think. Here's Leach once again, polite inquiry as he strikes Jadeja on the pad, a long way forward and well outside the off stump. It looked like he was playing a shot, not out, says the umpire Chris Gaffney. 352 for 5, 88 overs gone, and India lead by 106.
And Gough, we've been talking about sort of how far in front and where the game situation is, but I think something else we've got to factor into the equation. We're only on day 2, so if you're looking at a 125 fourth innings, normally them results when the wickets go quickly are on a 4.5 day, 5th day pitch. This could happen on day 3.
But the pitch will be like a day 5 pitch. Realistically, when we see India's spinners bowl on it, and that's what I'm saying, we always say we can't judge a pitch until we see both teams bowl on it twice, right? But realistically, let's see what happens in the 3rd innings, because they spun the ball hugely, inconsistently. We have spun the odd ball.
Jarrod in, and he's slog swept by Shrikar Bharat out towards deep mid-wicket. Rian Ahmed is standing there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He hasn't seen it at all. Never picked it up from the moment it left the bat face, and he's just completely bewildered, and it's gone for 4.
An excellent shot from Barrett. He's continuing his fine form. He's played against England Lions for the last 6 days of his cricket. He got a 50 in the 2-day game, 100 in the 4-day game, and he looks in sublime touch here.
Here's Root. He goes for another slog sweep. He's an appeal, and he's given out LBW. Well, he's now checking his position, and he's reviewed it straight away. He's down on one knee. He's playing the slog sweep. He is a long way forward. It's hit him on the front pads. Definitely hit him in front of the stumps. But he kept his position, having missed it, and then looked at his back leg, looked at the stumps, and then immediately reviewed it.
I've checked the feet, and it's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision?
Yeah, this looks, I think, as out as it comes. I think it's pitched just outside off stump, and it's spinning back towards the stumps. I think this is going to be uphill, I would imagine. Or has he got outside the line?
Oh, no, it's not outside the line. It might just be clipping off stump. Is it turned enough?
How's he getting that angle? The angle that we got in front of us, the camera looks might be on a little bit of an angle, not right behind the bowler's arm. So my first thoughts there were I could see off stump.
I'm going pitching in line, clipping off stump. Umpires call out.
Yeah, I'm going out in line. Oh yeah, he's not outside the line. Must have been the angle.
It's just its question is it turned enough? Is it straightened enough?
Ball tracking when available.
Just clipping.
Just clipping, I think. Come on, Joe, please, for Joe Root. Come on, Joe.
Pitching in line, impact in line. And
Clipping.
Umpire's
call.
I tell you when to signal.
Tell you what's most interesting about that Hawkeye
Signal now.
is that the arc of the ball was on its way down.
Yeah, look, because it was gonna hit the stumps. It was gonna hit the bail of the stumps and might knock the bails off. But it's a great wicket for England. I'm pleased for Joe Root. He's been magnificent today. He really has. You know, you call him a part-time bowler because he's played 135 Test matches and he's one of the best batsmen that England have ever produced. His bowling is utilised, I think, when needed in desperation sometimes, because they try and protect his batting and not have the workload that you really want to exert Joe Root on. But he's had to bowl 17.2 overs, and for me, he's been the pick of England's bowlers on show in these 88 overs so far, and he deserved that second wicket. He's bowled from around the wicket, and he's just held it back a touch, pitched it just outside off stump. It's spun back just enough to clip off stump. Barrett's gone for the sweep. It's kept low a little bit, but I think that was largely down to the fact that Root just held it back a touch. Went for the big slog sweep the ball before. This time he succumbed to the sweep. I said he was looking in good touch. Commentator's curse. I'd like to do that again and again and again, so they could keep getting wickets.
Just before I go to you, Goughy, we need to, I'd like to give a shout out to an old Barmy Army. I think once a member of the Barmy Army, you're a lifelong member of the Barmy Army. I was going to say former member of the Barmy Army. Mark Dew, a Salford-born postman who's listening to us in Germany whilst working at the Stuttgart sorting office. Mark Dew, thanks for your support. R. Ashwin is the new batsman. Goughy, as we've learnt a lot about Joe Root in the last few days in the build-up to this series, we were told that he was considered a genuine fifth bowler, and that he now is a regular attendee of the bowlers' meetings as well as the batters' meetings.
He's always involved in everything, Joe. He loves the game. He wants to play. That's what I like about Joe Root. I mean, my last 2 years back at Yorkshire, he's someone that he wants to play if he's available. The only one he did miss for the end of the season a couple of years ago, which he took a bit of stick for, which I thought was ridiculous, the amount of cricket he's played and time he put out on the field, and he took a bit of stick for missing one game, the last game of the season. But he wants to play, he wants to bowl, he wants to bat, he wants to field, he wants to be involved.
Yeah, and he's, as Harmy says, you know, he's been, dare I say, the best spinner. Well, Harmy just has, so I'm endorsing what he said. He's been the pick of the bowlers. 356 for 6, India, with Jadeja still going nicely on 60, and R. Ashwin has joined him. Every single time he comes out to bat now, Ashwin, we remind our listeners that he's got 5 Test hundreds, 4 of them against the West Indies. That one is pushed away by Ashwin defensively to Tom Hartley at extra cover.
It's a bit like Adil Rashid when Adil Rashid comes out to number 11 in a 50-over game. He's got 10 first-class hundreds.
Exactly, and I'm as guilty as anybody else of doing exactly that. Rashid bats 11. Every time he bats 11, he's got 10 hundreds. 3 men round the bat as Joe Root is into Ashwin. He comes forward, pushes this one out towards mid-wicket, and a nice diving, tumbling stop from Rian Ahmed. And so Ashwin won't get off the mark. Ashwin, like all off-spinners facing fellow off-spinners, will feel that it is a temerity to even think that he might perish to a part-time off-spinner like Joe Root. Thing is, he's not part-time anymore.
No, he's not part-time. I don't think he's ever been part-time. It's just, yeah, how good he is as a batter and the batter option. You don't want to waste the energy, because he has to hold the burden of the shoulders of the batting unit on his as well. But he's held them together today on the bowling.
Here's Root once again outside the off-stump, full length, and Jadeja leaves it alone, and the over comes to an end. Jarrod, if I may just bother you, I said a couple of minutes ago that England's minuscule chance of victory in the fourth innings is to make sure India bat in the fourth innings and need 120 as a minimum target. I can think of 3 test matches where 120 in the fourth innings has been, in modern times, has been a winning score. There was, of course, Headingley 81, South Africa against Australia. Finally, de Villiers, yeah, South Africa against Australia, Sydney in 93, 94, and then Zimbabwe needed 120 against the West Indies in Jamaica in the late 90s and were bowled out for 80. Those are 3 that immediately come to my mind, where 100 in the modern era. So
yeah, I don't think there's been a lot of very low chases that have been unsuccessful. It's kind of a myth, isn't it? The idea that you can put pressure on it that with a low score.
Exactly. I mean, they are the outliers that prove the rule, really. Here's Leach, new over outside the off stump. Ashwin leaves.
I think if Shane Warne took the new ball in 2005 at Trent Bridge, I think we would have succumbed to 132, I think it was.
Forward comes Ashwin, lunging. Yeah, that was a struggle. You got them 6 down, didn't you, or 7?
No, they had us 7 down, didn't they? Hoggard and Giles in. We were 38 for none when Shane came on. And we ended up winning by 2 wickets. 2 wickets, 8 down, were we?
Leach in once more. Ashwin punches off the back foot straight to the bowler.
Yeah, I think we were 8 down. Did we win by 2 wickets in that game, or 3 wickets? I'm not sure. I think it was 2 wickets. But but Warney came on with, I think England were 38 for none when he came on.
Here's Leach. Forward comes Ashwin again, plunging defensively forward. I thought it was 7 down. I thought it was Hoggard and Giles who got you over the line.
Yeah, Hoggard and Giles got us over the line. Yeah, so I'd have been 10, Simon Jones 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and you didn't bat, so you must have been 7 down.
7 down, yeah.
Yeah. Here's Leach once again to the crease. Forward comes Ashwin playing defensively again. He was sitting on the balcony next in. You must remember that.
Yeah, I would vaguely remember that, as in next in. It was like a Monty Python sketch trying to get Simon Jones out of a medical boot and into a pair of pads.
Leach forward to Ashwin. He's bowled the perfect over there, Jack Leach. He's got all 6 balls in exactly the spot that he wants, and I shouldn't. He's at his best. He does that over after over after over. India 357 for 6, leading by 111.
Well, that's a rarity. That 6 good balls in a row from Leachy. We need to see more of it from him. I think he has been our #1 spinner for such a long time, but he has missed a lot over the past couple of series, and I think the way Joe Root has stood up this test match has been excellent. 18 overs, 2 for 61. I think he's bowled better than that. I really, really do. Ever since he's come into the attack, he's looked the person that's most likely, the spinner that's most likely to get the breakthrough for England.
He starts a new over with one short and wide of off stump, spinning away. Jide just slaps it out to cover. Takes a single, 358 for 6.
I agree with you, Goughy. I think he has been our best bowler. His character, and that's why he's been our best bowler. The challenge of standing up, because you've got a debutant, you've got a spin bowler in his first test. Jack Leach hasn't bowled for a long time, and you can see that. So I think Joe's realised that he had to take responsibility, and he has done. I think he's bowled beautifully.
Around the wicket from the far end. That one bounces a bit. Ashwin just guides it down to Leach at short third, and there is no run. India's lead 112 here on talkSPORT 2. 3:30 in the afternoon of day 2. Still plenty of cricket left in the day. Still just a smidge over 22 overs. So plenty of time in this game. India surely want to bat big and bat once in the match. Root in, and that one again turns sharply, pushed out towards cover. There's a opportunity of a run out, and there's a complete mix-up, and England have a wicket as both batters end up at the same end. It's Ashwin who's going to walk off. Well, England have now taken 7 wickets in this innings, and there's a sense that the Indian batters have had a hand in all of them. Ashwin just punches to mid-off, gets 3/4 of the way down, and Jadeja turns around and says, no, no, no. Hartley picks up the ball, throws it to Folkes, who can simply walk towards the timbers, take off the bails. The wicket is done, and Ashwin turns to his mate and says, well, how come if there's not a run there, I'm standing next to you?
Yeah, it's a bizarre bit of cricket from the two fine Indian spinners. But it was a great bit of work by Tom Hartley. The thing that Tom Hartley's dived around it, and he's managed to get himself in a position to be on his feet, facing obviously the stump. So it was an easy throw, and it was a comfortable throw to run it. At the non-strikers, obviously at the non-strikers end. What you had was Jadeja staring straight at it. So he is staring straight at it, where our Ashwin is, when he's hit it, because Hartley's dived around it, he can't see where the ball's gone. So our Ashwin thinks it's a single, it's a comfortable single. He didn't sprint, he sauntered off really, and then started to pick the pace up once Hartley went to his knees. But by this time, Jadeja's staring straight down it. He can see it. He's nearly touching Tom Hartley, and unfortunately for our Ashwin, he's not sort of heard the call. He's not getting these non-strikers' body languages that say, I'm not going to move. And the two of them are standing next to each other, and the bails were taken off by Ben Folkes. So a good break for England, but it's a good bit of pressure again. Talk about giving wickets away. England building pressure. England built a little bit of pressure there by Joe Root. A good maiden from Jack Leach. Good bit of pressure by Joe Root, and all of a sudden, you get mistakes across here, and that's what's just happened there.
Harmy, I can tell you, I'm pretty sure I know what happened there. It's that it was hit to the right-hand side of the fielder. Ashwin realised it was a left-hander, so he took off, and when Jadeja turns around, he sees the ball going to the right of the fielder and turns back, not realising it was a left-hander. So it's the opposite of how Jadeja gets all his run-outs. Yeah.
But Jadeja's looking at him,
his left hand.
Jadeja's close to it, he can see everything. But
Jadeja, if you have a look, Jadeja turns back, and when he turns around, he sees it's on the right of the fielder and assumes it's a right-hander, so he thinks there's no run there.
Akshay Patel is the new man in. Oh my goodness, what a shot. First ball in the air, through the cover region between the two fielders, and starts with a boundary. Or did he? No. Rayan Ahmed did manage to keep it on the playing surface. Well, he's ambling after it. So it might be the thing to actually check. It's 3 at the moment. Joe Root is giving him huge applause, Ray, and we now get the replay.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
I tell you what, this young lad has fielded like a demon today. Even if this goes for 4, what a great effort. Rayan Ahmed has, to be fair, he's fielded unbelievably well. He took a good catch. He's ground fielding out in the deep, spent a lot of time out in the deep. He's gone towards the ball. The ball is literally, it is millimetres from the Toblerone. He's managed to get his hand in behind it, push it back while diving full length over the top. Does 2 rolls into the sort of the electric advertising boards. And I think he's prevented a 4 here. This will be a better angle for us.
So he gets his fingers in. I don't see what we're looking for, I guess, is for the sponge to move, and it doesn't appear to move there. And then as he rolls over the top, I think he flicks it back before it starts to move. And come on, guys, let's give the guy the benefit of the doubt here. If there's any doubt, reward the fielder.
No, they've give 4.
Oh,
they've give 4. That's so unlucky. He's a little jack in the boxes, Rayan Ahmed.
He's a little bit annoyed, judging by the shake of the head.
Yes, he is, and he deserves to be. It's a great effort. His energy in the field has been excellent. He's buzzed around, and he's not getting his head down when things haven't gone his way when he's been bowling.
So Akshay Patel underway with the boundary. Second ball, Joe Root is around the wicket, pushing up to mid-off is Akshay, and there is no run. So a left-hander, Akshay. It was his birthday, actually, last weekend. He was 30. His batting record averaging 36.5 with a best of 84, 4 half-centuries to his name. He's letting this one go from Joe Root outside of off stump. That was the one that Joe Root tries to slide on to just graze into off stump, but Akshay raises his bat high, allows it through to the keeper, and it's 91 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. India 362 for 7, so it's 116 runs the lead.
We talked about the fielding from Rayan Ahmed, but You know, how unlucky was Joe Root? It was a ball, good ball, drifted. It was drifting away from the sort of off stump, and it took the footmarks. Big puff of dust. Axar Patel, first ball, pushed at it, gone into the gap. It's gone head high into the gap. And it's a little bit how's your luck. You know, England, things, I wouldn't say haven't all gone their way in this game, in this first innings of India's. They've burnt all their reviews, so some might argue that they possibly don't deserve the rub of the green because of the decisions that they've made. But another good ball by Joe Root and Axar Patel. Yeah, hit it head high. He managed to get a boundary, but it was a great effort by Rian Ahmed.
So Jack Leach to continue with the 7th over with the new ball. Bowling from our end, the Lakshman end. And he bowls over the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja. Turns on the leg side, and there is no run. 61 to his name, Jadeja, from 101 balls. Akshar, just that one boundary so far. And England are just putting a deep, fine leg in place. In case Jadeja wants to take on something big to the leg side. They've got the short mid-on in place again, short straight mid-on. That's Hartley, who's standing only a couple of paces away from the cut strip. In goes Jack Leach over the wicket, turns, bounces. Jadeja plays it up the pitch to exactly where Tom Hartley is standing. Steve Harmison's moved out. Kevin Pietersen's moved back in with us here on talkSPORT 2. As we just get a replay of the run out on the screen. Yeah, that was a strange old situation. Leach in once again, bit of air on that one. Jadeja drives straight to Hartley, who wrings his hand as he stops that one for no run.
Yeah, been a interesting loss of all the wickets, hasn't it? The Indian wickets. There hasn't been one single one that's been caught at slip or a decent bit of bowling.
Leach goes in, bat and pad close together. It's half stopped by Hartley. Leach will pick up the loose ball, no run.
But that doesn't matter. 362 for 7. There's no pictures in any scorecard. The lead by 116 now for India. Psychologically going over 100, I think it's going to be very hard for the England batters.
Leach in, Jadeja comes down and on the bounce hits it to Hartley at short mid-on. Drove it straight into the floor, that's why the crowd went up, no run.
He hit that hard. Real hard. He doesn't want Jack Leach to bowl another maiden over, but it looks like he will. Ben Stokes has moved himself now to a straighter long on. Hartley's gone to a catching mid-wicket, so he's moved. Ben Duckett has moved. Mid-wicket on the boundaries moved. A lot of movement here. Heck of a lot of movement. Fine leg now comes up to 45 on the leg side.
Yeah. Stokes completely changes the leg side field for the final ball of this over. Leach delivers it, and Jadeja covers up. 362 for 7 at the end of the 92nd over here on talkSPORT 2. The answer to this question, of course, is as many as you can get, but how many do you think India would be trying to put on the board to maybe think of an innings victory? Because I wouldn't have thought you'd want to bat last if you can avoid it.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to bat again, no way. Ideally, they would have wanted to have got a 200-run lead. I don't think they're going to get a 200-run lead. They might do. These two batters are well accomplished. Akshar Patel, the guys are saying downstairs, he could bat at 7. He averages 36, 37 in Test match cricket. Last season at the Delhi Capitals in the IPL is probably their best batter behind Warner. So he can bat. It's the one wicket that they need, and then they've got Bumrah and Siraj, so not a lot to come, but 200 would be safe. They've got plenty at the moment as well, because when their bowlers bowl, it's going to look like a different wicket.
Joe Root to start the new over, and a pair of left-handers. Akshar is on strike at the moment, pushes back down the pitch, no run. So yeah, 200 is dream stuff. 150 would be very, very handy indeed, because that means England got to make 300, 350 to even feel remotely in the game, you would think. Root makes his way in around the wicket. In behind that is Akshar, and there is no run.
And the tactics from India will be interesting too, because you know what Duckett and Crawley will do against the new ball if the seamers are bowling. They could get 40, 50 very, very quickly. So you can take that lead and get rid of it fairly sharpish. So I'll be very surprised if they allow England to face the seamers for too long.
Joe Root in, and Akshar is coming up, no run. Would you even open with the seamer? I mean, Harmy said yesterday evening in the van on the way back to the hotel, if I was Siraj, I wouldn't even bring my bowling boots for the rest of the game, because Harmy reckons he won't even get his hands on the ball.
There's a real chance of that. Bumrah, you can still get a couple of wickets because of how he bowls and how good he is.
Root around the wicket with the slingy action, trying to sort of take that one in almost like an arm ball. Arms raised high, allows it through to the keeper, and folks takes wide of the off stump.
He's bowled that arm ball a couple of times, Joe Root. Splits his fingers and just grips it with his index finger and his thumb and comes out like a seamer.
He's got a bag of tricks, Joe Root, as a bowler. In he comes again, and again it's high bat, allow it through to the keeper, no run from Akshar, but he's got an offie, he's got the leg break, he's got the split finger ball, he's got a Karen ball as well.
That's a dangerous leave, that, from Akshar, because if he misses, or if that doesn't spin, that knocks him over. So that's a dangerous, dangerous leave. He needs to make sure he's picking the right ball here from Root.
To finish his over, Root is around the wicket from the far end. Playing with the bat this time is Akshar, pushing towards mid-off, and there's no run to end the over. 93 gone here on talkSPORT 2. 3-6-2 for 7 are India. A maiden over for Joe Root. Root now bowled 20 in the game. Ryan has bowled 19. Jack Leach 21. Tom Hartley 24. Mark Wood 9, with the wickets all going to spin so far. Mark Wood 0 for 35, Hartley 2 for 116, Leach 1 for 47, Ryan 1 for 95, Joe Root 2 for 66 from those 20 that he's sent down. And we will continue with spin with Jack Leach as the fans start to see themselves on the big screen as the day progresses. That's why the noise level goes up. Leach starts, oh, this one's down the leg side, folks. Doesn't have a chance of stopping that, and it will go all the way down the leg side for 4 byes. Well, it doesn't matter how they come. They're coming at the moment from an Indian point of view. 4 more to the total. 3-6-6 for 7 here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, you can expect to see some of this when you're touring the subcontinent, because it's very, very hard for the keeper. Well, folks has done an excellent job. His only blemish was KL Rahul very, very early in the piece, sitting next to Dinesh Karthik in the commentary box and being the keeper that he is.
As Leach goes in, and Jadeja bat and pad close together. I think that's taken him on the bottom hand on the thumb, judging by the way he's ripped the hand off the bat. Goes out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, Dinesh Karthik was saying that he should have taken that. That is just an easy, easy, easy catch.
However,
So
it wouldn't have mattered because Chris Gaffney gave byes, and therefore England had no reviews, so it wouldn't have been out even if he had taken it.
You raise a very good point. A very good point.
Sadly for England. Leach goes in once again. Jadeja's deep in the crease and turning it down to long leg for a singles. Yeah, that was the unfortunate thing. But, you know, that was one of the things that burned in the 3 reviews yesterday.
Yeah, very, very quickly as well.
Which I'm told, Mark Wood told us this morning before play, that they walked into the dressing room last night and Ben Stokes straight away went, well, good reviews today, lads, well done. And so at least they owned it, you know, they had a laugh about it. That's all you can do, isn't it?
Yeah, when they're gone, they're gone. More fielding changes now to Akshar. Deep square leg goes back. Ryan Armin at mid-wicket comes up. Been very busy, hasn't he, Ben Stokes?
He doesn't let it settle, does he? He doesn't wait. If he's thinking about it, he does it. He doesn't say, well, I'll give it one more ball. Leach in once again. Akshar Patel, big stride forward, pushing out. Hartley Fields, no run.
He personifies, see it, do it. If your gut is telling you something, just do it. Trust your gut.
Leach goes in with the commentary box behind him, and it's again a straight delivery which Akshar pushes out on the onside, and there is no run.
You don't want to see this, do you, as a opposition? Akshar Patel coming in and defending the way that he's defending, batting at 9 and knowing that he has it in his armoury to hit 6s and play all sorts of strokes. It's just something you don't need to see.
Leach goes in, and that is aerial, but it's 10 metres short of Johnny Bairstow at mid-off in the end. But it's interesting because that's almost what England want. 94 overs gone, 367 for 7 here on talkSPORT 2. England kind of want India to play these shots, to maybe try and get themselves out, to try and make a mistake. When someone's just blocking, occupying time, it's so much harder to get them out.
Yeah, and you've got to think about when England come out and bat and the way that they bat. The opportunities that are presenting themselves here when India do go for a shot out of the footholes, and it's not spinning as much as it will spin. And that ball there just landed in front of mid-off, and there's been on numerous occasions where they do try something a little bit more expansive than the way that they have been playing, and the opportunities present themselves. That's why this lead of 121 now is daunting. Played in many a test match when yeah, you have a look at this number and you walk in, especially in the subcontinent, and you just think,
Yeah. Ben Duckett at close of play last night said they felt they had, or he felt England were above par with 246.
I think England were above par for themselves.
Yeah.
On 246. Ravichandran Ashwin said that he thought that they got 30 to 40 runs too many. And he said that they were bitterly disappointed when he spoke to us after the game. So maybe that's what he meant.
Yeah, yeah. It is drinks, by the way. So the players are in a huddle down at the far end. So you've been in those kind of huddles, Kevin. What are the conversations that go on at this stage when you're 121 in deficit with the opposition still 3 wickets in hand?
So the conversations on outwardly where you start talking about batting, it's not a conversation that you have there and throw it around the boys. It's the conversation now is, how do we close this out? It's the internal conversations you're having with yourself, where you're starting to think, okay, what do I have to do here? How do I have to do it? It is spinning. We have seen some bounce. We know that the Indian spinners are going to bounce it and spin it, and there's going to be plenty of balls with our names on it. And how are we going to play? How am I going to play? It all goes internal now, because it's up to the batter, it's up to the individual to see how they're going to come out and play the situation. The huddle at the moment, they'll be having a drink and they'll just be thinking, how do we get off this field? How can we get off this field? What can we do here just to break this partnership? Maybe a few blokes talking about what they're doing for dinner this evening and anything funny that might have happened throughout the day. But it'll be very calm within the words that are spoken to each other. Whereas inside, the internal gathering that happens when you start to get nervous and anxious about a situation, the butterflies will start ticking.
Yeah. What are we, 40 minutes or so away from close of play? And there's 19 overs to go. Do England have to wrap this innings up this evening for you? I mean, if it goes into tomorrow, it can't be too far into tomorrow.
They don't. We got 19 overs here because we will finish the day's play. It's 10 to 4 local time. The close is 4:30. You can play till 5. So you would think that they'll bowl those 19 overs. And if India bat for those 19 overs, you're thinking worst case scenario at 2.5 runs and over, 3 runs and over, they're going to get 50, 60 runs. And that's a 180 run lead. It would take a very, very brave person to bet against India winning it convincingly if there is a lead of anywhere north of 150.
Well, of course, the thing is, I don't want to use the word if England get another wicket, then if they do, whichever one goes out, Akshar or Jadeja, the one who's remaining is just going to go into T20 mode. And as you've just mentioned, both of these guys hit a massive ball, so that could almost bring more problems than it's worth.
Well, they could, but I've also just said that the more you go through the gears here and you start to play an array of shots, it's actually quite difficult. It's not that easy a wicket to play those aggressive shots. The calculated risk is more than a calculated risk. It's a proper high risk. So might be a chance to take the wickets. England just have to get these 3. Somehow they got to get these 3.
Mark Wood is doing some pretty serious stretching at short third at the moment, so I wonder if we'll be seeing him in the near future. One last blast for him. He's told us before the match he will only bowl 4 over bursts, so that is the plan for him. Will he get one more run now? We're waiting for the TV camera at the far end that's in front of the sight screen that gets moved across when the bowling is from this end, so you get a camera from behind. And now there's a gentleman in a blue shirt. If you could kindly move, sir, we'd like to get on with the game. Thank you very much. Right, so Joe Root can now come in and bowl to Jadeja. He will come in and bowl around the wicket once again. Jadeja, well, gets a very fine touch on that down to Leach at short fine leg, and it will be a single into the book. 3, 6, 8 for 7. Just listening to that crowd, they've really enjoyed it today. It is a public holiday, Republic Day. They've made a great noise all throughout. They've really enjoyed their day as well. Akshar is in with a big solid defensive shot to Joe Root pushing forward on this occasion.
Yeah, hasn't the crowd been amazing, eh? In an era where we're worried about Test cricket, and it's not often you can come to India and see almost capacity crowds in Test match cricket. One day as in T20s, it's a joke how busy this place is. And
Root is in. Akshar Patel lashes in through extra cover for 4. As a man on the drive, who, fair play to him, dived full length and put the left hand out. If he touched it, probably would have taken his hand with it. It goes away for 4. Akshar goes to 8, 3, 7, 2 for 7 here on talkSPORT 2.
And that's why the guys downstairs in the commentary box were saying this bloke could bat at 7. That's a beautiful shot. That's pitched in the rough, pitched in the foot marks, and he's just got his full weight through it. You think of a Marcus Trescothick cover drive through the offside. Think of a Matthew Hayden cover drive through the offside.
Root in once again. That one is shorter, stands up on Akshar, pushes back down the pitch, no run.
And that's exactly what Akshar Patel has just delivered there. Crunching shot through the offside. Ben Duckett is at short cover. Ben Stokes is at a wide mid-off, and they both had no chance.
Root comes in once again. Again, it's shorter of length. Akshar is able to stand up on his toes and pull it around to mid-wicket, and they will take a comfortable single. So 6 from the over so far. Akshar 9 from 16 and brings Jadeja back on strike. 63 from 100 now. We mentioned the crowd, wasn't it? It was brilliant, almost pantomime stuff earlier as he was blocking balls, and then when the non-strikers then got the single to get him back on strike. That's brilliant, absolute theatre. And I've seen the Jadeja celebration a few times on the telly, but to witness it in person as the crowd just respond, that's what it's all about. Absolutely brilliant. Root in around the wicket. Jadeja's pushing out quietly on the onside. Finishes the over this time. 95 are in the book. 373 for 7. India lead by 127. Kevin Pietersen's going to give you some more thoughts while I get out the way for Neil Manthorp to come in and bring you some more ball.
Yeah, it has been a mightily impressive turnout by the crowd. We've talked about it being Republic Day here in India and being a bank holiday, but yesterday was just as good. And it certainly put pressure on the England players. The volume goes up when there's a play and a miss or the ball spins. One of the Indian players does something quite pretty in the outfield. But there's also a great turnout from the English fans. Plenty on the aircraft coming over to Hyderabad a couple of days ago. Lots in the hotel. And it's one thing that an English player can really appreciate. And you probably appreciate it a lot more when you're finished. How good the crowds are that come and support and lend a hand. Had some rather interesting conversations in the hotel when I got back last night. Some English fans not too happy with the amount of spin that the bowlers were producing yesterday. And I just said, I'd say, relax. Let's have a look. These guys are positive. See what happens.
Also not too happy about the length of the list of items that they're not allowed to bring into the ground, including sun cream and water and any items of food, bananas, apples.
Really?
So it's a tough day in the sun, and you've got to put a lot of sun cream on the bus before you come into the stadium, because you can't bring it in with you.
I did hear this morning there was a gentleman that came and said, how was your trip back to the hotel last night? I said, fine. Why? He said, some of his mates, he said they left at 5 o'clock as play closed, and he said, what time did you leave? So I said, well, I did the wrap, so I do TV, I close the show out, do the wrap, and I left straight away after that. I said it was busy. I said it took me about 45 minutes, and I got back to the hotel. He says, guess what time his mates got back? And they were on a bus. I said, what time? He said 7:30. 3.5 hours to get back to the hotel last night after the day's play.
Are they staying in Hyderabad?
Well, they're staying in the same hotel as us.
Here's Mark Wood into Akshar Patel, opens the face of the bat, steers it down to third man. Crawley fields, they go through for a single.
There is traffic, but not that much.
We waited half an hour for our car to arrive, and then it took us just under an hour to get back. So,
yeah, that's fair. 3.5 hours. Imagine, just imagine at the end of a day's play.
374 for 7. I must tell you that you can't bring your own drinking water into the stadium, but there is drinking water provided.
I thought you were going to say you could bring someone else's drinking water. Everyone's swapping drinking water before they get to the gate.
Yes, you take mine, I'll take yours. 374 for 7 is a lead of 128. Mark Wood thundering in away from us to Akshar Patel, opens the face of the bat and pushes this Jadeja, sorry. And instead of pushing it straight back to the bowler, pushes it to extra cover. It's fielded by Ollie Pope, who's no doubt relieved to spend some time without his helmet on. He's had it on for most of this innings. Been in at short leg or silly point, sometimes leg slip. But now he's got his cap on, he's fielding at extra cover. Jadeja is 63. Akshar Patel, 10 not out from 17 balls. And it's been a long, hard day in the field for England. Here's Mark Wood again, once more tumbles as he delivers this from around the wicket to Jadeja. Again, happy to play it defensively away on the onside. Now, in terms of India's intentions, it's one thing to talk about runs as we enter what will be the last hour of this day. We'll play the extra half an hour. But yes, they want the lead to be as big as possible. It's already 128. So it's more about whether they want to and can bat through this hour and take this innings into the third morning. Here's Mark Wood again. Forward comes Jadeja, again playing defensively. Pope fields at extra cover. Two ways of looking at that. At the end of a long, hard, hot day in the field, the last thing Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett would want to do is go out and have to bat for 25 minutes at the end of day 2. The other thing is...
openers never want to go out.
Yeah, well, no, I know, Jarrod, but the other thing is it more or less irritating having to come out and field for 25 minutes tomorrow morning and then only have 10 minutes to run back to the change room and get padded up? So they're both irritating. Here's Wood once more and tucked away off his pads by Jadeja, only as far as Bairstow at mid-wicket. Which is more irritating?
I don't know how you feel. I mean, there's either way. It's the 10 minutes that it's not going to be any longer on either one, is it? So you probably would rather it be tomorrow, wouldn't you? It's not going to be longer or shorter. So unless you can somehow take the magical wicket right at the end of the day's play. I mean, how long does it really take to get padded up? 3.5 minutes, Manners? What is there any pads and stuff there? Can we get Macca to do a test?
A rehearsal?
Yeah, just see.
There's a lot of paraphernalia that because now the inner thigh pad and the box and everything, that all sort of slots into a pair of type cycling shorts. So you've got to put that on. And
well, it depends on whether you field in the same shorts that you bat in, which I would assume most professional cricketers wouldn't.
Oh, you'd want to change them, wouldn't you?
That's what I mean. So
after 5.5 hours,
it's a few layers. I'd still think 3.5 minutes.
Wood in again. It's looking for the Yorker, right up in full at the pads of Jadeja, and he flicks it out to Rian Ahmed on the deep square leg boundary, and they go through for another single. 375 for 7. 96 overs gone. The lead's 129. No chance of a 30-second shower then to cool down and freshen up.
No time for showers. Oh, I've got some stats for you too, just before I leave.
On showers?
The small chasers.
Oh.
No, not on showers, no. Although we can time Macca again if you need to. I don't know if you guys are sharing a room over there or what the situation is, but there's been 9 chasers since 1990 that have been been unsuccessful when chasing under 150 runs, not including draws. Been a couple of draws as well. So it has happened a few more times than we thought, Manners.
I thought we set the benchmark at 120.
Oh, we did. We
stretched it to 150. Okay, here's Root. New over begins. Turned away by Jadeja, and for another single to backward square leg, Leach Fields, and it's one more. So 9. How many have resulted? How many teams have defended 150 in the fourth innings? In other words, one with 150 or less to defend.
Yeah, 9. That's 9
I thought you said
times
it was a few draws. Okay, 9.
Yeah,
9.
there's been 2 draws as well. So 11 times they haven't won.
That's
but
yeah, it is more than I thought.
But not many under 120, as you said.
Here's Root once again. Forward comes Akshar Patel. Steers it to backward point. Wood Fields.
We have in Wankhede in the 04-05. I think that was the Michael Clark 6 for 9 game. That was a pitch that fell apart at the end, where Australia only made 100 and India only made 100 and I'll get that right the first time. Australia only made 107 there.
This time punched off the back foot by Akshar, and a diving parry from Ben Duckett knocks the ball on, and they're able to go through for a single. So, yeah.
And then there was the Zimbabwe game you mentioned, wasn't it?
Jamaica, yeah.
Port of Spain?
Oh, Trinidad, all right.
Sorry. You go on a lot of tours. You can't be expected to remember all these different details. We both mentioned the Fani de Villiers match.
Root in again to Jadeja, another single, tucked away off his pads again. Zimbabwe bowled out for 90, weren't they? 99.
Yeah, and there's a couple of matches at Abu Dhabi. One with Pakistan failing, another one with England failing in a small chase, and Faisalabad against South Africa, Pakistan against South Africa. You're probably there for that one as well, in 97, 98.
46 all out, Pat Simcox, yeah.
So there's been a few, but yeah, look, it's not common, but at this point, the lead's going to be closer to that 120 mark, and then there is only those 3.
Root again around the wicket, and Akshar plays defensively out towards cover again, and Ben Duckett once more does the fielding. So it does emphasise that if England set themselves a target of scoring 120 more than the deficit, then they have a very small mathematical chance.
Certainly less than 10% chance. Yes.
Is it that high? Root again around the wicket. Last ball of the over hits Akshar on the pads, and there's a noise from Joe Root, which it sounded more like a cry of pain and exhaustion than an appeal. But it hit the ball, hit the batsman on the pad, and that's why he made a noise. And the umpire simply turned and walked away because it was the last ball of the over. 378 for 7. Been one of those days, Stephen Harmison.
It has been one of those days, and of crying of pain. Speaking of pain, Jack Leach ball. I think it was about 4th ball of the over, third or 4th ball of the over. It was clipped by Jadeja to square leg. Jack Leach has run from sort of 45 to backward square leg to backward square leg to retrieve the ball, and he could hardly move. It looked as though a man who hadn't played for sort of 7 months. He started feeling his hamstring, and Jack Leach has just gone off, so that's a big concern for England, whether it's a bit of cramp, fatigue, whatever, but he was clutching his left hamstring, and Jack Leach has just gone off, replaced by Dan Lawrence.
I'm just sorry we won't get to see Dan Lawrence bowl. I think it's a thing of great rarity and beauty. Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT, joining us in the closing stages of day 2 of this opening test match. India are dominating. 378 for 7, leading by 132 with Ravindra Jadeja unbeaten on 66. It's been a day of hard toil. It's been a day of false hope in many ways for England. They took a wicket in the first over of the day when Joe Root had Yashasvi Jaiswal, the opener, who tormented England in the last hour yesterday, out for 80, caught and bowled by Root, but since then batsmen have been in and got in and scored quickly and got out. Short ball from Mark Wood begins a new over, and it's pulled away with the greatest of ease. Mark Wood has been almost completely neutralised by this pitch. emasculated. His pace out of the hand, obliterated the moment the ball lands on this pitch.
It does. It just seems to hit the pitch and just go into full sort of rewind mode, backward mode. It just loops up off the surface. I think, was it, he hit the surface at 148 kilometers an hour, and by the time it got to the batsman, it was, I think it was 108 or 109, I think Jarrod said a little bit earlier. So that tells you everything about the pitch. And when he was banging it in, looping over the batter's head, and it was bouncing 4 or 5 foot short of Ben Foakes, who is standing, you know, a considerable way back for the ball that's pitched up. Not when it's not when the sting's been taken out of it, when it's pitched halfway down.
Here's Mark Wood once again. Take the pitch out of the equation. Bowl Yorker. Tries to. Goes very full, very straight. Little too straight. Clipped off his pads to deep square leg for another single. India's lead 134. And, well, day of very hard work for England's bowlers. Tom Hartley, 2 for 116 with his left arm spin, his first 2 test wickets. But the pick of England's spinners has been Joe Root, who's bowled 22 overs and taken 2 for 75. Axar Patel 12, Ravindra Jadeja 67. And as far as India are concerned, there was Jaiswal's 80 and 86 from KL Rahul. Here's Wood once again, bowled full and straight. He's attacking the stumps, and there's an appeal for leg before wicket here, as that one kept very low, and it was inconvenient for Jadeja. It kept very low, it hurried onto him, pace of Wood, and it was full, and it hit him on the pad. There was an appeal, no reviews left for England, not out, says the umpire Chris Gaffney.
I would have said not out because he hit it. I think this is close. Seeing it again, it's possibly going down leg side, but it did hit. It hit Jadeja rather than Jadeja hit it, and you know, umpire's call if it was. So it would have been given not out if England had a review, but they would have kept the review if they had gone for the DRS. Unfortunately, England have burnt all 3 in the first 10 overs of this innings.
Here's Wood once again. Forward comes Jadeja playing defensively. The great one and only Darren Gough is watching on, and one of those days, Goughy, glad that you're long retired.
Well, yeah, you could say that, unless you're a spinner. But can we just go back to Ben Duckett's press conference yesterday when he said, I think we've got over par with the score they've got. He's been made to look rather silly, hasn't he, on that prediction, when you look at it, what score India have got on the board at this moment in time.
Here's Wood once again, bowls a short one, pulled away by Jadeja, out to Rian Ahmed again at deep square leg, and they go through for a single. On reflection, Goughy, and he would never say this publicly, because you know, it's one for all and all for one, but Duckett might say, well, if we'd bowled a bit better. England haven't bowled well today.
Well, they haven't. We've got, I said, 6 of the wickets really have been given to us, haven't they? I mean, they've been almost like T20 wickets, caught in the deep from drag down deliveries or and stuff like that. So it's not been an ideal performance, and it is worrying. It's something England are going to have to work on in between tests. This one's not over yet.
Wood again around the wicket to Axar Patel, plays it defensively, Wood fields, and there's no run. 385 for 7. India lead by a massive 139, and they're still going strong with Jadeja leading the way on 68. Another word from Darren Gough, and then for the next 20 minutes you'll be with Harsha Bhogle.
It is the good thing. One of the positives, though, is I think Woody has actually started to look really good his last few spells. He's going to some kind of rhythm. Yes, the pitch is not going to suit someone of his type, but he has looked a little menacing his last 2 spells, so that's good going forward. It's just what plan of attack England will have and what the pitches are going to be like as we go along throughout the series. But India in the box seat here, a lead of 139, and still, like I said, Jadeja on 68, and Axar, who can play, by the way, who's 12 not out. So you're going to be looking possibly around that anything between 160 and 220 lead, aren't you, by the end of it?
Joe Root starts a new over. and just tapped in front of him by Jadeja. He can't get a run. So Neil Manthorp gives way to begin his search for coffee in India. I've appointed myself as his guide. Promised him good coffee for the time that he's here. You a coffee person, Harmy?
No, I'm not. Kevin Pietersen came in with one yesterday that was strong enough to sort of wake the whole room up.
Root bowls, it's full, and a checked drive by Jadeja only goes to short cover. He's 68. Akshar Patel is 12, is 3 at 5 for 7.
Manners was he's like I was towards the fish and chip shop in England. His eyes just glazed over and away he went towards Kevin Pietersen's coffee, asking him where he got it from.
Pushed out again, and they'll sneak a single in front of cover late in the day. Ben Stokes, the fielder, they're late in the day. Just tiring, maybe, England. The match might be moving away from them, but I think they fielded remarkably well. They've been athletic. They haven't given much in the field. Just really, genuinely, the one drop catch. It's cost them a lot. That of KL Rahul before he had scored very early this morning. But otherwise, you can't fault their movements in the field. They've been athletic. They've cut off boundaries. Stokes has been ringing in the changes at the moment. Now he's got a slip, a catching shot mid-off, a sort of catching shot extra cover. Another extra cover, little way to his left, a cover point. He's got 6 on the off, on the onside. Just a mid-on shot backward square, deep square. And Akshar Patel goes forward and defends. The lead now 140. Everyone's got an eye on it. Just trying to check Akshar Patel's first-class average. I think he might well be in the 30s, if not more. Back with Joe Root. Now 2 people very close in at silly mid-off in short cover. Akshar lets that ball go through.
I've got some breaking football news at it'll come up at the end of the over. So Liverpool fans.
Suspense is killing. Outside the off stump, he looks for the cut. Does Akshar Patel, gets the toe end of the bat, and Joe Root completes it over. Just 1 run coming off it. 386 for 7 after 99 overs. Here on talkSPORT 2, and we are ready for the breaking news.
Yeah, Jurgen Klopp, who the manager of Liverpool for a number of years, successful winning managers, he announced that he's going to step down from Liverpool manager at the end of the season, having informed the club's ownership of his wish to leave the position in the summer. So massive breaking news in football. One of the icons of Premier League, football management. He's stepping down at the end of the season from Liverpool as manager. For more of that, head over to talkSPORT. They'll be, I'm sure, across that story. But big news from the world of football in Liverpool is that Jurgen Klopp, Premier League winning manager, is stepping down at the end of the season.
Apparently, he bowls good off spin. It is an option going forward.
Mark Wood starts a new over, and he's pushed down the ground. Everybody's doing things they're not supposed to do. Joe Root, the top order player, is now bowled 23 overs. The spinners are taking the new ball. Stephen Harmison's having coffee. Everything's happening.
Yeah, everything's happening. That complete opposite to the way that are supposed to. When you mention Harsha, Joe Root, I think Joe Root's bowled really well. I think we know he's a good bowler. And I think if it wasn't for Joe Root, I think England would have been in a lot worse position than they are in right now, because he showed his character. I think he showed his cricket nous as well, the way he's bowled them 23 overs.
Only this 12th over now for Mark Wood. Goes round the wicket, digs it in short. Jadeja looks to pull. There's a man down at backward square. He can't get a run. And in other news, while Steve Harmison was giving you breaking news, Neil Manthorp slipped in and stole 2 of his biscuits.
Yeah. I could see that out of the corner of my eye, that he's come in and just hoovered me biscuits. It's normally Gough that eats me sweets on me biscuits. But fortunately he's not here, so I thought I'd be safe to eat them all myself.
It won't do you any harm.
Exactly.
You'll
I found a
right.
gym. Gough, I found a gym. I've had a walk around it. I've not exactly spent too much time in it, but I have found, I know where it is in the hotel.
Where does he live?
Round the wicket goes Wood, and it's played out to mid-wicket.
It's on the 8th, believe it or not, it's on the 8th floor, so I'm trying not to run too hard on the treadmill just in case I come down, instead of going the lift, coming down straight through the ceiling. But no, I've found it. Done a little bit of work since I've been out here. Forgot my golf clubs though. Apparently there's a couple of nice golf courses on Hyderabad.
In Hyderabad?
In Hyderabad,
There's some outstanding golf courses in Hyderabad, yes.
Hey, Army, let's be steady. You've been criticising England for playing too much golf. Don't be playing golf.
But honestly, I thought me cash machine Darren Gough on a golf course was not coming, so I didn't bring me golf clubs.
Round the wicket goes Wood again. It's pushed on the offside by Jadeja. Let's take a single in. India keeping England in the field for a long time. And I just wonder, is the golf club's conversation anything to do with wanting an early finish and getting onto the course? There's some really good courses here.
Yeah, definitely. I think, well, not so much wanting an early finish. I think we are going to get an early finish in this Test match. I think Test cricket now is slowly but surely going from 5 days to 4 days. So, from that point of view, yes, it'll be nice to get on the golf course, but I'm sure there will be a rental set somewhere.
Do you join us? Do you join us in Visakhapatnam?
I do, yes.
Good courses in Visakhapatnam.
Is there? Oh, that's just made me even worse. It's made it even worse not bringing me golf clubs.
All the hotels bang on the beach.
Oh, well, I'm looking forward to that.
Very clean, nice city, Visakhapatnam. Here's Wood again from round the wicket, steaming in. He bowls to Akshar, looks for the Yorker, which is dug out by Akshar Patel. You might look at the scorecard, see 387 for 7 and think, right, let's get in amongst the tail. Let's finish this innings. There's two proper batters in there. Both of whom, well, Akshar can bat at number 7 and not look out of position. And these two have put on 29 so far.
Likes batting against England as well, does Akshar Patel. So we were talking yesterday, he spent a bit of time in England. He came to Durham and did really well. Durham really enjoyed having Akshar Patel at the club. He performed well with both bat and with ball. I think he was a popular member of the dressing room as well.
Must have found it cold. Here's Wood again from round the wicket. He bowls and Akshar goes forward very gracefully, just playing it out to short mid-on. 100 overs gone now that England are in the field. And India 387 for 7.
I tell you what, that comes into it as well, because with Joe Root now bowling over 20 overs and there have been 100 overs in the field, he's our best player, England's best player as well. You've got to bring that into the account as well. They've not had much training time building up to this Test match. They've been over in Abu Dhabi, so it's going to be difficult, and the concentrations, the fitness levels are going to be tested, because there's no doubt probably in the next couple of hours, whether it's tonight or tomorrow, England are going to be batting and trying to get into some kind of position either to win the game and more likely, either way there's going to be a result. So it's either going to win or they're going to lose, aren't they? There's going to be no draw.
What is a draw? In India we don't get draws. We haven't had one for a long time. We had one in Ahmedabad against Australia, the last of the series which India won 2-1. Just looking at numbers, Akshar Patel, first class career, 53 matches averaging 35.9 as a batter.
It's not a bad number 9.
He's not quite the 13th highest number 11 scorer though. Here's Joe Root again, and just dabbing forward is Jadeja. Root's a proper bowler, but when was the last time Joe Root bowled 23 overs, and how's he going to come out of bowling 23 overs to be able to bat long for England?
Possibly the last time we were over here. He wouldn't have done it in England. He didn't do it in New Zealand. Did he do it in Pakistan? I don't think he did.
I mean, you can have the converse, can't you? And this is something for both of you. A single to Jadeja as he picks the next one out to deep mid-wicket. You're batting for a long time. You're essentially a bowler. You're in the side to run in and bowl quick. You've batted a long time. Maybe you've batted 2.5 hours, either in support or as a batter. Does that affect your muscles when you run into bowl?
Well, I'll answer that one. There's no point in me answering that one. Yeah, I think you're right. When you do bat for a long time, that's why most bowlers actually just throw the bat at it, right? Because they don't want to be batting for 2.5, 3 hours, unless you're trying to save the game. Because it does tire you out mentally and physically. It's tiring batting.
Root bowls, it's full and it's kept out by Akshar Patel. So just to come back to the reason I asked you that, would this affect Joe Root and his batting? Would he be tired?
I think so. I think mentally he's realising, but he's England's best spinner at this moment in time, and he's having a ball. He's into his 24th over now.
And I think this worrying side of Jack Leach going off holding his hamstring as Root bowls. It's full, and Akshar Patel will hit it straight back gently for Root to feel on his follow-through.
And I also think in this game, I know he's bowled, this is into his 24th over, I think mentally he's had to use a hell of a lot more because he's had to carry this bowling attack. He's been thinking a lot.
Bowls again to Akshar Patel, who goes forward, defends, quiet cricket at the moment, out to short mid-wicket. But also with his performance today, the realization that he's in India till about, what, the 10th of March or so? And he's going to be doing a lot of bowling.
Yeah, a lot of bowling. I think England have got a... I think they missed Jimmy Anderson in this. I think that's glaringly obvious that they've missed Jimmy Anderson in this. Jimmy Anderson would have took the burden off. You know, he might have not made a difference as in the scoreline or anything like that, but he might have took the burden off. Maybe it's Joe Root bowling 24 overs.
Bowls it wide outside the off stump, and Akshar Patel can let it go. Just a single of the over. The partnership's 30 from about 10.5 overs. India 388 for 7, lead by 142. You're on talkSPORT 2.
I also think, Goughy, that when you look at Joe, you talk about what he's bowled and the 24 overs he's bowled, and we were talking, Harsha, me and Goughy earlier, about what England potentially could need to get to India for 4th innings to have a realistic chance of causing an upset from now on. And we're looking at 125. So adding 125 onto whatever the deficit is when you go next innings, the majority of them runs are going to, not the majority of them, but the bulk of them are going to be on Joe Root's shoulders. So if England, just say India get 200 in front, and you know that's 325 England need to get in that 3rd innings, you're expecting Joe Root to go and get 100, aren't you, Darren?
Well, he has to get 100. You look at the 2nd inning averages of the players. You're looking at Joe Root and possibly Bairstow. And Duckett, I think, has got a good 2nd innings average as well. So those are the 3 you're looking at.
Duckett's got a good record against spin in recent times, though conditions in Pakistan, we would have got a lot of those runs quite at variance with the conditions over here. I said before this tour, before the series began, I was doing a sort of series preview. I said Root is the key player. I picked Root and Leach as my 2 key players for England. But I did say at that point that if Root has a very good series, England have a bit of a chance. But if Root has a poor series, then England have no chance. But I thought Root would hold the key to England more with his batting. I didn't realize this is the amount of bowling he'd have to do. And the fact that he's been the best spinner means England will be tempted to keep throwing the ball to him. Wood now from over the wicket. Into Jadeja, squeezes the ball out through the offside. Bit of a chase from backward point. They'll come back for 2 quite easily. 390 now for 7. Jadeja goes up to 73.
And that was Joe Root chasing that ball. He didn't need the chase at this moment in time, having bowled 24 overs. But yeah, you're right, you're spot on. We don't really want Joe to bowl as many overs, and I think that was in the selection. We've picked 3 frontline spin bowlers, so Joe doesn't have to be our 3rd spinner. And if one doesn't bowl very well, especially you don't know what's going to happen with the young leg spinner, then you've got Joe as backup. I don't think England really wanted Joe Root to bowl 24 overs in the 1st innings of a Test match.
Back with Wood, and strikes Jadeja on the pad, looking to play it out on the onside. We come to the scheduled close of play now. In another 5 minutes or so, there's 11 overs to be bowled after this. So I think we're going to lose overs even with the extra half hour. I have a feeling going to Vizag, England will probably feel they need another seam bowler to control the game. Maybe Anderson, I don't know. Robinson, I don't know. One spinner has to go out.
I think Anderson has to play. I think Anderson has to play. And will it be Hartley that goes out? Will it be Rian Ahmed that goes out? The thing with Hartley is he gives them... You were hoping that he would give you a little bit more control than what the young leg spinner has done, but it might be Rian Ahmed that does come out. I think one thing's for sure. I think
in my mind as well, with the short spells he's bowled, I've always thought, but he might have an injury anyway.
Wood goes round the wicket now, and Jadeja goes forward, bending very low and pushing out to cover.
In my mind, I was thinking about Jack Leach's, but I think I mentioned it to Jarrod, but he looked a little bit when he was walking and fielding. It's almost like he's got a stiff back or something going on there, these short spells. But we'll have to wait and see how he recovers. It's going to be a difficult tour. Anybody going to India playing 5 test matches mentally and physically takes a lot out of you, as well as having to be at the top of your game.
Wood goes round the wicket and off the back foot. Jadeja's pushing out the ball, still of decent bounce out to cover. He can't get a run. No, I'm looking from the Indian point of view, looking at England. That hamstring has to be good.
Yeah, I think that you need Jack Leach because he's your most experienced spinner. I think the way Darren's describing that there, I think what you're talking about, a guy who his last game was in June or July. He had a stress fracture. He came out of the England side, missed the whole Ashes. And I think you're right, Goughy. I think he has got something in his back. And when you have stiff back or lower back problems, it does give you a hamstring problem. So whether it's just a little nerve problem or he's actually done a hamstring, that will be a concern.
Back with Mark Wood, steaming it again late in the day. Jadeja goes forward to ball that's just angling in a little bit and plays it out to mid-off. Not even a slip now. There's just a backward point sort of almost on the boundary, cover and a mid-off. Then on the onside, fine leg on the boundary. 3/4 of the way to the boundary is a backward square. There's 2 mid-wickets, a mid-on, and I'm missing one, maybe down on the boundary, it's square. They've been kept in the field all day today, England, and this is one of the scenarios that was projected. India bat all day, they cannot lose, but India bat all day, England almost definitely cannot win. They'll require something dramatic in the second innings. But the one thing this team has done, it has done the dramatic in the last year and a half. Mark Wood again from right arm over the wicket this time. Jadeja lets it go through. It goes very slow and very low, rather, not slow. Low into Ben Foakes. It's 390 for 7 after 102. India lead by 104. Akshar Patel is 12. Jadeja is 73. This is talkSPORT 2.
How do you think they'll play England in the second innings? We're just talking about the mentality they have now, and Baz ball against spin ball. We've heard that so many times over the past couple of weeks. To come out where India are going to have a lead of probably over 150, well over 150. How do England play? They can't come out and just try and survive for 3 days. Are they going to come out and play shots? Are we going to see something we've never done in India before?
I'd love to know. I've not played cricket anywhere near the level the two of you have played, but I'd love to know whether they're starting to say, oh my God, we've got 5 test matches to go over here and it's only 2 days. If they think like that, it'll get over very quickly. If they say, right, this is a great opportunity for us to go and do what people haven't done before, because when England won in 2012-13, they won with strike rates of 35-40. You had Alistair Cook batting and batting and batting and batting and batting and probably still batting somewhere. I don't think this England side is equipped to bat like Alistair Cook did, so they'll have to bat the way they know best, put pressure back on India and go out and get 350. If they do that, it'll open up the entire series, not just this test match.
Yeah, I agree with that. I haven't got anybody to bat like that from a personnel point of view. Nobody can bat like that, but what they have got to do, Goughy, I think in the third innings, is make sure that, and they're good at, what they're good at is their character. You know, the resilience, and they've got character. And I think that is, and I think they've shown some of that today after a poor session last night. And they're going to have to show that with the bat. They have to bat themselves as themselves, the best version of themselves. That's what Ben and Brendan asked them to be. And I think that take the scoreboard out the equation and try and play as naturally as they possibly can for the skill sets they've got, and then see where they get to.
It's Ray and Armour to start a new over as Andrew McKenna moves into the commentary box myself with Steve Harmison and Darren Gough. Just a bit of housekeeping, gentlemen. England have just confirmed to us Jack Leach is a minor knee problem. Apparently he got a bit of a bump on it yesterday, so nothing more serious than that. They say just a bump on the knee, basically. Ray and Ahmed around the wicket with the googly to the left-handed Akshar, punches to mid-off, and there is no run.
Clutching his hamstring for the last 10 minutes.
Well,
and he's now stretching his hamstring.
Yes, I mean, look, it might be that, you know, it's tell us anything, but that is the official word. Rayan Ahmed is in. Akshar Patel turns it around to Ollie Pope at short leg, and there is no run. 390 for 7 here on talkSPORT 2. We're halfway through the 103rd over. There's still 10 overs after this one. The lights are on in the ground. Rayan Ahmed in, bowling the leg break to the left-handed Akshar, and it's turned on the onside. No run. They did this yesterday. They turned on the lights at this end of the ground first, the northern end, then put the ones at the southern end on about 10 minutes or so later, but they're putting the lights on now just to ensure that it is fair for all concerned. And Akshar, 12 not out, faces Rayan Ahmed, googly. And it's played out on the offside, no run. England trying to get some noise around the bat, some oohs and some ahs, trying to get some seeds of doubt in the batter's mind, but with a lead of 144, I'm not sure how much they're going to plant of those seeds. Akshar waits, Rayan is in. It's a drive out to deep cover, just be a single as Dan Lawrence does the fielding. And single to the side, 3-9-1 for 7. After 103 overs, Jadeja is there, 73 not out here on talkSPORT 2. India's lead, 145 runs. Chetan has moved in alongside as Steve Harmison moves out. And, well, India in a great position here, Chetan, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. 145 runs ahead. They've batted almost throughout the entire day. It's felt like a very long day, hasn't it? I mean, yes, it's a public holiday as well. Just a very relaxed atmosphere.
Yeah, earlier in the day, it was buzzing along and there's plenty of energy. The last hour seems to have sort of had a little bit of the life sucked out of it.
Yeah, and the evening is still young. So people thinking, okay, you know what, we've seen some good cricket today.
It's noticeable, by the way, how many people have left already. Bearing in mind there are still 10 overs to go.
Exactly. So they saw some good cricket today, the first 2 sessions. First 2.5 sessions, if I can say so. Got their Kodak moment with Jadeja's swordsmanship. And now it's time to go home, you know, take a bit of a nap after having that biryani, which is being cooked on the wooden fires. Showed you those utensils, cooking utensils the other day. Big cooking utensils. You'll only see this in Hyderabad.
Oh, right, so that is purely a local thing here?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, they're basic. If you imagine Harry Potter films, the cauldrons that they use to make spells, I mean, they're massive, great things, like 3 foot across.
So just outside the pavilion where we are, there's this huge area. Ironically, it's the board says first aid, but it's all fire there.
Well, Jack Leach is going to bowl. He's bowling over the wicket. Akshar stays offside of the ball and is able to clip it to deep square leg. And they will take a single. 3-9-2 for 7. The lead goes up to 146.
14 now for Akshar Patel, and he's moved at a nice pace, just chugging along with Jadeja. No real hurry there from Akshar Patel, and that's what's interested me, because India are nowhere close to declaring this. Nowhere. Especially today. They're not going to declare this today, but they might just come back tomorrow morning and bat some more.
Well, the important thing to remember, of course, it's not just this test. It's a 5-test series. Back-to-back games twice. Leach starts the new over outside of Jadeja's off stump. He turns to mid-on. Thought about a single to Crawley, but doesn't take it. And there's no run therefore. So, yeah, with back-to-back games, if you can keep England out in the heat, in the field for that little bit longer, grind them a bit, make it that little bit harder for them, yeah, as you say, there's no need and there's no rush to declare. Jadeja is solidly forward as Leach comes in and bowls left arm over once again.
And India won't be very happy with the way they've batted today. I mean, you look at almost all the wickets have some part of the batters, you know, role in there. It's not just been purely the bowlers. I don't want to take anything away from the English spinners, but
Kevin Pietersen's already made the point that 7 wickets may have fallen, but 7 people have largely got themselves out to a greater or lesser degree.
Good, so I don't need to stress on that. So I'll talk from the Indian perspective. India won't be happy with the way they have gotten themselves out. I mean, they could have been 400 for 4 here.
Well, if KL Rahul didn't give it away, then you'd like to think, wouldn't like to think what's coming. Jack Leach comes in to bowl to Jadeja, takes a big stride forward, turns it around the corner to the leg slip fielder, no run.
And in Virat Kohli's absence, yes, KL Rahul has come in and batted at number 4, and he scored 86, which, you know, that's pretty much job done. But you look at Shubman Gill and Shreyas Iyer, 23 and 35, that's not good enough.
England are going to put a short, fine leg behind the leg slip, and therefore Rayan Ahmed, the deep man on the leg side, has got to be in front of square, so he's moved his way to deep square leg. Jack Leach moves in past umpire Chris Gaffney. Deep in his creases, Jadeja pushing to mid-on, no run.
especially Shubman Gill, 23 of 66 balls. He did all the hard work yesterday. He was batting at this time yesterday, and he really didn't want to take any risk. What he wanted to do was go to stumps, come back the next morning, which is day 2 morning, and then score some runs. And today also he started very sedately. Didn't take too many risks, not too many attacking shots.
And then clip one off Hartley, straight to Ben Duckett at mid-wicket. Leach in once again. Jadeja across his stumps, plays out on the onside. No run, end of the over here on talkSPORT 2. 104 gone, 392 for 7. Chetan, carry on your point.
Exactly. So the moment he got out, he threw away all the hard work that he had done. You know, he built the base to score a big run, big runs, big innings, big knock. But it didn't happen, and I think he was the one batter that really needed it most. Shreyas Iyer, 35 of 63. He did not have a very good tour to South Africa. Looked all at sea over there. And playing against spin is his strong point. So 35 of 63. He already had hit a 6. Tried hitting a 6 again of Rehan Ahmed. He was caught at mid-wicket. So those 2 wickets in particular could be a bit of a worry for India there.
Rehan Ahmed is going to come back in to bowl his 21st over from the far end. 1 for 96 so far.
And I think Jarrod will confirm what I'm about to say.
Rehan Ahmed in and bowls to Akshar, drive to mid-off, no run.
Jarrod, in the last World Test Championship cycle, I don't think any Indian batter crossed a 1,000 runs mark. And it's been a problem for the Indian top order for a while now.
Yeah, I don't
Rehan
know.
Ahmed is in. Akshar
right.
pushes forward. So Jarrod, I'm sensing your laptop's going to get some work.
Well, I mean, the big difference is that the wickets at Rehan have been so bad at home, right, that none of their batters have cashed in at home. And then when they've gone away, quite often they've been on green pitches as well.
Googly from Rehan. Akshar keeps it out, pushes out, and Ben Foakes will gather no run.
And so it's the combination of those 2 things that have really caused a run drought within Indian players. And having the pitches help your bowlers at home is great, but if your batters have no confidence every time they go on the road.
Rehan goes in, and this is swung away by Akshar Patel through mid-wicket, and it's away for 4. Akshar goes to 18. It's 396 for 7. India closing in on 400 after England were bowled out yesterday for 246.
But this is the Akshar Patel that I really like. He takes on the bowlers there. Got a chance to free his arms just outside the off stump and smashed it over mid-wicket. Only his 3rd boundary. He's faced 42 balls.
Rehan Ahmed in once again. Solidly forward is Akshar. Big stride into the ball. Defends no run.
And what Jarrod said was absolutely right. You know, you go overseas, you don't get the good conditions to bat. You're batting at home, you're not getting good conditions to bat. So the averages are going to go down. The aggregates are going to go down. But it also coincided with a period where Pujara and Rahane were judged on those numbers and they were chucked out. Virat Kohli had a very, very lean patch. Almost 3.5 years without a Test 100.
I mean, to be fair, he got a few 90s and 80s in there, but of course, this game is all about hundreds. Rehan Ahmed is in. It's another googly to Akshar from around the wicket. He stands tall and plays out on the offside. Well, I make that 5 balls in the over, but everyone is changing over, so we may be a ball short. Chetan, you and Jarrod can carry on that discussion, and Neil Manthorp's going to come in and pick up the ball by ball.
And the point is that when you chuck out such veterans, Pujara, Rahane out off the side, and then you're bringing in fresh blood, that needs to work. And it hasn't worked, really, since the West Indies. Shubman Gill at number 3 hasn't worked as of yet. So I really thought he was the one who really needed runs. Just the first innings of a long series, but it's a bit of a worry.
Well, my big point at the time was when there was a push for Shreyas Iyer to replace Rahane. I was like, okay,
yes,
I understand that. But if you look at their first-class records, they're identical. And we know that Rahane can play overseas. We know he can make 100 in Australia. We know he can make 100 at Lords. We know the quality of his. We don't know Shreyas Iyer yet. So you're making a claim based on essentially very similar information. And the big difference was that Test cricket was a lot harder than when Rahane came in. And so it was going to be harder for a young player too.
Jack Leach continues, and this one spins down the leg side and is helped along further to fine leg by Jadeja. Picks up 1 more.
But knowing this Indian team management, they'll look at the scorecard and say, oh, look, despite a shoddy batting performance, we're still leading by 151. And they'll be like, okay, you know what? Job well done. Let's move on.
I wouldn't go with shoddy. Did you say shoddy?
Yeah, the way they threw those wickets away.
Well, yeah. Can we settle on careless?
Okay. Yeah. 50-50. Half with it.
You don't get to 400 by batting shoddily. I think they're a little reckless, having scored, got themselves in. There are a couple of hundreds out there that have been wasted from a personal perspective, but from a team perspective, you know, they've scored heavily and they've scored pretty quickly. Last one from Leach defended. Here is Leach again. This one pitching into the rough outside the left-handers off stump. No problem at all for Axar Patel, who drives it sweetly out towards the deep extra cover boundary, and Johnny Bairstow set off in pursuit of that like a marathon runner with ill-fitting shoes and blisters. He just managed to bring himself to a stuttering stop before the ball reached the rope, but everybody's feeling the wear and tear of a long, hard day in the field. 399 for 7 India, leading by 153 now. Leach in again, and forward comes Axar. He's on 20, playing defensively. Floodlights on here in Hyderabad.
Just the last word on that. I meant the way they got out, not the entire innings, some of the shots.
No, we all tend to be hardest on our own teams. I just wanted to point out they have got 400.
Yeah, that's what they look at the scorecard and say, okay, you know what, we've got 400. Still, we've done a good job, and let's move on and give another chance to these youngsters. And it's important to give those chances.
Scoring at 3.8 runs and over as well. There's a slip and a short leg in for Jack Leach as he goes around the wicket now to Axar. Plays it defensively. What a good number 9 he is. There are many ways and parameters to measure the worth of a number 9 Test batsman, but I suspect that Axar Patel would feature pretty high on that list of quality number 9s in a Test match, and that one is pushed firmly straight back to the bowler. Leach fields, and there is no run. 106 overs done now. We've officially got 7 remaining to be bowled in the day. We won't have time for that, so amazingly enough, with Mark Wood having bowled only 13 overs, well, 11 today, all of the rest have been bowled by spinners. We're still going to be robbed of a few.
Modern day cricket, that's what happens in modern day cricket. You don't get all the 90 overs that you want to see. Talking about Axar Patel, absolutely brilliant against Australia in Delhi last year. Changed the series. He was not batting at number 9 over there. Match-saving half-century. Probably have to check. Did he bat at number 9 in Delhi last year?
My memory can't help you, but I know that you'll be able to look it up. Here's Rian Ahmed about to bowl his 22nd over of the day, and he was 3/4 of the way through his run-up, and he realised that Jadeja wasn't ready. Slip and a short leg as well for him.
He actually batted number 9
cover
twice.
Mid-wicket, and that's pushed defensively straight back to the bowler. Sorry, Jarrod?
Sorry, man. He actually batted at number 9 twice in the series against Australia. Nagpur, when he made 84. So, you know, just a handy 84 from number 9. And then he made a 15 not out later on in indoor.
Low full toss, driven away, past mid-wicket, beats mid-on as well, and it's 4 more. Too many full tosses today, too many half volleys, and too many long hops from the England spinners. Low full toss there, and Jadeja's whipped that one away, threaded the needle, beat Duckett at mid-wicket, and Mark Wood at mid-on, both of whom put in a dive. But Jadeja marches on handsomely, 78 not out.
And India's 400 is up. Loud cheer for that.
Here's Rian Ahmed again, and this time ripping it back into Jadeja, but slightly too short, and he plays it off the pitch on the back foot. 403 for 7, lead of 157.
I was talking about the Delhi Test match in particular. That's where he batted at number 8, scored 74.
Rian Ahmed in once again. Jadeja defends, no run.
And that was a match-saving effort. Just turned the game completely around for India. And obviously India went on to win that game. Lost in Indore, drew in Ahmedabad. So on hindsight, he was the one who actually won them that series. Akshar Patel very, very handy with his spin and with the bat.
England just at this stage trying not to focus too much on the ice bath and the various other recovery processes that they have to go through, and the coach trip back to the hotel, considering what they might have, a chicken Caesar salad on the room service menu, and just hope for a really good night's sleep and that the aircon works, or all of those little distractions at the end of a long hard day. Rian Ahmed in once again, pushing that one defensively up towards mid-on.
At least they won't be stuck in traffic.
Well, I know, it's extraordinary. I mean, we're used to seeing these police escorts, convoys, taking teams, and it's an ICC regulation. It's not an Indian thing. It happens in every country. You have to. Rian Ahmed in once again. Jadeja on the back foot plays defensively to one that keeps very low, pushes it straight back to the bowler. But they are especially vigorous at clearing the traffic out of the way. And we actually were, the talkSPORT commentary team were shooed off the road just as we were about to get onto the bypass. And suddenly we were pushed almost literally by the police not onto the pavement, but yeah, I mean, you know, the team's going like, oh, it can be quite hard touring India, you know, the traffic. Really?
They clear the entire route of the two teams, and both the teams leave together. It's a common cavalcade. Clear the entire route, and
it is a real motorcade, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, absolutely. The 3 cars in front. There's an ambulance as well.
Sometimes the match officials join the convoy as well. I didn't see them today, but they are often part of the convoy. They're the ones in the little 10-seater at the back behind the 2 coaches.
Minivan.
Yes, that's right. Okay, probably 3 more overs today before. And we've officially got 6 remaining to be bowled in the day's quota. We're already into overtime, but we've got just under 10 minutes remaining. Akshar Patel has 20. Ravindra Jadeja has 78. India are 403 for 7, leading by 157. There are now 3 men around the bat for Jack Leach. A slip, a leg slip, and a short leg. Short down the leg side. 1 or 2 have kept very, very low. And they will obviously increase in number as we get into day 3 and potentially day 4. And they will be unplayable if they're online. We'll see players given out LBW for shooters and bowled by ones that barely bounce above ankle height. This time it's nudged out towards the square leg, and they take another single.
And they will be online when Akshar Patel, Jadeja, Ashwin, they will be bowling. It'll be a different sort of challenge on this pitch, as we saw in the first innings.
It is a pitch that is, you know, well, yesterday we saw Johnny Bairstow get an unplayable ball that pitched on leg stump and hit the top of off. And it's a pitch that offers plentiful support for the spinners. Forward comes Jadeja to Jack Leach again. Pushes it out towards cover, and Tom Hartley fields. Jack Leach rubs his left knee, the one he got a knock on yesterday. It's been on and off for a bit of treatment today. Another single, 405 for 7.
The main difference is what they're trying to do off the surface and what they're trying to do in their mind and with their finger position, what kind of rips they are imparting to the ball. I think that's the main difference between the 2 sets of spinners.
Here's Jack Leach, left arm to left-hander. Akshar Patel pushes that one past Pope at short leg, who runs after it and picks it up. And the score remains 405 for 7.
There was this one comment from Tom Hartley that I saw in the build-up to the series where he said the pitches in India will do half your job.
half. Forward comes Akshar again, pushes that one to mid-wicket, fielded by Joe Root.
Which is not entirely the case, as he probably has found out.
Yes, exactly. You still got to put the ball in the right area, and that's flicked away out towards mid-wicket and fielded by Ben Duckett, and there's no run. It's like you get to a green seaming pitch in Brisbane or Cape Town or Centurion, and if you're a seamer and you think, well, all I got to do is just go through the motions here, just run along, and you know, the pitch will do the rest. Not the case. You still got to put the effort in.
And the larger point is that England, especially the spinners, I mean, obviously Mark was just bowled 11 overs and half of them were the short ball barrage, but the spinners, they haven't been on point. There's almost been a boundary ball every over. That's how Geoffrey Boycott used to describe Stuart McGill. There's a boundary ball in there every over, and as a spinner, if you're bowling a boundary ball every over, you'll not be able to create the pressure on the batters. And that's what's been missing today from the England spinners.
Rian Ahmed begins a new over, and it's slightly too short, punched away by Jadeja out towards Duckett at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Joe Root's been outstanding today, 24 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 77. Been the pick of the spinners. Rian Ahmed is in again, and Jadeja looking to flick it away. It comes off the pad. Might have been some bat as well. It was possible that it was only bat. In fact, there is no signal from umpire Chris Gaffney.
And the last ball from Jack Leach, bit of rough, came off the surface, off the pitch. That's the first sighting.
Took a lump out of the pitch, didn't it?
Yep.
So obviously it's a statement of the obvious, but it is worth making that, you know, as difficult as it was always going to be for England with the deficit, the fact that it is so huge and that the pitch is now, I suppose, actively disintegrating in front of our eyes, and that the ball is now taking lumps out of it towards the end of the second day, means that their job is that much harder, if it could get any harder. Rian Ahmed in again. Akshar Patel pushes it defensively, the short leg. Ollie Pope fields, and there's no run. Ben Stokes is the only one making any noise out there for England, just still tweaking and tinkering with his field and still encouraging the bowlers. This one punched out to cover. Zach Crawley, sun-hatted, does the fielding, and then tries to inject a little bit of life into proceedings by pretending to throw at the non-striker's end, where Jadeja is taking his gloves off and is leading nonchalantly on his bat, and Rian Ahmed now goes through Akshar Patel. He thought it was a half volley, he drove at it, and he think he might have drove over the top of it. Perhaps it spun past the outside edge, but I don't know if it was a googly. Yes, it was. It was a very fine googly, and it did spin past the outside edge, and it really did turn. That was a ripper. Rian Ahmed in again. This one doesn't turn, hits the middle of the bat, pushed straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. 406 for 7. Play comes to a close in roughly 4 minutes time, so I suspect that this will be the last over of the day. Officially,
England will approach their second innings, although it seems like they'll have to wait till post-lunch tomorrow, maybe at least the second hour of the first session, unless India have a lower order collapse first thing in the morning. As Neil said, maybe an over, maybe 2 remaining in the day. Overall, we still have 4 overs, but obviously those are not going to be bowled. So India come back tomorrow morning, and these two bat for a bit more. Jadeja 20 short of 100. He doesn't score too many, so that's a good opportunity for him. And Akshar Patel, he'll be fancying his chances as well. He can score some really quick runs if needed. So India will be looking to bat till lunch at least till tomorrow.
Really?
Looks like it.
Not just till Jadeja gets his 100. Tom Hartley's into the attack, taking over from Jack Leach. I thought he was done for the day. I think he thought he was done for the day as well. Suddenly vigorously swinging his arms around. Oh, really? You want me to bowl the last over of the day? Okay, Skip, of course. And the first delivery is Pushed away defensively by Jadeja. There's a slip, a leg slip, a short leg. Mid-on and mid-off are up close. Forward comes Jadeja. He's looking after this innings now. I don't think you'll see him doing anything too extravagant in the last over the day. He's 80 not out.
Just to answer your question, there's no real rush for India, is there, to declare? We'll only be in the third day.
Depends when they want to win the game, I suppose. Here's Tom Hartley in once again, and that one is punched off the back foot to a deepish mid-wicket. It's fielded by Mark Wood, who underarms the ball back to the bowler. They have taken a single. Jadeja's work for the day is done. I fully suspect that he has no intention under any circumstances of returning to the striker's end. With 3 balls of the day remaining, there would be only 2 if Akshar wanted a single off this ball. Here is Hartley, and it's slapped away back past the bowler, straight back to the boundary. Joe Root trudges after it. That's 4 from the 4th ball of the final over of the day. I suspect it's the final over. I mean, you don't block half volleys, no matter what time of day it is.
No, and Akshar Patel showing just what he could do if India do continue to bat tomorrow morning as well. Half tracker outside the off stump, and he's just smashed it down the ground. There was nobody to stop it. Easy boundary for him, only the 4th boundary for him in 60 deliveries.
He moves on to 25. Hartley's in again. Oh, and he's gone for the slog sweep this time. There's, well, that came out of the blue. At back-to-back boundaries, this one's gone all the way for 6. Penultimate ball of the day. It's another full one, pitched up, and Akshar Patel simply couldn't resist the temptation. He's driven one straight back past the bowler for 4, and this one he's got slog swept for 6 with 1 ball left in the day.
He's making sure that there's not enough time left to bowl another over. He's absolutely making sure.
Remarkable, remarkable cricket. And that's gone a long way, and they are, in fact, having to try and retrieve the ball. It's disappeared into the seating at deep mid-wicket, and it actually... So the crowd can't throw the ball back because they're behind this enormous chicken wire cage, which is intimidating to look at and absolutely impossible to climb over. And so one of the match officials has actually had to delegate a member of the ground staff to clamber over the advertising hoardings and under some netting, which I think was used to store the covers in rainier times. Anyway, the ball has finally been retrieved.
The purpose of that netting is to prevent the ball from getting into that space, which it has failed to do.
Yes, exactly. It's gone straight through it.
But it's 5 p.m., so just the 1 ball left now.
10 runs off the 4th and 5th balls of the final day. Extraordinary. Poor old Tom Hartley's torrid introduction to Test cricket continues. Here's the last ball of the day, and Akshar Patel has gone for it again. He's finished the day 4-6-4 with 14 runs, with another slog sweep, the final ball of the day. And it feels like another nail in England's coffin. What a way to finish the day, if that is indeed the end of the day. Straight drive, slog sweep, 4-6-4, 14 runs from the final 3 balls of the day. Tom Hartley finishes with figures of 2 for 131 from 25 overs, and India will finish the day with that burst of scoring in the final over on 421 for 7 and a lead of 175. Darren Gough was watching that, and the moment I said that Ravindra Jadeja would carefully see out the final over and keep himself intact for the 3rd morning, Goughy, the over exploded.
Well, bring the field in, and that's the confidence of the side, isn't it? To think, well, bring the field in and I'll hit it over them and get an extra few runs. It's a big lead now, isn't it? 175. England have kept going all day. They've bowled better today, the spinners. But for India, I think that's a fantastic performance. Yes, they've had some easy dismissals and given England half a chance with some of the shots they've played and the way they've got out. But every batter for India has got in, except Ashwin, who got run out. So it's a good performance from India. better in the field from England today. They've kept going all day, but wow, India, fantastic.
Stephen Harmison as well has been, gathering his thoughts, I think, for the last half an hour as we contemplate what we're going to say during the following on podcast. Harmy, those last 3 balls have rather changed the tempo of the final session, but I mean, England were always under it, and in some ways it just feels like those last 3 balls, I don't know, rub their noses in it. Harmy's microphone's just let him down momentarily, but I'm sure you'll be back.
Yeah, it's working. It's just, it does rub their noses in it. That's probably the best way of putting it as ever, man, as you choose the words perfectly, because it did just rub the nose in the dirt. And it's, you know, when it's all said and done, England have bowled some bad balls. They've worked so hard. I think you can't knock the effort. I think they've tried to keep the energy going in the field. I applaud that. And I think you've got to give, not only do you give India a huge amount of credit, I think you look at, you know, the team, the selection, or whatever I think in the cold light of day, we just haven't been good enough. Our skill sets have not been good enough. I think our consistency hasn't been good enough. And I think when you look at it against India in India, if you haven't got spin bowlers that look either threatening or controlling, you are always going to find it very, very difficult. You've got a fast bowler who
Good to have you with us,
is
Raul, and it's
trying his very, very best to make something happen on something that's not really giving you anything to be encouraged as a quick bowler. And I think all in all, I think England, I think predictably we're going to be in this position. I think Gough is right, they did bowl better than last night, but I think all in all, I think England every over, apart from 1 or 2, there was a bad ball in the over which completely released the pressure. And did India really have to work, you know, massively hard for their wickets, for their runs? I think a lot of the boundaries were given to them.
They were indeed. Now, if you're joining us late, or maybe even joining us for the first time, or you feel like you've missed a lot of the early action, which of course started at 4 a.m. UK time, when the first over we brought you here on talkSPORT 2 and occasionally on talkSPORT, then don't worry, because as always you'll be able to hear a wrap-up of all of the day's action on the Following On Daily podcast, which we'll record for you in just a moment or two.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first Test match live from Hyderabad.
Past the umpire, now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to the Following On Daily podcast out here in India. I'm Neil Manthorp, and the team will be bringing you a podcast every single day during England's 5 Test match tour of India, which is live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2. India continued to dominate in this first Test match against England here at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium in Hyderabad, closing on 421 for 7, an overall lead of 175. We'll get a reaction from the England assistant coach Chetan Patel. As well as this, double Ashes winner Steve Harmison and England great fast bowler Darren Gough. They're both England great fast bowlers. Will join us to look back at the day's play. We'll get the Indian viewpoint from our commentator Chetan Narula. So plenty to come over the next 25 minutes or so. Don't go too far. This is the Following On podcast on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. So a day of unmitigated toil for England. There were moments of false hope, as it proved, particularly in the first over of the day when Joe Root had Yashasvi Jaiswal, the opener, who tormented them in the last hour of the first day. Caught and bowled just 4 runs better than his overnight 76. He went for 80. Root was outstanding all day, but every one of the Indian batsmen got in and hurt them to a greater or lesser extent. Shubman Gill made a patient 23. KL Rahul was outstanding for his 86 off 123. Shreyas Iyer made 35, and wicketkeeper Srikhar Bharat 41. Interestingly, 5 of the 7 wickets to fall were caught on the boundary. Not how England's 3-man spin attack would have been setting out to take their wickets. Ravindra Jadeja finished the day 81 not out, along with fellow left-arm spinner and all-rounder Akshar Patel on 35. So a massive day of dominant cricket for India. 421 for 7, 175 runs ahead. Darren Gough, it's a long road back for England.
You could say that, Manners. It is indeed. India have been everything we thought they would be. England won the toss, got the advantage on day one, but didn't get as many runs as they should have. But India have really cashed in. Many people thought he's going to be a lot closer, but India to get to this stage now where they're 421 for 7, a lead of 175. Every batter really in the Indian side getting in, except for Ashwin, who was run out, by the way. And in that, if you want to be critical of India, you could say they could easily be 500 for 5 or something, because some of the dismissals, the short balls caught out at deep wicket and stuff like that is giving England half a chance still. But with that lead of 175, realistically, it's game over, isn't it?
Realistically, yes. Looking at on the positive side, England's boundary catching was good. Stephen Harmison?
Yeah, we're clutching at straws now, aren't we, Manners? Yeah, definitely clutching at straws. They look good as well in their new kit, but look, I think we're trying to, being facetious. Look, England, I think we knew, like Gough said, we knew India were going to be this formidable at home. And I think if we were really honest, we knew that our spin bowlers weren't going to be anywhere near to the level that India's spin bowlers are. And I think the level of consistency, England for the want to try, and I thought the effort in the field was admirable. It was excellent. I thought the energy levels were brilliant, but I thought the skill sets weren't up to that level. And I think that's the beauty about when you come to India. A lot of people, and there will be people out there who will tweet, who will send messages in. We should have picked Liam Dawson. We should have picked Joe Bloggs. We should have picked Will Jacks. We should have picked. They're not making any difference out here against this team. No chance whatsoever. I'm not saying this is the best spin unit that we could possibly have picked, but I think we've got to put it in reality and put it into perspective. I think when we come out here, our best spin option would probably be Joe Root over 5 test matches. Proved again that today. I think Jack Leach is coming back from a back injury, and you could see he hasn't bowled for 7 months. You could see his body couldn't get the rotation that he needed to get the ball to turn. I don't think he turned the ball in that first session. So, and that was off a little bit off stiffness from there. So we have to put things in perspective. This is our best spin bowling attack that we've got. You look at the Lions who are playing down the road, and their spin bowlers are travelling. I think the spin bowlers in this game down the road in the Lions game was bowled 35 overs, 1 for 199. When you come to India, if you don't get your lines right, you don't get your lengths right, you get punished. And England, consistently in this day's play in this innings, they've bowled 3 or 4 good balls in each over, but they've bowled 3 or 4 balls that have either been too short, have been too full, and bang, they've been punished. A couple of them that have been too short have been caught on the boundary, like you mentioned. But I think England have bowled far too many bad balls consistently to go with India being such a dominant force when it comes to play and spin in their own back garden.
Gough, it's easy to point to the selection and say that it was flawed. England's gone in with 3 spinners, one of whom's on debut, one of whom's playing his 2nd test match, and as Stephen Harmison's just said, one of whom hasn't bowled in first-class cricket since June. last year. So, 7 months of rust for him to crack off. And it's different, as you very well know, bowling in the middle in a test match as opposed to bowling for 9 days in nets, wherever you may be. But we were excited by the selection before the test match, so let's not be smarty pants after 2 days because things haven't worked out. Ben Stokes' captaincy was extremely positive. He backed everybody. He had attacking fields non-stop. He never went into that damage limitation mode because that's the way Ben Stokes captains. But did it put pressure on the bowlers rather, to have it almost too much support?
I'm not going to criticise Ben Stokes' captaincy. I think he's been unbelievable since he's took on that role and creating a positive environment and always having a self-belief in himself and his players that he takes out on the field with him to win a game. But when you look at it, and I think it is a part of it, and this is what Steve was kind of getting across with the article about even Folksy keeping wicket. He's not been out in the middle, has he? Not had any 2 or 3 day warm-up game to get himself going. I think he's had a poor game behind the stumps. Normally, I expect him to be absolutely best in the world when it comes to keeping. I think he's had a poor game behind the stumps. The spinners have looked short. The spinners, like I said, we've got a young spinning group, and our experienced spinner, as Army has mentioned, has not played any first-class cricket for such a long period of time. So things like that now, they get highlighted, don't they, when we see the performance, comparing them to the India spinners, which is harsh to do, by the way, because those three are possibly in these conditions the best in the world. You're looking at Ashwin and Jadeja are just superb, and then Axar Patel in Indian conditions is right up there with anyone.
Yeah, and it's easy to talk about the sort of preparation, and you mentioned then team selections and all that comes with it. I think the cold light of day when the cold water slaps you in the face is just, we're not good enough when it comes to our spin department, and we haven't been good enough for probably 40 or 50 years over in this part of the world, with the exception when we had Graham Swan, Monty Panesar, and I can't think of too many others. Ashley Giles came here with a plan and bowled it left arm sort of over the wicket, hit the leg stump, but it was a different time then. It was a different type of cricket then. This is before white ball cricket in the sort of IPL. These guys now, anything sort of off length, off line, they don't try and milk it. They just try and work it out the ground. And that's quite evident today, that when Rian Ahmed dropped it short, it went for 6. When Tom Hartley dropped it short, it went for 6. And in days gone by, they just went for 1. We've never really come over here, apart from Swan and Panesar, with a group of spinners that we think, right, we're going to challenge. I was excited. You're right, Manners. We were excited about the team selection, but because it was a little bit, it was a bit left field. It was a bit new. It was a little bit naivety that, well, hopefully the sort of innocence the energy might get us through, and hopefully their energy will come. But I think a lot of us didn't want to say it at the time, but we knew the skill sets were not going to be anywhere near the skill sets of the Indian bowlers. And is it going to be enough for our batters to stay in the game? Because a lot of pressure is now on our batters over these 5 test matches to stay in the game, to give our bowlers a chance. And unfortunately, where we go from here, I'm not so sure, because as much as I spoke to a player this morning, a senior player this morning, talked about the resilience of that dressing room, and it is resilient. It's got character. It showed many times. It came out this morning with character, and it's all well and good saying it, but unfortunately, the human element of Hartley on debut, Rian Ahmed with 1 test match, that human element still has to go out there and try and perform. And I feel sorry for them in a way. I really do feel for them in a way, because this is a ridiculous goldfish bowl and a tough place to come and tour. But unfortunately, you are playing for England, you are 1 to 11, you are representing your country, but just it's unfortunate that their skill sets aren't good enough at this moment in time.
Gough, England chose the 1 fast bowler, or the 1 seamer, Mark Wood, and every time the ball landed when he bowled it, it bounced like a punctured tennis ball. A couple of his short balls were bouncing 5 yards in front of Ben Foakes. And so he was completely emasculated and ineffective by the pitch. Was he the right choice?
I think he's a world-class performer. He's got pace, and I get why they've gone for it. If you look at our attacks over the years when they've gone to India, they might have struggled, the fast bowlers. So we're trying to be forward-thinking, trying to get bowlers who are quick through the air, can bowl good Yorkers. But you're leaving out a guy who's got nearly 700 Test wickets. I think that's always going to be a question mark. But I thought Woody actually got better and better as the innings went on. Yes, he hasn't got a wicket yet, but it looked like his speed was up. The only thing he probably needs to develop, if he wants to keep improving, is probably a cutter. That's the only thing we've not seen from him. And when you watch Bumrah ball in that first day, even when the ball was reversing, he still had those cutters as well, which were gripping in the dry surface, and that's a big delivery to have. Robinson bowls good cutters, Jimmy Anderson bowls good cutters, so they are options going forward. But I get the selection of Wood. I totally do, because of his pace and quick through the air, and the thought the pitch would be pretty flat and the spinners would be playing the most dominant role.
Yeah, the Mark Wood one, I think he got better and better because he pitched it up. That was the thing. The short ball road and going. I get that in England and in Australia and the places where the ball's going to bounce. But actually running up and bowling at the top of the stumps on these surfaces, I think will be as much a handful as bowling bounces in England, just because you're looking at the unpredictability of the surface, the unpredictability of the ball, and hopefully you might get one to keep low, and he brings all dismissals into play. I think I got poo-pooed and laughed at 2 days out when I said England would play 3 seamers. The reason I said England to play 3 seamers is because that's their best options. In this surface, the skill sets that come, throwing a ball and drying it up, is Jimmy Anderson and Ollie Robinson was going to be more of a dot ball, and Ben doesn't like this dot ball. He wants to take wickets, and I fully back that, and I fully understand that. But the reason why I said 3 seamers, because I probably knew 2-3 days out that these spin bowlers bowl on this surface against this quality opposition, we might end up with this outcome. And I think with the seam bowlers, more experience, more nous about them, I'm not saying India wouldn't have been 421 for 7. They probably would have been in the same commanding position. But I think Ben might have had a little bit more control of how he was going about setting fields and trying managing situations. Because from a spin bowling point of view, in this first innings, there were times where England just looked a little bit out of control.
Okay, let's hear from England spin bowling coach Chetan Patel, who's talking to Andrew McKenna. But before we do that, I just want to give you the bowling figures. Tom Hartley on debut, 25 overs, 2 for 131. Jack Leach, 25 overs, 1 for 54. So not expensive by any means. Rian Ahmed also brought up his ton, though. 23 overs, 1 for 105. And Joe Root, the pick of the bowlers, 24 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 77. There were too many poor deliveries, too many half-trackers, too many full tosses in particular. But here is what Chetan Patel had to say about the spin bowlers.
Chetan, close of day 2, a lead of 175 for India. What's the thoughts from the England camp?
Do you know what? I think we put in a good shift today. The boys grafted really hard, created some chances. A lot didn't go our way. On other days it does, and I know we've said that before, but the reality is they put in a hell of a shift, and to still create opportunities, they've also batted really well, and what seems to be the wicket is spinning, but it is starting to get slower. So look, it's been a tough day for us in terms of how the boys are feeling physically, but they'll come back tomorrow and they'll go again.
Let's wind back the clock several hours. Perfect start to the day, Joe Root getting the wicket in the first over, and anything seemed possible back then.
Oh, look, we spoke about that. We get an early one, we get Jaiswal early, and it takes away their impetus, and it did slow them down for a bit. But they managed to score boundaries at the right times and right overs. You know, maybe we leaked a little bit full with the spinners occasionally, but overall, I think we asked some great questions, and they had to respect a lot of what we bowled at them. They're very good players in these conditions. We've got to keep trying to match them, that's all.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but if KL Rahul's nick second ball gets held, then you're looking at a very different day.
Well, look, like I said earlier, there's opportunities throughout the day that we had, and you know, that nick bounced a bit on Folksy. I mean, that's a tough one to get. A couple of LB decisions that, you know, umpires calls that you look back on, you think, wow, if they'd gone our way. ones straight up that Stokesy never saw. There's things like that, like there's such small margins, and they don't seem like much from the outside, but they affect the game hugely. And look, I'm just really proud of how the boys kept coming all day, and to see the way we fielded and the way we kept putting in a shift for each other, it's pretty impressive.
The effort was there, no doubt about that. Did you bowl well enough, though, as a unit?
Like, I mean, the effort was certainly there. They were fantastic all day. Did we miss a couple of times? Yeah. That's what happens in the subcontinent. It gets hot, it gets hard. You know, you get frustrated, you chase. What I really enjoyed is the way we stuck to our guns. We set attacking fields, we had defensive fields. We tried to toy with batsmen. We tried to take wickets when we could. And like I said, we created the chances, just not always going our way. But that turns very quickly, and in the fourth innings of this game, who knows? And that's where we're going to keep looking to.
Word for Tom Hartley. He's stuck at his task, and he's got a couple of wickets.
Oh, mate, how awesome is to be able to get your first Test wicket in India? I mean, he's bowled some very good balls, and then he bowls a couple of balls that he'd probably take back. But Test wickets are Test wickets. I'm pretty stoked about how he's gone. He's always learning, and he's always going to learn. We're just going to keep remembering this guy's in his first Test match. He's only played 20 first-class games, and we see something that's really crucial in these conditions. I think he's going to get it right eventually.
It does seem like India have targeted him because he is the young man in the squad, if you like. So how do you get around him? How do you help him cope with that? Because he probably won't have seen this kind of stuff before.
I don't know why they've targeted him if they have, but the reality is that we're a very positive group, and you would have heard that a lot of times the way we talk about the game. We want to challenge ourselves. We want to keep challenging how far we can take this game and how far we can enjoy Test cricket. And I think that's what's really keeping him up and keeping him running at the moment. Is he knows he's got another chance tomorrow. It's Test cricket. It doesn't get any better. It doesn't matter how you go. You're playing at the highest level against the best players in the world. I think he's still in good spirits. He'll always be in good spirits because of the group we have.
The lead, as I mentioned, is 175. How quickly do you need to bowl India out? And the answer, obviously, is 3 balls.
You're answering a question.
but realistically, if they're still going at lunch, have you got big problems?
Well, look, they put on another partnership this afternoon. It just shows there is a chance to be able to do that if our guys can get in. We've got some attacking batters who play different shots as well. So, look, at the end of the day, it's all about getting the 3 wickets. So we'll worry about that stuff later. So much time left in the Test match. Things can change quickly.
This group is the most positive group of sportsmen I've ever come across. Is this still doable?
Well, do you enjoy watching us play? And I think that's probably the big thing. We want people to love watching Test cricket, love being a part of Test cricket. Nothing's impossible with this group. We've seen some amazing things from this group in different stages of the games. 2-0 down in the Ashes. I mean, there's so many we could go on about, but I know that group there are excited about getting their opportunity with the bat and where they can get the game to from there.
Darren Gough, if I was an England spinner who had just gone for 100, I would want Chetan Patel as my coach. I would want to fall into his arms in the change room at the end of the day and be reassured by him.
You would, wouldn't you? Yeah, it's amazing, ultra positive, and says all the right things, right? I think realistically he needs to do a little bit of work with a couple of them. There was too many full tosses bowled by all the spinners. I think when you go to it, we've all been out there, we've all been on a pitch, and you look to your spinner to bowl a lot of overs. England's best spinner, right, Jack Leach, has bowled 25 overs. If that was a Graham Swan, if that was a Monty Panesar, they'd have been looking at 40 overs, both of them, and bowled majority of the overs for the spinner on that pitch, and probably had 3 or 4 wickets at the side of the column, if not 5. There's the difference, right? Your main spinner has gone, he's only gone for 54, but he's only bowled 25 overs, the same as Root and Ahmed and Hartley. He should have been bowling double what the rest have bowled.
And the point that Gough makes comes back to what we talked about before the series, and that the volume of bowling over here, the volume of bowling that Jack Leach has had was glaringly obvious, because today, at times in that last session, he could hardly move. He literally could hardly move. He went off twice to get some physio. Looked as though he's got a stiff back. He wasn't getting through the rotation of his bowling. Said he had a bad knee that he got an impact on yesterday, but he was clutching his hamstring. He looked in the field, and when he was bowling, he hadn't bowled for quite a long time, body-wise. Look, Chetan Patel, he's a great guy and somebody who is ultra-positive, and he is good for these bowlers. We've just got to put it into perspective. You know, Jack Leach hasn't bowled for a long time. We've got one test between the other two spin bowlers. This is going to happen. You know, the great, even the good and the great who have bowled spin around the world, who have got over 300, 400, 500 test wickets, have come to India on their first tour and struggled. You know, talk about Monty Panesar the other week. You know, he came here twice before he really sort of cracked it when he came. So I think that's the learning curve that this group is going to have. And unfortunately, it's going to hurt. The learning is going to hurt over the course of these next 5 games. For the simple fact is, this is the best we've got. This is what we've got. And this is what we're going to have to go with. And hopefully, the question that Maka asked to Chetan about Tom Hartley and where, to Chetan Patel about Tom Hartley is where Tom Hartley goes from here. Hopefully he learns and he gets positive and he gets better going into Visakhapatnam, going into Ranchi, going into Rajkot, because there's nowhere to hide. This is where these are our best 3 that are going to try and take us forward.
I've deliberately left the final word on this podcast to Chetan Narula because he amused me a lot in the last half an hour when he had a raised eyebrow and a curled lip at the fact that 5 Indian batsmen were caught on the boundary. He seemed to miss the fact that they were had England and the Test match by the throat, leading by 175. They were 421 for 7. Chetan, pretty good day actually for India.
What can I say? I'm a hard man to please. Look, very, very good day for India. When you look at the scorecard, it's not going to tell you that they played careless shots to get out. It's going to tell you that there's 400 runs on the board. It's going to tell you that they kept England for an entire day in the field, with their lead spinner, like Hami said, with their lead spinner having issues with his fitness. So this is only day 2 of a 25-day test series. So from their vantage point, it's looking like a very, very long journey, and India will be very happy with what they have accomplished today. Tomorrow, they're going to come out, bat for another session, and then just say, okay, you know what? Your turn to bat with a 200, 220 odd run lead.
You're listening to the Following On Daily podcast. If you've missed any of the action, we've got a highlights package for you, and we do look forward to your company. Once again, every ball live and exclusive as it will be throughout the series on talkSPORT 2 from 4 a.m. Here's Root once again, and that one is driven straight back to him. Root's taking a return catch. Jaiswal's gone. Root's done it in the first over of the morning. Here is Root once again. Down the wicket. Super shot. He's hit it high. Ben Stokes has lost it completely.
KL Rahul is